The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
October the 17th, 2024 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Here is what happened on this day in history. In 1854, French and British forces bombard Sevastopol for the first time during the Crimean War. In 1907, Guglielmo Marconi's company begins the first commercial transatlantic wireless service between Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, Canada, and Clifton, Ireland. In 1943, Burma Railway completed, built by Allied POWs and Asian laborers for the Japanese Army. In 1973, OPEC oil ministers used oil as an economic weapon in the Arab-Israeli war, mandating a cut in exports and recommending an embargo against unfriendly states. In 2017, Islamic State headquarters Raqqa declared under full control of U.S.-led alliance by Syrian Democratic Forces spokesman Talal al-Sello after 4 months of fighting. In 1939, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, directed by Frank Capra and starring James Stewart and Jean Arthur, is released. In 1963, Beatles record I Want to Hold Your Hand recorded at EMI Studios in London. In 1860, first British Open men's golf, Prestwick GC Willie Park Sr. wins inaugural event by 2 strokes from fellow Scot Tom Morris Sr. Born on this day were John Wilkes, Arthur Miller, Zio Zhang, Evel Knievel, Ma Jamison, Doug McMillan, Rita Hayworth, Felicity Jones, Alan Jackson, Eminem, Ernie Els, Kimmy Rakonen, and dying on this day were Agrippa the Elder, Frederick Chopin, Laura Secord, Robert McClure. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Sheriff's car, pay particular attention. A murder. The body of a young woman found in the Mojave Desert near Lancaster. That's all. Frozen quick.
When you buy gasoline, do you give any thought to your purchase? Or do you buy just any gasoline? Do advertising claims for quick starting, mileage, pickup, power, or confusing technicalities influence you in your purchase? Rio Grande offers primarily one important fact. Rio Grande Cracked gives you police car performance in your gasoline. That is why in the great Southwest, where Rio Grande products are sold, so many police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment are powered by Rio Grande Cracked. Police performance in the gasoline demands all the qualities you hear or see advertised. Quick starting, pickup, power, mileage, uniform quality. When you buy Rio Grande Cracked, you know that all the best work and all the test work on gasoline has been done for you by those to whom gasoline quality means most. And the overwhelming approval of Rio Grande Cracked by police and fire departments is your proof that you cannot buy a better gasoline for your car. Buy Rio Grande Cracked for dependable, satisfying performance, and it will settle your gasoline problem for good. And now, Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Good evening, friends. At the annual convention of the International Association for Identification, just closed at Long Beach, the Los Angeles Police Department Bureau of Identification was voted the most efficient of its kind in the United States. This bureau was organized several years ago under the direction of Captain Howard L. Barlow, who shares with me his enthusiasm for an international fingerprint system which will place in the files of the federal government fingerprints of all criminal types, readily accessible to law enforcement agencies. At the same time, it will provide an identification of all citizens, making possible quick identification of them for their families and for officers of the law when they are made the victims of criminals. The story I bring to you tonight is one which will, I believe, convince all who hear it of the crying need for a universal fingerprint system. Had it not been for our Identification Bureau, perhaps the murder of the unfortunate Ida Mae Cerny would never have been punished. I want you to listen carefully, following with our police officers along the thin thread of evidence which brought to justice this murderer. I want you to visualize the difficulty encountered by your peacetime soldiers in running down a definite enemy of society. I believe as this story unfolds, you will become more and more conscious of how important it is to keep fingerprint identification of all persons on file against the time it is needed to track down a criminal or save an innocent citizen from dire disaster or the ignominy of a nameless grave. Professor Lindsley will now go on with the story.
It is the 22nd of October in 1932. In the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Substation at Lancaster, in the Mojave Desert, a summer languor still lingers on the hot breezes coming across the sagebrush. Flies buzz against the screens, and nothing, it seems, ever happens in the sleepy little desert town. When suddenly the siesta silence is broken as a wild-eyed desert rat rushes into the office.
There's the sheriff. I gotta see the sheriff right away. Are you the sheriff?
No, I'm deputy in charge here. The sheriff's in Los Angeles. Yeah, what's the matter?
I just found a dead woman off the road.
Huh? A dead woman? Where?
Off the road, about 5 miles on the turnoff to my old ranch.
Who are you?
My name is Fred Storm. I'm on my feet a little late. I got a job up there. And about a month ago, I tore down the shack I had down the road. It was a mining claim, and there was nothing on it.
Well, how about the dead woman?
I'm coming to that. So I forgot a nail bar at the shack, and I'm going to leave in my shop a little late. So I stopped by the shack to get it. When I turned up the road, here was this dead woman with no clothes on.
Are you sure she was dead?
Oh, yeah, she was dead, all right.
Where is this place?
Well, it's about 5 miles north and a half a mile east off the main road.
Show me on the map.
Yeah, let's not say this is, yes. Oh, yeah, here, it is, right here.
That's over in San Bernardino County. Now, I'll call Sheriff Sharp right away.
San Bernardino County officers lose no time in getting to the scene of the crime. Sworn's story is found to be true, and no suspicion is cast on him regarding the murder. For murder it is found to be when Dr. Louisa Bacon of the San Bernardino County Hospital reports that the victim came to her death as the result of a multiple linear fracture at the hand of a person or persons unknown. However, there is no clue to the identity of the murdered woman, and police are momentarily stopped in their search for the murderer by their ignorance of the identity of the person murdered. The victim is totally unclothed, and the only clues found at the scene of the crime are tire marks, which, although possibly valuable in later identifications, are worthless as a beginning. There remains one meager hope on which the police rely. They fingerprint the dead woman and send the print into the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office to be checked. It isn't long before Deputy Sheriff Brewster of Los Angeles County has Sheriff Shaw of San Bernardino on the long-distance phone.
Sheriff, we've identified that murder victim.
Who is she?
Her name is Ida Mae Cerny.
Oh, she had a record, eh?
Well, not exactly. In 1930, we arrested her and her husband, Gus Cerny, on suspicion of robbery.
Mm-hmm.
They'd been friends of a guy we had for a holdup.
Oh, I see.
They cleared themselves okay, and we released them. Now we've located Cerny's sister and her husband here in Los Angeles. We've got his address.
Mm-hmm.
The sister hasn't seen either of them for 3 weeks, but here's a tip you can run down.
What's that?
Cerny's mother lives in San Bernardino.
She does?
Yeah?
What's her address?
Just a minute, I'll get it for you.
I'm going to send one of the boys down to talk to her right away.
Deputy Sheriffs Oxnard and Farley promptly visit Gus Cerny's mother. They explain their mission and show the old lady a picture of Ida Mae's body. She looks at it a long time in silence.
Well, Mom?
It might be Ida Mae. Oh, no, it can't be her. Why, I had dinner with Gus and Ida Mae just 2 weeks ago. They were both well and happy, and besides, her sister lives just 2 doors from the children, and would have notified me if there was anything wrong with them.
How long has your son been married to this girl?
Why, About 3 years.
What's his business?
Well, he's a telephone lineman by trade.
Does he drive a car?
Yes, a blue Chrysler.
License number?
License number. I don't know it.
We want to get to the bottom of this, ma'am. I wonder if you'd come with us to Victorville and look at the body.
Why, yes, if you want me to. Oh, but I'm sure the poor girl is not Ida May.
But the mother-in-law's conviction disappears in the mortuary in Victorville. And just before she faints, she positively identifies the murder victim as Ida May Cerny. Next day, the responsibility of the investigation of the crime passes to the Los Angeles Police Department, when Deputy Sheriff William Bright, during a visit to the Cerny's home, discovers evidence that the crime was committed there. Within a half hour, Inspector Davidson and Lieutenant Philkes join Bright at the little house on Laclede Avenue.
Well, Captain, here we are. What's first?
Your case, Inspector?
Yeah. Well, not much sign of murder here in the living room.
Perhaps not, but look into the bedroom here.
Good Lord. Shambles. Come on, let's go over this room for fingerprints. Tinker, you want these blood-stained bed sheets for analysis?
Yeah. I'd better cut away sections of this woodwork, too.
Well, go ahead.
Looks like whoever did it dumped out the contents of the suitcase from the way those clothes are strewn around the bed.
Yeah, looks that way. Here's a cushion from a rumble seat. It's getting easier to reconstruct this crime every minute.
As I read your thoughts, whoever did it killed her here and put the body into the rumble seat of the car and drove it out to the desert.
That's about it.
Well, I don't know whose car you'll be looking for, but here's a line on one car.
What's this?
A payment notice from the finance company for monthly installments on Cerny's car. You wouldn't be looking for that one, would you, Inspector?
Well, you never can tell, Captain. Never can tell. Be a good thing to get the license number from the finance company anyway. I'd sort of like to talk to Cerny.
Well, in any case, you'll want to talk to Ida May's cousin.
Cousin?
Yeah.
Where she live?
Just 2 doors down the street.
While the fingerprint expert and the photographer are taking care of the routine matters at the Cerny residence, Inspector Davidson interviews Ida May's cousin.
Why, I talked to Ida May on the night of the 18th. She and Gus were getting ready to go to Palm Springs to look for work, and she wanted to borrow a cord for her electric iron. So I lent it to her, and I told her to bring it right back, but she didn't, and I needed it to make coffee this morning.
Just a minute, ma'am. You didn't see her after the 18th?
No. I sent a boy over after the cord, but there was no one at home, so I suppose she'd gone off to Palm Springs like she said she was going to do.
Weren't you worried when you didn't hear from her?
Oh, no. Gus and Ida May often went away and stayed a week without writing to anyone.
Did they ever fight with each other?
No. They always seemed very happy together. Oh, but I heard an argument once.
Oh?
Well, not really a fight, but Gus couldn't understand why Ida May didn't try to get some of the money that was coming to her from an estate or, I don't know, something.
Oh, you'd inherited some money, huh?
Well, yes, but, it was tied up in some way or another. And Gus thought she should try to get it right away because they were both broke. Well, of course, it's none of my business,
Lucas, there's a possible motive in this inheritance business. It may be that Ida May came into some money and Gus killed her for it.
Yes, that's a possibility, Inspector.
I've obtained the number of Gus Cerny's car from the finance company, and I've wired all the inspection stations at the borders of the state to be on the lookout for him. Until he shows up to prove his innocence, he looks like the guilty party to me.
Well, I can't find any other possible suspects in the case.
I want you to go out and interview this attorney. Here's his name and address. He's supposed to be handling Ida May's inheritance. See what he knows about it and report back to me as soon as you can.
Yes, sir.
Why, yes, Lieutenant, I'm handling an inheritance for Mrs. Cerny.
What does it consist of?
Well, an aunt of hers died some time ago in Eaton, Ohio, and left her a tidy little sum, several $1,000s, which she was to get when she became 21.
Yes?
Well, Mrs. Turney came to me recently and asked me to try to get her an advance of $800. 400 of this was to be put into the down payment of their car, and the remainder to be used for monthly payments.
Was Mr. Turney aware of this?
Oh, yes. Matter of fact, he was quite agreeable to it. That is, to the down payment, but I believe they had some argument about the use of the other 400.
Is that so?
Yes. It seems Turney wanted to use it for living expenses, and Ida May insisted that he should try harder to get some work.
Well, was she in possession of any large sum of money at the time of her death?
No, not to my knowledge. That is, certainly not from the estate.
Thank you, Mr. Shoemaker. What you've told us clears up one angle of the investigation.
Following the interview with the attorney, Silkus travels to the scene of the crime accompanied by San Bernardino deputy sheriffs and the photographer. Minutely, they investigate the wheel tracks made by the murder car.
There's a big difference in the tracks of these two rear tires. Notice, Sheriff, that although they're worn smooth in the center, you can see the bead at the sides. See, the right rear has a sort of a knobby tread, and the left rear has a diamond-shaped marking.
That's right, Lieutenant. We can only find a blue Chrysler Roadster. It'll be a cinch to spot it by the tires.
But why he went to such an effort to cart the body all the way out here is beyond me.
Well, Lieutenant, any desert rat could tell you that.
Why, what's the answer?
Simple. See these prints in the sand here around the spot where the body was found?
Yes.
Coyote's tracks. They live north there on those low hills. The wind was fortunately coming from that direction up until the time we found the body. And then it shifted to the south, and the coyotes came. Now, if the wind had been right, the murderer of that woman would be beyond any possibility of capture. For all that would have been left here would be a pile of bones.
Upon his return to headquarters, Silkus is summoned to Inspector Davidson's office.
I just received word from you, Wilkins, that our blue Chrysler Roadster, license number 1Z8106, checks through there at 4 a.m., October 20th.
Good. Who was driving it?
Yeah, they don't take the names down there anymore.
They ought to make our work easier.
But according to the investigations you've made, what cities has Turney lived in?
Just a minute. I've got the list here someplace. Yeah, here it is. He's lived in Chicago, Miami, Denver, Oklahoma City, El Paso, San Antonio, Ames, Iowa, and Heron, Illinois.
All right. Send a telegram to the chief of police in each of those cities asking him to arrest Gus Turney for murder.
In an effort to discover more definitely what Turney's destination might be, Silkus once more interviews Gus's brother-in-law.
Well, Mr. Harris, we've gotten word that Gus's car went through Yuma on the morning of the 20th.
That looks bad, doesn't it?
The newspaper we found in the house on McLeod Street was dated the 18th. That would seem to establish a murder around that date. 2 days later, he leaves the state. Anyway, we've asked the police in every town he's lived in to be on the lookout for him to arrest him for murder.
Well, if he did this thing, I want to see him brought back and prosecuted to the fullest extent.
Well, we police officers seldom meet an attitude like that, Mr. Harris.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, blood is thicker than water.
Yes, I know. Of course, Gus is only my brother-in-law. But when I say I want to see him answer for this crime if he did it, I speak for my wife as well as Gus's other brothers.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Harris, and it's going to make our job easier. Now, tell me, is there any more light you can throw on this case?
Well, there's one thing that you might want to know.
What's that?
It's something the family had agreed to keep quiet about.
Mm-hmm.
Several years ago, Gus married a girl named Mary Young in Carbondale, Illinois. Later, he deserted her and her baby and came to California. He met Ida May and married her in Tijuana. About 3 months ago, Gus and Ida May went east for a visit. Now, I don't know whether Ida May found out about it then or not. But when Gus came back, he said he was afraid Mary's family would make trouble for him and Ida May.
So, he's a bigamist in any case.
Yes, I guess that's right.
Well, thanks for that piece of dope, Mr. Harris. We'll wire Carbondale and find out if he's been there.
Silkus wires Carbondale authorities, and 2 days later, he excitedly enters Davidson's office.
Well, Inspector, the trail's getting hot. What do you got? Telegram from the chief at Carbondale.
What does it say?
Gus Cerny here, October 23rd. Left same night. Believed headed for Chicago.
Good. Why the Chicago police?
Now, wait a minute, Inspector. They're not sure he's headed for Chicago. And anyway, we've already asked Chicago as well as those other towns to look for him.
Well?
I found out today that Gus Cerny borrowed $10 from a gang foreman when he couldn't get his paycheck on the 19th. He's hard up. He's going to wire his family here for money as sure as I'm a day old.
Fine. Then in that case, make arrangements with Western Union to send us any telegrams addressed to any members of the Cerny family.
Oh, but the family will cooperate. Mr. Harris said he'd let us know just as soon as they got word.
Just the same, Silkus, we don't depend on that. Line up the Western Union and get any telegrams that are coming before they do.
2 days later, a telegram arrives in Los Angeles addressed to Cerny's brother and requesting him to send $10 to Gus at a certain Western Union office in Chicago. 2 hours before the telegram is delivered, address C, it is in the hands of the Los Angeles police. And by the time it's delivered, Chicago police have been tipped off and are staked out on the indicated Western Union office. The vigil of the 2 detectives is finally rewarded when a blue Chrysler Roadster pulls up before the telegraph office. The officers watch it from their car.
Well, there's a blue Roadster. Chrysler, too.
Yeah, with California plates.
Yeah, check the number.
1Z8106.
Mm-hmm. That ought to be him.
Well, let's let him get into the office and claim his telegram.
Okay. He's going in now. We better move toward the door.
All right, come on.
Looks like our man, all right. That's the description.
Yeah, that's the guy. What'd he do, Ed? Do you know?
Yeah, bumped off his wife, according to the lieutenant.
What's criminal about that? I know a lot of wives that ought to be bumped off.
Yeah, here he comes.
Okay, what's his name?
Cerny.
Cerny, huh? All right. You're under arrest, Cerny.
What? You're under arrest.
Oh, what for?
You're wanted for murder in Los Angeles.
Oh, there's some mistake.
Well, we can talk that over down at the detective bureau. We got orders to bring you in, so you better come along peaceably.
Oh, okay, let's go.
Although Gus Cerny maintains an uncommitting silence, he agrees to sign a waiver of extradition. Lieutenants Baggett and Silkus are appointed state agents by District Attorney Buren Pitts and sent to Chicago to bring Cerny back. Less than a week later, Silkus and Baggett face Cerny in the Cook County Jail.
Well, I'm sort of glad to see you guys. The accommodations in this jail aren't exactly the same as the Palmer House.
Yeah, I guess that's right, Cerny.
Have a good trip, Gus? Yeah, okay. I made pretty good time. Did your car hold up okay? Yeah, worked like a dream.
Any tire trouble?
Nope. Well, that is just one flat at Cobden, Illinois. And all the tires that were on your car when you left California are still on it, hmm? Yeah, that's right. But listen, fellas, what do you care about tires? You came after me, apparently. What do you want me for? Come on, let me in on it.
Well, let's not go into that tonight, Gus. You're tired, and so are we. Go back to your cell. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Armed with Cerny's admission that the blue Chrysler carries the same tires with which it had left California, the 2 detectives investigate the car the next morning.
Now, let's see. The left rear was the diamond tread. It isn't on the car.
Take a look at the spare. That might be the one he changed.
Yeah, here it is, diamond tread. Same as the tracks in the desert. Now about the right rear.
It's got notes on it. This is a car, all right.
Okay, now let's get a look at that rumble seat. Cushion's gone.
Check another time.
Baggett, while I'm looking around this rumble seat, see if there's a toolkit in the car.
Right. Yeah, here's one in the pocket.
Fine, and look what I found.
What?
Under the mat in the rumble seat, blood stains.
Say, that guy must be nuts leaving all this evidence around.
Let's see what's in that toolkit.
Okay. Wrench, tire pump, screwdriver. Uh-oh.
What's that?
Looks like a lineman's tool. Cerny was a lineman, wasn't he?
Yep.
And look at it. Stained with blood.
That's what he killed her with. Cerny is as good as swinging right now.
Silkus and Baggett lose no time getting back to the jail to interview Cerny.
Well, Gus, we're ready to talk to you now.
Well, what do you want? What's it all about?
We're going to question you about the disappearance of your wife, Ida May, and your sudden departure from Los Angeles at the same time.
Well, what do you want to know?
Well, we already know that you killed your wife as she lay in bed in the house on Laclede Street. And we know you threw the cushion out of the rumble seat of your roadster, threw her body in, and then drove out to the desert and left her body where you thought it'd never be found. Now we want the whole story, Gus, if you choose to tell us. If you don't, we've got enough to hang you anyway.
Well, I guess you got me. I may as well tell you everything.
You understand that whatever you say now will be used against you in court?
I understand.
Why did you kill her?
I don't know.
Did you kill her with this pair of pliers?
I don't know. Maybe. I always kept a kit of tools in the kitchen. Maybe that's what I used.
When did you do it?
About 10 or 11 o'clock on the 18th, just after we went to bed. I was going to give myself up. I drove down to the city hall and sat outside for an hour or more, trying to get up enough guts to go in and do it.
Was the body in the car then?
Yeah.
Why didn't you give yourself up?
I don't know.
What did you do after you left the city hall?
Well, I drove out into the desert. I sat on the running board of the car out there for a long time, trying to figure out what to do. And finally, I took her out and left her there in the desert.
Then what'd you do?
I went back to San Fernando and tried to get my paycheck. When I couldn't, I borrowed $10 from the foreman, and then I went back to the house. So I packed my bag and I left for Yuma. I drove straight through and stopped in Carbondale to see Mary, my wife.
When did you marry her?
Who, Mary?
Yeah.
Oh, about 8 years ago.
You ever been divorced from her?
No, sir.
Did you go through a marriage ceremony with Ida May in Tijuana?
Yes.
Knowing at the time you weren't divorced from Mary?
Yes.
Is it true that you feared revenge from Mary or her family because you were bigomously married to Ida May?
Where did you hear that?
Never mind. Is it true?
Now, you've been talking to Harris. That's what I told him.
Is it true?
No, Mary wouldn't do anything to me. Why, she's the sweetest girl in the world. She's been willing to take me back.
Why did you kill Ida May?
I don't know.
Was it because you wanted to return to Mary and your child?
I don't know. I tell you, I don't know. I did it, and I've confessed. Now let me alone. But I don't know why I did it.
And Gus Thurney continued to claim that he didn't know why he killed Ida May. He never has confessed his motives. But motives did not concern us with such a splendid case our officers had constructed. Silkus and Baggett brought Gus back to Los Angeles, and he was booked at the Los Angeles County Jail on November 29, 1932. A few days later, the grand jury indicted him on a murder charge. He pleaded not guilty, and not guilty by reason of insanity, and repudiated his confession. We had expected that, but we were confident in our case. Apparently, he saw how strong it was, for on January 9, 1933, he withdrew his plea of not guilty and fell back on the insanity defense. On February 14th, having changed counsel, he withdrew the insanity plea and threw himself on the mercy of the court. That was a wise move and saved his life, for Judge Aguilar sentenced him to serve the remainder of his natural life in San Quentin prison.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Just as police, fire, and other emergency equipment in your cities and counties depend upon Rio Grande cracked gasoline, so the internationally known Sinclair oil are used and approved by public service companies and corporations whose judgment on lubricating oils you may well respect. Your Navy uses 1,600,000 gallons of Sinclair oil for protection of their motors and fighting equipment. Your Army depends upon Sinclair oil for the lubrication of their trucks, tanks, guns, and other costly machinery. 52 railway systems fight friction and wear with Sinclair oil. 150 airlines, airplane manufacturers, and flying fields have tested, approved, and now use Sinclair oil. For your own sake, don't buy cheap bulk oil when you can buy Sinclair Opaline in sealed, tamper-proof, extra measure cans for only 25 cents a quart. It will save you money and save your motor.
The new radio log for August is now available, containing a complete list of forthcoming cases to be broadcast on Calling All Cars and another Rio Grande program. Drive into your neighborhood Rio Grande service station tomorrow and ask for the August radio log. It's free.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 37 regarding a murder. Suspect in this case now in custody. That's all. Rosenquist.
All Cars is based on the confidential files of the Los Angeles Police Force and is written and produced by William N. Robeson. The orchestra is under the direction of Frederick Stark. And this is Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Next time on Star Trek The Next Generation.
Data's in the hydraulics room alone, and we're hearing laser blasts.
Invisible enemy attacks.
What is it? Could it be alive?
And a small but powerful life force is unleashed.
Evacuating lab.
Now it's growing.
If this keeps up, it'll tear up the Enterprise.
And declaring war on the crew.
It has the power to destroy this ship and everybody on it.
On Star Trek The Next Generation.
Now, let me tell you something. I've eaten the dust of many a rodeo, and I built up some kind of a thirst. That's why I drink light beer from Miller. It has a third less calories than the regular beer, and it tastes real good. Light says giddy up to all that flavor, and woe to being filled up. And that ain't no book.
What? Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
You don't have to lose sleep worrying about that drive to work tomorrow. Not when you've got Firestone Snowbiters going with you to dig you out and pull you through. They've got 2 sets of deep-biting teeth. And in between, traction bars for quiet running and long mileage. In radios, bias, or retreads, they'll put teeth in your winter driving. Firestone Town and Country Snowbiters. Pleasant dreams.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
All clear for us, Bill?
The track is ours, eh, Rosie?
Yep. We just inherited from Moore and Kirby.
Well, it's got to be a fast track, then.
Will you sing now?
I will. Aboard! Train 5 leaving on track 9 from Moccasin Ford, Turkey Bend, and Apalachicola. Alabama bound. There'll be no heebie-jeebies hanging round. Just gave the meanest ticket man on earth all I'm worth to put my tootsies in an upper berth. Just hear that choo-choo sound. I know that soon we're gonna cover ground, and then I'll holler so the world will know. Here I go, I'm Alabama bound. Goodbye blues, bird is a-singing, every old thing's in tune. Goodbye blues, nothing but laughter morning and afternoon. Saw a rosebud in a store, so I'm going where there's more. Goodbye blues, troubles are over, I'll be in clover soon. Alabama bound, be no heebie-jeebies hanging round. Gave the meanest ticket man on earth about all I'm worth. Wanna get my body in an upper berth, hear the choo-choo sound. Look at this cover ground, soon I'll holler so the world will know. Here I go, I'm Alabama, everybody going back to Birmingham. Gotta get a little pone and ham. Hope to do about the best I can. I'm Alabama bound.
Well, Bing, it's my turn to go to work, I guess. And I would like to sing I Should Say It Was May.
Well, that's the song written by your brother Nick, isn't it? Buddy Cole made a great arrangement, too.
Yes, that's right.
Got a nice beat. And the gentlemen of the ensemble aid and abet you in this number, isn't that so?
Yes, the boys really sing it up here. They're a little bit snoopy, but...
Snoopy?
Yeah, but that's all in the arrangement.
When did you see him? When did you meet him? When did you fall in love? When did you see him? When did you meet him? When did you fall in love?
I should say it was May. Yes, I think it was May. Or it might have been June. Yes, it could have been June.
And so head over heels, you can't remember the time.
Oh, of course I remember. Pretty day in September. You were passing right by on that day in June.
When did you call him? When did you hold him? When did you kiss him goodbye?
I remember that day till there's no shower in April. Even windy old March smiled down on every valley and hill.
You should remember, really you should, the month or at least the year.
Memories clouded by stardust, January or August. But no matter what day it happened, this much I know is true. That one pretty day in April or May, or was it December or maybe September, I met you and held you and kissed you goodnight, and we fell in love.
April,
We
May,
fell in
June,
love.
July, August, September, October, November, December.
We fell in love.
Hold it just a mo here, friends, for a few pertinent points from Wrigley's.
When you're in your favorite store, get the gum worth looking for. Enjoy America's favorite brand, the biggest little treat in all the land.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew.
Friends, when you're in your favorite store, get the biggest little treat in all the land, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley Spearmint, look for the spear on the package. You see, anyone can use the word spearmint, but only Wrigley's can use the spear on the package. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it's the Wrigley trademark, and it's your assurance of real chewing enjoyment. So remember,
Get the package with the spear, and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Now a selection which is available in Buddy Cole's album Ingenuity and Sound. Buddy in person playing Lucky Me. He wrote this song, too.
Say, he's giving his all lately, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Rosie, would you reach over there and pick a ditty from the rack?
Well, let's see. I like this one, Bing.
That's a happy choice. I think this should suit us quite well.
I once had a sweetheart, but now I have none. He's gone off and left me to live here alone. He's gone off and left me contented to be, for he loves another girl better than me.
Then green grow the lilacs and so does the rue. 'Tis lonely, my darling, since parting from you. And at our next meeting, I hope you'll prove true and change the green lilacs for the red, white, and blue. She passed by my window both early and late. The looks that she gave me made my heart break. For the looks that she gave me, 10,000 would kill. For loving another would make me quite ill. Then green grow the lilacs and so does the rue. 'Tis lonely, my darling, since parting from you. And at our next meeting, I hope you'll prove true and change the green lilacs for the Oregon blue.
I wrote him a letter in fancy fine line. He sent me an answer all tangled in twine, saying, keep your love letters and I will keep mine. Just you write your true love and I'll write to mine.
Then green grow the lilacs and so does the rue.
'Tis lonely, my darling, since parting from you.
And at our next meeting, I hope you'll prove true and change the green lilacs for the red, white, and blue. Rosie, I don't want you to think that I'm perpetually teasing you girls. I wouldn't want to have that for the world. And your relationship to the automobile either. But I got to tell you something that happened.
Oh, you're going to start again on women drivers. That's really old hat, Bing.
Yes, I must agree with Rosie Bing. There are nearly as many women drivers as there are men drivers, and there are just as many good drivers on each side. That's been proved.
I realize that fully. But I still say automobiles get women into trouble.
Be specific.
Well, cars cause ladies to do a lot of strange things.
Well, men do strange things with automobiles, too.
Oh, but you top us, you women. You really do. When you flip in a traffic problem, you really flip. That's what I mean.
Okay, what have you got that's so funny, jolly boy?
Well, may I preface this by saying that I think this is pretty amusing, or I wouldn't have brought it up. I bear no malice or prejudice against women in automobiles, or out of automobiles for that matter. I don't at all. I merely wish to report a funny incident. This really happened in St. Petersburg, Florida. A girl there got involved in a traffic accident, and it was necessary to take her to the police station. So while she was walking towards the police car with a patrolman, all of a sudden, she broke and ran for it.
Made a break, huh?
Yes, and before the officer could catch this girl, she jumps over a seawall, and she's swimming straight out to sea. Now, I think that's a pretty funny picture.
Oh, man, wild.
Well, the poor girl was terrified. She was scared to death. She wasn't a criminal or anything. She just got involved in some kind of a traffic thing, and the thought of the police station panicked her.
But imagine running and jumping over a wall and swimming out to sea. Now, what was she going to win?
Well, I want to know is, did the girl ever come back? Did she beat the rap? She might have been picked up by a motorboat or a tramp steamer or something and just left the policeman standing there.
Oh, you're dreaming it up like a girl, Ken.
Well, I'm just trying to help.
No, the officer coaxed the girl back. Everything was straightened out. But I still think it's a ride. Girl jumping over the wall and going to sea like that. Now, a man would never do anything like that.
That's because a man has no imagination in a crisis. Women can think in emergencies, and women will take a chance.
I knew I was wrong.
Yeah.
In times of stress, a woman moves. She doesn't just stand there trembling like a man would.
Bing, you better sing something.
I know.
Another thing. How do we know this girl wasn't entirely innocent? This policeman may have apprehended the wrong person. It's possible.
Button up your overcoat when the wind is free. Take good care of yourself. You belong to me. Eat an apple every day. Get to bed by 3. I want you to take good care of yourself, honey. You belong to me. Be careful crossing streets. Don't eat meats. Lay off sweets. You'll get a pain and ruin your tum-tum. Keep away from blended stuff when you're on a spree. Take good care of yourself. You belong to me. Sit on hornets' tails, or on nails, or third rails. Get a pain and ruin your tum-tum. Don't go out with college boys when you're on a spree. Take good care of yourself. Use those vitamins up on the shelf. And remember, you belong to me. Rosemary, there's just one song left here. You want to take it?
Why, thank you, Bing. You sure you don't want it?
No, I'm always gallant. It's all yours, dear girl.
Close your eyes, close your eyes. Go to sleep now, my darling. While the night wind through the trees sings a lullaby for you. Go to sleep, my dearest one. Sleep and dream now, my darling. For you're safe in my arms, in my arms all night through. La-da-dee, la-da-dee. Go to sleep, my dearest one. Sleep and dream now, my darling. For you're safe in my arms, in my arms all night through.
Well, what do you think? Should we head for home?
Our chores are finished here.
Say, Bing, I want you to know that there are no hard feelings just because you took great delight over a poor girl's getting excited and going for a swim with all of her clothes on.
Well, I wasn't so delighted over her wild swim, Rosie. What gave me my kicks was the futility of her action. Her impulsiveness, that's what broke me up. If she'd have thought the whole thing out, she'd have known she's never going to get away.
You don't think the whole thing out in such a situation. First, you run and jump into the water, and then you start figuring out whether it'll work or not.
Oh.
Is that the way you women figure?
Exactly.
Oh, that's how it goes. Well, we learn something every day. Something new, don't we, Ken?
Yes, and about women. Act, then think. That's their policy.
Think or swim, huh?
Oh, sure.
Well, let's go. See you tomorrow, folks.
This is the dry time of the year in many parts of the country. The time of greatest danger from forest fires. Now more than ever, caution with fire is the order of the day. Be careful when discarding cigarettes and matches. Make sure camp and barbecue fires are kept under control. And burn trash in complete accord with the laws of your community. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires.
Ford introduces the new Futura. A dramatic combination of styling and technology for 1978 and beyond. Futura. Its striking design is the result of computer modeling and extensive aerodynamic testing. Its excellent fuel economy results in part from the use of high-strength, low-alloy metals in Futura's construction. And Futura's ride is the result of a newly created advanced front suspension system. Futura. In a world where cars are looking more and more alike, it represents a change. A dramatic combination of styling and technology for 1978 and beyond. Realistically priced for today. See your Ford dealer for a personal test drive.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Marshall. Welcome to the world of mystery, to the world of terrifying imagination. The story you are about to hear is called Lost Dog. Yes, a dog story. But please don't expect a charming family tale about man's best friend. In fact, you may even decide that the dog in this story is man's worst enemy. It all depends on whether or not you share the particular terror of our heroine, Miss Julia Smollett.
Get out! Get out of here, please! Please, George, take him away!
Give me a job, for Pete's sake. It's not going to hurt you.
Get out! George!
Please! Our mystery drama, Lost Dog, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Kim Hunter. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll return shortly with Act One. Our story begins in the quiet parlor of a small suburban house at the end of Elm Street. Well, not completely quiet, since young Ronnie Hughes is once again practicing his scales under the gentle, watchful eyes of his piano teacher, Mrs. Julia Smollett.
Well, that was very good, Ronnie. It was much better than last time.
I still wish we could skip this scale stuff, Mrs. Smollett. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm ready to play concertos yet, but just the same...
Why does it bother you so much, Ronnie?
Well, playing scales makes me feel like a little kid, I guess.
Oh, that's silly. All the finest pianists had to learn their scales before they could play any composition.
I guess it's my fault for starting to learn to play so late in life.
Ronnie, 19 years old isn't very late in life.
I'm 20, Mrs. Smollett.
Are you? Already? Oh, now don't tell me you've been coming here a full year.
No, just about 4 months. But my birthday was last week. It was on Thursday. You weren't well last Thursday.
Oh, yes, that's right.
You still don't look well.
Listen, why don't we see how well you know the chromatics?
Your cheek, it's swollen. It's still swollen. Does it hurt?
No, it doesn't hurt at all. It was silly of me to stumble and fall that way.
I know that your husband hit you, Mrs. Smollett.
Now, that's a very silly thing to say.
You can't tell me it isn't the truth. I remember the first time he did it. At least the first time I knew anything about it.
Now, I'm going to have to put a stop to this.
Yes. I wish you would. I wish you'd call the police or something the next time it happens.
Now, listen to me, young man. You've been listening to a lot of foolish town gossip.
Then tell me it isn't true.
What I'm telling you is that it isn't any of your business.
Yeah, I guess that's right. It's none of my business. I should never open my big mouth. I'll just keep it shut from now on.
Ronnie.
Yeah?
All right, my husband and I had a quarrel.
He was drunk, wasn't he?
George is in a very difficult occupation. The competition is very keen, and, well, the people he has to deal with aren't always very gentle.
I don't know anything about the trucking business, Mrs. Smollett. I just hate the idea of anybody hurting you. That's all. I just can't understand why he'd do such a thing. What did you do to him?
Well, if you must know, Ronnie, I won't allow him to have a dog.
You what?
It sounds silly, doesn't it? And you're right, it is. It's silly on my part. But I'm absolutely terrified of dogs. And unfortunately, my husband wants one. He wants one very much.
And that's why he hit you?
Well, the argument goes back a very long ways, almost since George and I were married 7 years ago. Well, it wasn't much of a problem when we lived in the city. George didn't have his trucking company then. He was just a driver. But when he got the chance to buy into a firm out here, well, we bought this house. And I guess having a house in the country made George think about dogs and things.
But I just don't see what's so important about it.
Well, some things become important in marriage. Oh, now, just look what all this talk has done to the time. It's after 6:30. My husband's going to be home in half an hour, and I haven't even started dinner.
Will he beat you for that, too?
Ronnie, if you keep talking this way, well, I just don't think it would be wise to continue giving you lessons.
You don't mean that.
I'll see you on Thursday, Ronnie.
Yeah. Sure. Bye, Mrs. Smollett.
Goodbye, Ronnie. And happy birthday, Ronnie.
What else could I tell the guy? I had 2 semis in a repair shop. If I wanted the job, I had to use his equipment. Well, fine. Only nobody was going to hook me for a $500 premium. Hey, are you listening, Julia?
Yes. Yes, I'm listening, George.
What's the matter with you tonight?
I'm a little tired, I suppose.
Tired? You? From what? Lifting the piano cover? Nah, you make me sick, you know that? You weren't listening to a word I said. You don't care about what happens in my business. You never cared.
But I never understood much about it. You always talk to me as if I'm one of your associates.
I know what's eating on you. Think I don't know? You're sitting there like the Last Judgment. You're sitting there blaming me for taking that swipe at you last week.
No, you're wrong.
Look at yourself. You didn't even bother putting makeup on that cheek of yours.
Makeup wouldn't cover the swelling.
Yeah. You want to remind me how much you suffer. Well, I got a hot flash for you, kid. The one who suffers around this house is me. I could enjoy this house plenty. I could have a great time if you weren't so sick in the head.
You're talking about the dog again.
Why not? You think I forgot?
But surely it can't mean that much to you.
I've had dogs ever since I was 6 years old.
You never talked about it when we were living in the city.
That was different. Who put a dog in that air-conditioned chicken coop? But now we've got a house. A real, honest-to-God house, Julia. A house needs a dog.
Oh, George, you know I feel terrible about saying no, but I can't help myself. It's just something in me. It's a phobia, I guess, but dogs terrify me. Even small dogs, tiny, harmless little dogs. I go to pieces when one comes near me.
That's all in your mind.
Yes, but isn't that enough?
No, not for me it isn't.
Can't you understand that it's like a sickness, like a disease?
Okay, so if it's like a disease, how come you never got cured? How come you never saw a doctor about it?
A doctor?
Yeah, that's right. You're telling me you're sick? We'll just find out.
Well, where are you going?
I'm going to get you an appointment, a doctor's appointment. I'm calling Dr. McCann right now.
At this hour?
I'll call him at home and make an appointment for tomorrow. We're going to settle this thing once and for all.
Well, Julia, maybe I'm the wrong kind of doctor.
What do you mean?
Well, if you're serious about getting rid of this phobia, that would take a specialist.
You mean a psychiatrist?
Oh, some kind of head doctor. I'm sure you realize that people who are afraid of certain things, well, they've usually had something happen to them in their childhoods, some traumatic experience or other that gets stuck in their mind like a burr and won't come out.
Doctor, you know we couldn't possibly afford going through analysis. George's company isn't doing that well. He'd never stand for paying all that money week after week.
Well, maybe you don't need all that couch stuff. Maybe there's something else you might try.
Like what?
Do you ever hear of hypnotherapy?
You mean getting hypnotized by someone?
Not just by someone. I mean someone who can put you under and maybe help cure you of this thing. I'm not saying it always works, but it does sometimes.
Oh, I don't know. The thought sort of frightens me.
Nothing frightening about it. It might be just the way to find out why you're really afraid of dogs.
1 minute. What'd you do? Forget your key?
Yes, George, I'm sorry.
Where you been so late? It's almost 7:15.
I went to a movie after I saw Dr. McCann. I was just so nervous. I had to get out of myself, so I went to this movie, and it lasted longer than I thought it would.
Oh, that's great. Just great. Now what happens to my dinner, huh?
Dinner's all ready. All I have to do is heat it.
That's a fine thing. I come home early to surprise you. You're not even here.
I'm sorry, George. Do you think you should have more to drink now? I mean, it won't take me more than 10 minutes to get dinner on the table.
Never mind how much I drink. Besides, I'm in no hurry for dinner. I want to know what the doctor said.
Well, it's just as I told you, George. There's nothing Dr. McCann can do for me. It's not something that can be cured with a pill.
There's gotta be some way.
Well, he suggested that maybe a different kind of doctor, a hypnotherapist.
A what?
Someone who hypnotizes you, who tries to make you go back into your past.
It sounds like a lot of junk to me.
Well, it might do some good. I really don't know.
I'll tell you what would do some good. A little direct action. That's what you need.
What are you talking about, George?
The only way to learn how to swim is to jump in the water, right? Well, that's what you need, Julia.
I simply can't make you understand, can I?
Well, maybe I can make you understand. Forget it. You want to get that dinner ready? I'm hungry.
Yes, I'm going now.
Look, why don't you change first?
Change?
Yeah, your clothes. Get more comfortable.
Well, yes, I think I'd like to do that, George. I won't be long. George, there's a dog on our bed. Oh, a big dog.
That's a take it easy. That's my surprise. That's it. Tell her.
Please, George, take him away.
It's only a dog, for Pete's sake. He's not going to hurt you.
Get it out,
It only goes to prove that there are more terrors in this world of ours than anyone imagines. But the question in the Smollett house is, which one is the real terror? Attila the dog or George the husband? We'll learn more about both of them when we return shortly with Act Two.
This is WOR New York, your station for the Mystery Theater.
Now let's return to the plight of Mrs. Julia Smollett, the woman whose nightmares take the shape of a barking dog.
How long do you want me to board the animal, Mr. Smollett?
I don't know. Until that wife of mine gets her head on straight, I guess.
Beg your pardon?
My wife doesn't like dogs. Took one look at Attila and screamed the house down.
Well, some women get scared of Dobermans.
This dog's only 6 months old, for Pete's sake. Practically a puppy. Can you board my dog until my wife gets through with her treatment?
Treatment? I don't think I understand.
Just give me a straight answer.
Oh, yes, sir. Certainly. We'll take the dog for as long as you like.
We'll see how long that is.
Please sit down, Mrs. Smollett.
Thank you.
Right here, Mr. Smollett?
Yeah, thanks.
You both seem a little nervous.
I'm sorry, Dr. Froelich, but I suppose I am.
I know.
Dr. McCann explained to me. He said that hypnotherapy was an accepted kind of treatment.
For some cases, yes. Not all of them.
All I want to know is, will it work?
Well, frankly, I don't know much about your wife or her problem. I'm not going to say I can help her get over this particular phobia until I do.
Please, George, let me tell the doctor about it.
I can tell him in one sentence. My wife's afraid of dogs. All dogs. Big ones, little ones. Falls apart when she just looks at one.
No, that isn't true. I don't fall apart, as my husband said, unless I'm close to them.
Animal phobias are one of the most common types I deal with, Mrs. Smollett, and I might say that I have a great deal of success with them.
But how do you do it?
I use a technique called hyperamnesia.
Amnesia?
Actually, it's the opposite of amnesia. After placing the subject in a trance state and making her completely willing to free herself from critical judgments about her past...
Hey, wait a minute. I'm not following you.
What we do is get the subject to remember long-forgotten, very, very deeply repressed experiences. Sometimes they remember them in great detail, even though they still maintain amnesia at the conscious level. And you see...
I'm not sure I do. Do you mean you can find something in my mind that I don't even know is there?
Possibly. It may take some time. We might need several visits to establish a rapport between us. But if all goes well, we should soon be able to find out if anything in your past is causing this problem. And, of course, that something will most likely concern a dog.
That wasn't one of Hank's longest passes, but it was a bullet right at Joe Flax, deep in enemy territory.
George?
3 minutes left in the half.
You home already?
Whether or not the Raiders will try to go all the way.
Well, what happened? How'd it go at Froelich's?
It was all very strange.
Well, come on, let's hear it. Did he get you hypnotized or didn't he?
Look, I just want to hang my coat up.
Look, I'm missing a big game just because I want to hear.
You might as well turn it on again, George, because all that Dr. Froelich did was what he called the first stages.
What does that mean?
I mean, well, he put me under all right. There wasn't any problem about that.
Yeah, I figured that. Tell me what he said about the dog.
He didn't say anything, George.
Oh, what do you mean?
Just that. He didn't start talking about my problem. That's going to have to wait until I'm more receptive.
What's he trying to do? Keep stringing you along until he bleeds me dry? Those visits cost $50 each, you know that?
I know it's expensive, but you're the one who insisted that I go.
$50 a week plus kennel charges. A couple of months of that, and I'll be hocking half of my trucks. Look, you tell that guy to get down to business.
It's only my second visit, George.
Well, we better start seeing some results on number 3, understand? I'm not waiting any longer.
There doesn't have to be a number 3. As far as I'm concerned, we can stop right now.
What are you talking about?
George, I don't want to do this thing. I hate being put under. I hate anybody poking around in my subconscious for something that isn't even important to me.
You mean you want to be sick?
I think I'll lie down for a while.
Don't you walk out on me.
I'm sure you'd rather watch a football game.
Oh, tell me what to do. I know. You think I'm Mr. Lowbrow. But let me tell you something, kid. You're no fairy princess anymore. Maybe that's what you used to think you were back in the old days. But the only fairy around this house is that piano student of yours.
I don't like to talk to you when you're like this.
That's what you always say when I'm drinking. Well, I'm not drinking now. And you better listen to what I'm saying.
Oh, please, George, don't touch me.
Yeah, I knew that was coming next. Don't touch. That's your favorite phrase, night and day. Don't touch, George.
You're hurting me.
That's the only thing you understand. The only touch that means a thing to you.
Let go of me. Stop being such an animal.
I'll show you what animals do.
No, George, please, don't.
I'll show you what kind of an animal I am. I'll show you.
No, George, please don't. Please.
Well, I guess that wasn't much better, was it?
What?
You didn't think much of the performance. I mean, it wasn't exactly Horowitz, was it?
No, it was perfectly all right, Ronnie, really.
But you're not all right, are you?
Oh, yes, I'm fine.
You look awful. No, I didn't mean that. You never look awful. But you're acting so funny today.
I'm sorry. I guess I have something on my mind.
Can I take a guess?
No. What you can take is the next page of this lesson.
Listen, Mrs. Smoke. Look. Can I call you Julia?
Oh, really, Ronnie?
I know. You're going to give me all that stuff about teacher-student relationship. Only I'm sick of calling you Mrs. Smollett. I hate it. I hate it because it's his name.
Ronnie.
No. You're the most important thing in my whole life.
Please, Ronnie. I don't want you to say things like that. They're not true, and they're just making it impossible for me to teach you.
You know how I feel about you. I'm sure you do. You're just too smart not to have seen it.
I know that you're 20 years old.
Is that why you don't want me to talk about it? Because I'm younger than you are?
It's flattering that you feel that way, Ronnie, but I know it's just a little crush you have. Boys go through that sort of thing all the time.
Boys? Crush? Look, you're treating me like a kid. If you ask me, that's why you keep me on those damn scale exercises all the time, so you won't have to think that I'm any more of a man than those 10-year-old kids that you teach all the time.
No, Ronnie. I know you're a man. Of course I do.
Well, and if you think that, treat me like one. Just once. Please. Please. Let me kiss you, Julia. Just once.
Ronnie.
Please, Julia. What is it? What's the matter?
It's nothing. I just bruised my neck a little, and when you touched it...
Your neck?
Yes, it's nothing.
Is that why you're wearing the scarf today? Let me see.
No, Ronnie, don't.
Oh, my God.
It was just an accident. Nothing but an accident.
You're all bruised. Your whole neck. Look at it. I can see more bruises. Down the shoulder. What did he do to you?
Look, please don't talk about it. I can't bear to talk about it.
You don't have to. Julia, you don't have to. But he's going to talk about it. With me.
Sit down, will you? Doesn't that bring back memories? Hey, Julia.
What?
That song. We used to dance to it, remember? In a girl room, first year we were married. Hey, you want a drink?
No, thanks. You're drinking enough for both of us.
Makes me feel good.
Yes, I know.
That's the thing about wives. They ought to do what their husbands do. A man needs a pal, not just a wife.
I'm sorry that I'm not a pal, George.
That's why I need a dog, you understand? A man's got to have a friend. Somebody who understands him, you see?
You really think that dog, what's his name, would understand you?
His name's Attila. Attila.
That's an awful name for a dog. A frightening name.
Everything scares you, even names. Oh, who the heck is that?
I don't know.
Hello, Mr. Smollett.
Hey, what is this? Since when do you give piano lessons at night, Julia?
Ronnie, what are you doing here?
I didn't come for a lesson. I came to talk to Mr. Smollett.
You want to talk to me? About what?
May I please come in, sir?
Yeah, sure. Come on, Sonny.
Ronnie, you shouldn't have come here.
I won't stay long. I just want to say something to your husband.
Sure, kid. Go ahead.
I wanted to say that I know what you're doing to Julia. I know how you've been hurting her. And I won't let you get away with it.
What was that?
Oh, Ronnie, no.
Look, even if she doesn't want to say anything about it, I will. You touch her again, I'll go to the police. I mean that. See, there are laws in this country.
I think maybe I'm hearing things.
I swear, Mr. Smollett, you ever hit her once more, you're going to go to jail.
So I'm going to jail her, and you're going to put me there.
Ronnie, I begged you not to do this.
No. It's okay, Julie. I like hearing this. I mean, I want to know what the younger generation is thinking. You don't want me to hit my wife anymore, is that it?
That's it.
You sure you know the difference between hitting and just giving little love taps?
Please, Ronnie, go. Go right now.
I mean, maybe you made a mistake, kid. For instance, this is a love tap.
Oh, George!
Now, that's a love tap, Ronnie, baby. This is...
Oh, George, stop it! Don't!
And you see the difference, kid? You better be sure you know the difference before you talk to the cops.
George! George, don't! Oh, no!
Yes, it's sad to realize that all men who love dogs aren't necessarily lovable themselves. But obviously George Smollett is a man who believes that brute force trains people as well as animals. He may be right in some respects, but perhaps he should be aware of the old saying that every dog has his day. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. An important day has arrived in the life of Julia Smollett and her husband George, because Julia is on her way to the offices of Dr. Froelich, who has promised that this is the day which may bring her back to the forgotten days of her past, perhaps to the very day when she equated the word terror with the friendly eyes and wagging tail of man's best friend.
This better be the payoff. That's all I've got to say.
I hope you're not disappointed, George.
Well, at least you're talking to me. That's the first word you've said to me in 2 days.
I haven't had much to say.
Look, the kid Ronnie's all right. I didn't mark him up. He's still as pretty as ever.
That worries you, doesn't it?
Nobody's got a right to walk into my own house and say those things to me.
You have nothing to worry about, George.
Yeah, that's what you say. $50 a visit is something to worry me. and $40 a week for the dog, and a lot of other things.
We've also lost a piano pupil. I suppose you realize that.
Who cares about that?
Ronnie paid $20 a week for his lessons, George.
I won't miss it. Not as much as you'll miss your little Prince Charming. Well, what about it?
About what?
You're going to miss him, right? You're not going to have any shoulder to cry on, are you?
I think I'd better explain exactly what I plan, Mrs. Smollett. We're going to try something called age regression.
Age regression? It sounds as if you're going to make me younger.
That's almost exactly what we'll try to do.
Well, if you can, Doctor, you'll have every woman in America on your doorstep.
All I'm going to do is attempt to take your mind back into your own past. I'm going to see if you can relive some of your earlier years.
You mean that I might actually remember things from my early childhood?
I'm hoping that you'll recall one particular thing. The thing which you've been concealing from your adult self for a very long time.
It's rather frightening, isn't it?
No, you mustn't fear knowledge, especially self-knowledge. Now, we'll just draw the window shade and we'll get started. Mr. Smollett, would you like to come inside?
Me? You mean you're all through so fast?
No, we're not through, but your wife is in a deep trance, and I thought you might want to be here when we begin the age regression attempt.
Well, sure, if you want me in there. Hey, she looks like she's asleep.
But she isn't. Hypnosis only resembles the sleep state, but it's not. Mrs. Smollett is very much awake.
Yeah?
Mrs. Smollett, Julia, you may open your eyes now. Ah, that's fine. Now, tell me, do you know what day it is today?
Yes. Wednesday.
No, you're wrong. It's Friday, Julia. Is that right?
Yes, Friday.
No, Julia, it isn't Friday either. Do you know what day it is now?
No. I don't know what day it is.
In fact, right now you don't know the day or the month or even the year, Julia, do you?
No.
You see, Mr. Smollett, I'm purposely doing this to dislocate your wife in time.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
Julia, you're going to be a child all over again. You're going to see and hear and feel everything you did since you were a baby. And you're going to tell me everything I want to know about what you see, hear, and feel. You're going to answer all my questions starting right now. You understand?
Yes.
Julia, you are 1 year old. Do you hear me? You're an infant, only 1 year old. Tell me what you know, Julia. Tell me if you're afraid of dogs.
Oh, my God.
You sound like a happy baby to me, Julia. I don't think you had any fear of animals when you were a little baby. Did you? Now you're 2 years old, Julia. You can probably say a few words now. Are you afraid of dogs?
No.
And now you're 3, Julia. You're growing up very quickly. Now you're a big 3-year-old girl. And are you afraid of dogs now, Julia?
No. I'm not afraid of Bow Wow.
You're 4 years old now, Julia. Tell me if you're afraid of dogs now. It's all right to shake your head as long as you tell me, Julia. Now you're 5. 5 years old. What? Still not afraid of dogs?
No. I'm not afraid.
Now you're 6, Julia. 6.
This can't go on forever.
Please, Mr. Smollett. Not afraid at 6, Julia? Then let's be 7 years old.
You're 7 years old. Still not afraid, are you? Now, what about 8? You're an 8-year-old girl now.
Topper. Topper.
What was that?
Topper. Poor Topper.
What's she saying? Julia, who is Topper? Is Topper a dog?
Topper's my dog.
Where is Topper now, Julia?
Topper's dead. They put Topper away. Then they killed him, and it's all my fault. It's all my fault.
What's your fault? What did you do, Julia?
No. It's his fault. It's Bobby's fault.
Who is he, Julia? Is Bobby a friend of yours?
I hate him. He teases me all the time. I'm glad I did it. I'm glad. Only don't kill Topper, please. Please don't kill my dog.
Does all this mean something? Yes, it means a great deal, Mr. Smollett. Julia, now please listen. I want you to tell me all about Bobby and Topper.
Bobby lives next door. He's 10. He teases me. He pulls my hair. He tore my dress. He put mud in my shoes, and he hit Topper with a rock. Mommy! Mommy!
What happened, Julia? Why are you calling your mother? What's happened to Bobby?
He's killed him! He killed him!
Who?
I warned him. I told him what I would do. I told him.
Was it Bobby you warned?
Stick him, Topper. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him.
Oh, my God. Quiet. Julia, listen to me. I want you to explain everything to me very clearly. Did you tell your dog to hurt Bobby?
Yes.
Did he hurt Bobby? Did Topper kill him?
No, he hurt Bobby. He didn't kill him. He hurt Bobby in the neck, but they killed Topper. They killed my dog. And it's my fault. It's my fault.
Well, I think we found the lost dog. So, now you know, Mrs. Smollett. Now you may be able to understand. It was this one incident in your childhood, this one tragedy of your past innocence, which is responsible for your phobia. More than anything, you have a strong feeling of guilt. You blame yourself for what happened to little Bobby, when in all likelihood you were not in any way at fault.
No, Dr. Froelich. You're wrong about that part. It was my fault. I remember it all now.
You probably just wished that Topper would turn on the little boy, and you saw your wish become a reality. So you accused yourself of a crime.
I didn't wish it. I told Topper what to do. I hated Bobby so much I wanted him to sink his teeth in that little boy's throat.
Well, at least you've brought it all into the light, Mrs. Smollett. And something tells me that it won't be long before you'll willingly accept the love and friendship of a dog again.
I'm okay, I guess.
That looks like a brand new car you're driving.
Oh, yeah, it is. My parents gave it to me for my birthday, but, well, it took a couple of months to get it here from the factory. Well, you see, I wanted a couple of special things done to it.
It's very handsome, Ronnie. I'm sure you're enjoying it.
Yeah, it's great. I guess you've been shopping, huh?
Yes, I have been. Ronnie, maybe you'd like to come inside for a few minutes for some tea or something?
I'm afraid I can't right now. See, I'm supposed to pick up Lisa at her house.
Lisa?
Yeah, Lisa Bryant. We, sort of going steady now.
Yes, of course. Well, it was very nice running into you, Ronnie.
Yes, it was. Hey, by the way, you're looking, you seem real fine these days, Mrs. Smollett.
Yes, Ronnie. I'm really very fine. Now I've got to go inside. It's time to feed Attila.
Who?
Goodbye, Ronnie. Attila! Where are you? Attila? Here, boy. Oh, now where's that animal? Oh, well, I suppose he's playing in the yard or something. Oh, or maybe he's in the bedroom. Attila? No, not in there. Oh, I see George's jacket's back from the cleaners. I hope they haven't taken all the smell out of it. No, they couldn't do that. Nothing will ever take the smell of George out of anything. Now to find that animal. Attila! Where are you? Attila? Are you here? Oh, there you are. Oh, for heaven's sake. Are you still tied up, you poor thing? Well, don't worry. I'll have you out of that in a minute. We can't have you tied up, can we, boy? We can't play our little game if you're tied up. Yes, that's a good dog. Good boy, Attila. Now, let's play our little game. See the jacket, Attila? See? Smell the jacket, boy. Go on, smell it. That's a good boy. Now, stick him, Attila. That's it. Stick him.
Who said a dog has to be man's best friend? Why not woman's best friend? Especially a woman like Julia, who's just learning how really helpful a dog can be. Or rather, she's remembering how helpful. And one day soon, George Smollett will come home to a very surprising greeting from his own pet. I'll be back shortly. We hope we haven't given you the impression that we don't love dogs. We love them very much, especially since dogs are descended from wolves. And the wolf is not only a fascinating creature, he also does something wonderful for all lovers of mystery stories. He makes this chilling sound. Our cast included Kim Hunter, George Matthews, Robert Dryden, Gil Mack, and Mandy Patinkin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
We understand that you're taking a trip with us tomorrow.
Trip?
Yeah, well, we want you to know that Avis is working right now.
Avis?
It's vacuuming your car, checking the oil, brakes, even the air in the spare tire.
Spare tire.
One of the ways Avis tries harder is working at night, so you're ready in the morning. Yeah. Oh, by the way, it's a Chrysler Cordoba, and it's blue. See you in the morning.
See you in the morning.
We try harder, Avis. Avis, we don't know another way.
The Quintrix 2-color picture tube from Panasonic brings you a very lifelike picture. Because Quintrix 2 is our inline picture tube with an extra pre-focus lens that concentrates and focuses the electron beam to bring you Panasonic's sharpest picture ever. So lifelike, you may even feel you're part of the picture. Quintrix 2, one more reason Panasonic is just slightly ahead of our time.
A scientist with superhuman strength. The all-new adventure. The return of the Incredible Hulk. Monday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
This fresh egg is going to help us sell this brand new Freeflex shoe from Freeman. Watch. You can do it with any new Freeman Freeflex. Let's use the same egg.
This realistic 40-channel CB radio is on sale right now at your nearby Radio Shack for the unbelievable low price of $49.95. That's 50% off our catalog price. And our realistic Model 466 is ready to use on all 40 CB channels. For under $50, get the convenience and security of two-way CB communication today. The sale-priced realistic 40-channel CB radio, only at Radio Shack, a Tandy company.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Dragnet. Ladies and gentlemen, the story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to juvenile detail. You get a call from Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. A 2-year-old child has been brought in. Her condition is critical. There's evidence of foul play. Your job? Check it out.
It was Sunday, August 14th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of juvenile detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Powers. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from detention cells, and it was 7:28 p.m. when I got to the second floor of Georgia Street Juvenile. Squad room.
Hi, how'd it go?
Nothing. Those kids won't cop to a thing.
What about the weapons?
They only admit they had them, and that's all.
Nothing about what they were going to do with them?
No.
I don't know, Joe. Today, kids got a lot more than we ever had. TV, cars, a lot of things.
Yeah.
Still seems like they aren't happy unless they're figuring how to beat somebody's brains out.
Well, it doesn't go for all of them.
Well, enough to give us a headache.
Yeah.
Now take those kids upstairs. If they spent the same time doing something constructive that they do making the zip guns and saps, they'd have something worthwhile, something worth remembering.
Well, maybe it'll work out the same way.
What do you mean?
They won't forget this. Juvenile Friday. Yeah, Doc. When'd she come in? Anybody with her? Give me that again, will you? Yeah, I got it. Okay. We'll check it. That's right. We'll get back to you later. Thanks, Doc. Bye. It was Dr. Sebastian.
Yeah?
Just brought a little girl into emergency. Had convulsions.
How's she doing?
Dead on arrival. Frank and I notified Homicide Division, then we left the office and drove out to the address I'd gotten on the phone. 1784 Malabar Street was a small wooden house set on the back of a lot. A dead oak tree in the front yard was overgrown with ivy. Several broken and rusted children's toys were half hidden in the weeds near the front porch. We rang the front doorbell.
Somebody ought to be home. The lights are on.
Let's try it again. Yeah, somebody's coming.
Yes,
Ms. Manson,
that's right. What do you want?
police officers would like to talk to you.
We have to go through it all again. Don't you think I feel bad enough about it?
We're sorry to bother you, ma'am, but there's some questions we have to ask you.
All right, come on in. You might as well sit down.
Thank you.
Thanks.
This is Frank Smith, and my name's Friday.
How do you do, Miss Manson?
Hello.
You're the child's aunt, is that right?
Yeah, her mother's my sister.
And where's her mother?
I don't know. Been trying to get in touch with her. Left messages all over town, but I guess she ain't got any of them.
The child stay with you, does she?
Yeah. Been here since she was 6 months old. Feel like she was my own.
Mm-hmm.
I got 3 kids myself, all boys. Always wanted a girl. When Joan said I could have Melissa, it made me feel real good. Like a daughter of my own, real good.
Mm-hmm.
Knew it didn't make any difference to Joan. None at all. Wasn't anything that mattered much to her. I always thought Melissa was something that shouldn't have happened. In the way, that's what she said.
Yes, ma'am.
In the way.
Mm-hmm. What happened this evening?
What do you mean?
Well, you're the one who called the hospital, aren't you?
Yeah. As soon as I knew there was something wrong, called him.
Mm-hmm. What happened?
Well, this is Sunday.
Yes.
Every Sunday morning, Joan comes by and picks up Melissa, takes her for the day.
Mm-hmm.
Just like always, she was here this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
It's going to be a big day. She told the baby they were going up to Griffith Park to the zoo, see the animals.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we all sat around and ate. My kids and baby and Joan, and the kids went to get dressed.
Yeah.
After she was dressed, they left. Joan and Melissa going to the zoo on the ride. Real big day, real big.
Mm-hmm.
About 6 they came back.
That's this evening?
Yeah, 6 o'clock. The baby didn't look real good, kind of hot and flushed.
Yeah.
I asked Joan if she'd given her a lot of junk. She said no, nothing that had hurt her. That's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
Just came in the house and then she left. Said she had an appointment, that she couldn't be late. Just dumped the baby inside the house and walked out.
I see.
I gave her a bath. Thought it might make her feel better. She was running a little fever. Warm bath's supposed to bring down her temperature.
Yes, sir.
Didn't do any good at all. I asked her if she was hungry. She said she was, so I gave her some dinner. Had no more than taken one bite, and she had the first sip.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting right there at the table, and she had it. I didn't know what to do. Never had nothing happen like that before. I didn't know what to give her.
Did you call a doctor?
Yeah. We don't have a telephone, so I went down to the corner. There's a booth at the gas station.
Yeah.
Didn't want to leave the baby alone, but there wasn't any other way. Nothing else I could do.
All right. Go ahead, please.
Doctor wasn't at home. I left word for him to come right over, and then I came back. Didn't no sooner walk into the house than she had another fit. Scared me to death. Poor little thing sitting there. I could see she was in pain, terrible pain, and there wasn't anything I could do for her.
Mm-hmm.
I just couldn't wait anymore. I went back and called the emergency hospital, asked them to send an ambulance. Told them it was important and to send somebody right away. A couple of minutes after that, the men got here and took her away. Poor little thing.
Yes, ma'am.
She looked at me, like asking me to stop the pain, begging me, almost tore my heart right out of my chest to see her so little. Almost killed me.
Yes.
She was dead when they got her there. Didn't even live long enough for him to try and save her. Not even that long.
Yes, ma'am, we know.
Just a baby. 2 years old and she's dead. Just a tiny little baby. That hardly seems fair. A lot of people could die and it wouldn't make any difference, but not her. She was beautiful. Just beautiful, like my daughter, like my own.
You sure there isn't something we can get for you, Miss Nancy?
No, nothing. Isn't anything that'll help now. Nothing at all.
Ma'am, has there been any history of this type of attack in your family?
You mean fit?
Epilepsy? Anything of that nature?
No, never been anything like that.
Well, now, did the child tell you that she felt sick?
Mm-mm. We didn't have no idea there was something wrong until it was too late.
Did she complain of stomach cramps, do you remember?
No, she didn't.
What'd you have for dinner?
Ground meat, potatoes, the green beans. Couldn't have been that made her sick. We all ate the same thing. The kids and me, none of us had any trouble.
Is your sister separated from her husband?
Yeah, they hadn't been together for over a year. Been that long anyway, I suppose. He's supposed to contribute support, but he doesn't, not a dime.
I see. Did she provide support for the little girl?
She was the baby's mother, but that's as far as it went. Came to caring for Melissa, and it landed in my lap. Remember when she had roseola? Joe didn't even come over and see her. Just didn't care. Mailed a little doll for the baby. Guess that was supposed to make up for her mother not being there.
Can you tell us where we can contact your sister?
Sure. Place over on Hewitt Street. Got an apartment there.
You have the address?
Yeah. Won't do much good to go over there, though.
Why's that?
Well, she probably ain't home. Chances are she's out someplace running around having a good time.
I see.
Don't even know that baby's dead. Hasn't got the slightest idea.
I will go and see her.
Hope you won't mind waiting for her to show up. You're going to have to. Probably wait a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
She don't care about the baby. Never did. Told me a couple of times. Just a rock around her neck. Talked about it, how hard it was for her to get a husband with a kid. All the time, how the baby was making it hard for her.
Mm-hmm.
All she ever thought about herself. Didn't want anything to interfere with that, just herself. She won't care about the baby. She won't care at all. Probably won't even talk to you.
I think she will.
Why should she? No reason for her to even see you.
Yes, there is.
What?
We're trying to find out why the child died.
Oh, she just got sick, that's all. There isn't anything more to it. Melissa just got sick.
You seem pretty sure about it.
Of course I am. Couldn't be anything else. You think there was anything else? You think there was something wrong?
We don't know yet.
Well, then talk to Joan. Ask her. Anything wrong with Melissa that happened today, she ought to be able to tell you. Talk to her.
Yes, ma'am. That's what we'll do.
Hope it does you some good. Wouldn't surprise me a bit if she knows what had happened.
What's that?
probably got an idea. I wouldn't want her to know I told you this.
What do you mean?
If there's something wrong with the way Melissa died, if there is,
Yes, ma'am.
it wouldn't surprise me if Joan killed her.
Frank and I left the house and drove over to the apartment on Hewitt Street. The name on the mailbox read Joan Guyman. We rang the bell, but there was no answer. We talked to the landlady, Mrs. Enid Bindon. She told us that the Guyman woman had left the place about 7:15 in the company of a man, and she hadn't returned. We asked her what she could tell us about Miss Guyman.
Kind of hard to say right off. She's funny, you know how I mean?
No, ma'am.
Well, there's a lot of people who don't like her, lots of them. They think she's kind of wild, the way she runs around, partying it up. You'll hear a lot of talk about her. Got to kind of make up your own mind about it.
Mm-hmm. You got any idea where we can find her?
No, could be in half a dozen places. If she starts on a run, she's liable not to slow down for a couple of days.
You know the man she's with?
Sorry, I can't help you there. I've seen him before, but not many times. I don't think Joan goes out with him much.
Mm-hmm.
Something wrong?
Ma'am?
Something happened to Joan?
No, ma'am.
Must be some reason you're nosing around. Anything you want to tell me?
It might be a little better if we talk to Miss Guyman.
That's the way you want it. I ain't going to pry into something that don't concern me.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever met Mrs. Guyman's little girl?
You mean Melissa?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. Two of them been here several times. Sundays, you know, Joan has a little girl.
How they seem to get along.
What?
Miss Guyman and her daughter. How they get along.
Well, you said it yourself. Melissa's her daughter.
Yeah.
What have you heard?
Huh?
Somebody's been talking about how Joan treats the kid.
Well, maybe you better tell her.
I don't want to get her in no trouble. You understand that?
Yeah.
Well, I'd be down here watching the television, maybe doing some ironing, and I'd hear Joan yell at the baby. Loud. She used words a kid shouldn't hear, not that young.
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, not that those kind of words are ever good for a youngster, but sure not for one only 2 years old.
Yeah.
Anyway, she'd yell for a while, then it'd be quiet. Guess she hit the kid a couple times. Things calmed down.
Now, do you know if Mrs. Guyman ever hit her daughter?
Well, sure. I saw it with my own eyes. We had words about it. Well, Joan told me to mind my own business. Said to keep my nose where it belonged. Told me how Melissa was her kid, and if she thought a slap would do some good, she was going to give it.
Mm-hmm.
She did. Only a couple times they weren't slaps.
What do you mean?
Like this. With a closed fist. They're right along here. Right above the ear. A couple times in the face. I saw the kid with a black eye myself, sure.
Does Mr. Guyman see his wife?
Not that I know. She said a couple times that he doesn't. I don't think she even knows where he is. Kind of sad, you know.
Yeah?
What happened? That's how all the trouble started. Mr. Guyman. Both of them used to live here when they got married. First off, they seemed pretty happy. Didn't have no idea there was anything wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Then when the baby was born, the trouble started. Wasn't long before the whole building knew about it. Of course, there was a couple of people who had an idea before.
What's that?
About her.
Ma'am?
Oh, running around, down to the bars, drinking, talking with other men. Now, I'm not a prude. Never been anybody who could say that about me. Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't believe in married women doing it. Not them.
That's what caused the trouble then, huh?
You just put it down to that. Oh, my, they had some big arguments. Big ones. Hear them all over the building. All over the block, I guess, if he was listening.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it wasn't long after that he walked out on her. Left her flat with the baby.
I see.
Packed right up and moved out. Even took his phonograph records, everything. Don't think she's seen him since.
Well, are they divorced, do you know?
I don't know about that. A couple times she's talked about getting one. I don't think she's ever gone through with it.
I see.
No, she's planning on it.
How's that?
She wants to get married again. Told me that 100 times, how she wants to find a man and settle down. Just about all she talks about. Guess the big problem is Melissa.
What do you mean?
Well, I know she's had the chance. I know that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of the men have even talked to me about it. About how they want to marry Joan. Build a home for her. All comes back to the same thing.
What's that?
The kid. None of the men want a ready-made family. They're all willing to have one of their own, but it ain't easy for a woman with a 2-year-old child. Not easy at all.
Mm-hmm.
I know she thought a couple of times about leaving the kid with his sister. Some kind of problem there, too. Seems they were always fighting about it.
Do you know what the arguments were about?
Sure. Joan's sister didn't think she was doing enough to support the kid, you know. Figured she ought to have more money.
Any of these quarrels ever get violent?
Yeah, I heard them upstairs, yelling and screaming at each other. Almost as bad as Joan and her husband. Sister saying that either she had to hand over more money or else take Melissa out of the house. Joan saying that she didn't care what happened to the kid, yelling all over the place. Terrible the way they carried on.
Mm-hmm.
Be honest about it, I don't think either one of them really wanted the little girl. Neither one of them.
Is that right?
Both been just as happy if she'd never been born. Poor little kid. Wonder they didn't try to put her in another home, you know. Find some people who wanted her. Would have given her a chance to grow up being loved.
That's right.
Least they could have done, given the little kid a chance. Oh, I don't know. Maybe someday Joan will wake up, realize what she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she will.
Let's hope it's not too late. In the company of the manager, Frank and I checked Joan Guyman's room. There was no indication that she wasn't going to return. We asked Miss Bindon to notify us as soon as she heard from the Guyman woman. We returned to the office and checked with the crime lab. They'd finished going over the child's clothing, and they hadn't found anything out of order. We put in a call to the coroner's office, and we talked to Chief Deputy Coroner Vic Wallage. He told us that the autopsy would be held at 10 a.m. the following morning, and that we should have the results by 11. He went on to say that in his examination of Melissa Guyman, he'd found several bruises on her neck and back. However, he was unable to tell us if the blows might have been strong enough to cause her death. 12:16 a.m., we ran the names Joan Guyman and her sister through R&I. There was no record on the sister, but we found that the Guyman woman had been arrested several times in the last year on charges of 4127A, drunk. The rest of the night was spent in checking out the places she was known to have frequented. An attempt was made to find her husband without result. The next day, Frank and I met in the squad room early to put through a call to the coroner's office. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What about the bruises? I see. How long's that going to take? Right. We'll keep in touch with you. Okay. Bye.
How about it?
They finished.
What's the cause of death?
They're still not sure.
What do you mean?
They think she might have been poisoned. The autopsy had failed to show the cause of death of Melissa Guyman. Further tests were to be conducted. In the meantime, the search for her mother continued. A check with the landlady showed the victim's mother hadn't returned to her home during the night. We contacted her sister, but she told us she hadn't heard from Joan Guyman. The afternoon papers carried a story on the little girl's death. Frank and I checked with Sergeant J. Allen again, but he hadn't come up with anything new. 3:20 p.m.
You want to go out and see the sister?
I don't think it's going to do much good. She said she'd call if she heard anything.
Yeah. I got it. You have an old spare? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we have. Well, where are you? All right, stay right there. That's right. Huh? As soon as we can. Joan Guyman.
Where is she?
Bar down on East 5th.
She know about the little girl?
Yeah, wants to see us right away.
Well, that makes us even.
She's got more of a reason. Says she killed her daughter.
Frank and I left the city hall and drove over to the bar. When we walked into the place, it appeared to be deserted. The bartender told us there was a woman answering the description we gave him in one of the rear booths. Joan Guyman was in her late 20s, but she looked at least 40. She'd been drinking heavily, and she'd been crying.
Yeah? Somebody you're looking for?
You're Miss Guyman?
That's right. Who are you?
Police officers. Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Yeah. I knew you'd be here. I look good. Why don't you sit right down and make yourself comfortable? Which one of you fellas I talked to?
You talked to me.
Yeah. Well, then you know why I asked you to come down here.
Yes, ma'am. You want to tell us about it?
No.
How's that?
You asked me if I wanted to talk about it. Well, I don't. I don't even want to think about it. I wish it never happened.
Is that right?
You probably think it's funny I'm not crying, don't you? Don't you? You think there's something wrong with me? My baby's dead and I'm not crying? Well, do you want to know why? You want to know?
Why don't you tell us, lady?
Because there ain't no tears left. Not a single one. I'm all cried out. That's why.
You better put that down. You've had enough of that.
I think I ought to have a lot more. A lot more.
You said you killed your little girl, is that right?
That's right.
Well, tell us about it, will you?
No reason not to. No reason for anything anymore.
All right, go ahead.
I killed her. I killed her. It's like I'd put a gun up to her head. I killed her. Is this the same?
Go ahead.
Oh, poor old kid. She didn't want much. Hardly anything. One of those dolls with the hair you can wave, that's all. The doll with curly hair and her mother. And she got the doll. I gave it to her yesterday when we came back from the zoo. It's just seeing how happy she was. She was happy.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing I wouldn't give her. No mother.
Poor little kid. She doesn't have no mother. Just me, that's all. It's me.
Yeah.
That's how I did it.
What's that?
Killed her. If I'd been her mother and kept her with me, it never would have happened. She'd be all right now. Neglect. That's what did it. Neglect. And I gave it to her. Never paid no attention to her. All the time, too busy with what I was doing. I didn't pay any attention to her. I didn't pay any attention at all.
All right, come on, lady.
Where are we going?
Downtown.
What for?
I think we'll be able to talk better there.
Oh, I don't want to go anyplace. I'm going to stay right here. My baby is dead. Poor little kid didn't have no mother. Why don't you just go away and leave me alone?
You know, we can't do that.
Why not? There are a lot of something that says you got to harm people. Is that what you're doing?
Frank. Yeah.
No, wait a minute. You leave me alone. You got no right to do this to me. Bartender, come on back here and help. These lousy cops are giving me trouble. Help me.
Come on, lady. You're only making it harder on yourself.
Leave me alone. Get away from me.
Come on, don't cause any more trouble. Now.
If you were a gentleman, you wouldn't do this to me.
If you were a lady, we wouldn't have to. We took the woman back to the city hall. After several cups of hot coffee, she straightened out enough to give us a story. She went over each step of the previous day, naming all the places she and her daughter had gone and all of the foods they'd eaten. There was no apparent cause for the child's death. In talking to her, we found that the child was wearing different clothing when she was brought to the hospital. Frank and I drove out to Mrs. Guyman's sister's home and picked up the dress and the coat the little girl had worn. It was turned over to the crime lab, 2:15 p.m. Juvenile Friday. Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to check it. Right. Yeah, as soon as we know. Right. Ray Pinker over at the lab.
Yeah?
Just finished going over the little girl's dress.
Find anything?
A couple of stains.
Yeah?
Traces of poison. Along with the crew from the crime lab, Frank, Mrs. Guyman, and I went back to her apartment where a thorough search was started. From the analysis of the stains found on the child's dress, Sergeant J. Allen said the death might have been caused by minute quantities of poison in another fluid. While he and his crew went over the apartment, Frank and I talked to Mrs. Guyman.
Couldn't be anything here.
Was the child alone at all yesterday?
No, I don't think so. We went to the zoo and came back here. Gave her the doll, and we played with that for a while.
Mm-hmm. Did you leave the apartment at all?
Yeah. Went down to the corner to make a phone call. Only gone a couple of minutes.
Your daughter was here alone then?
Yes, but she couldn't have gotten into anything. I was only gone a little while. I was still playing with the doll when I got back.
Miss Guyman, our crime lab seems to think she might have been poisoned by some sort of polish.
Well, what do you mean?
Looks like a metal polish of some kind.
I don't have any of that in the house.
You're sure?
Certainly. I don't know, my place. They have to tear everything up like this.
It'll all be straightened out.
I hope so. Seems like there's never going to be an end to it.
Joe?
Yeah, Jay.
See you a minute?
What do you got?
I think this is there. Found out in the kitchen under the sink.
Metal polish.
Yeah.
It isn't one of the standard brands. Certainly isn't one of the off brands either, is it?
I've never seen it before.
Well.
The bottle's almost empty. Cap was off when we found it.
Any chance it might have spilled out?
No, it doesn't look like it. None on the floor around the bottle. You want to come out in the kitchen? We'll check it for prints.
All right.
They got the kid out there.
All right. Can you tell for sure, Jay?
No, we can get an idea, though. There, Joe, it's coming through. You see there?
Yeah. What do you think?
Have to roll the child's prints to be sure. Looks like it, though. The fingers are pretty small. There, you can see yourself. Pretty tiny.
I guess that does it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks, Jay.
What'd they find? You know how it happened?
We think so, yeah.
How?
We found an empty bottle of metal polish in the kitchen. Looks like your daughter drank some of it.
She couldn't have. I was with her all the time. She couldn't have gotten to it.
You said you left her alone.
But not that long. She didn't have time. I was only gone a couple of minutes. That's all. Just a couple of minutes.
That was long enough.
It's not true. Just making it up, trying to make it all my fault.
No, ma'am.
Yes, you are. You're trying to make out I did kill her. You're saying it's my fault. Well, it isn't.
Well, then you tell us.
Huh?
Whose fault is it?
The story you've just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On August 18th, an inquest was held in the coroner's office in and for the county of Los Angeles, state of California. After examining all the evidence, a coroner's jury decided that the death of Melissa June Guyman was due to accidental poisoning.
You have just heard Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action, and starring Jack Webb, a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Years ago, no one knew me. I was part of the famous no-name defense. Then we built our reputation by being fast. Now, I don't want to lose that. I drink light beer from Miller because it doesn't fill me up, has a third less calories than a regular beer, and it tastes great. Now, everyone knows me.
Hey, I know you. You're,
Nick Bonacani.
No, that's not it.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
When you're looking for tires that put teeth in winter driving, drop in on the Snowbiters at Firestone. Look at them. 2 sets of deep, biting teeth that really gobble up snow. But they don't take a bite out of you. Right now, a polyester cord Snowbiter is just $20 plus federal excise tax. And you can charge them. For quiet running, long mileage, and plenty of traction. Firestone Town and Country Snowbiters.
The best-selling American-made small car versus Japan's bestsellers.
Hello, I'm Jackie Stewart at Indianapolis, where the best-selling Japanese cars competed head-to-head against the best-selling small car made in America, Ford Pinto. In 2 driving tests certified by the United States Auto Club, which car performed best? Let's find out. In the truck passing test, a 78 Ford Pinto moved out and passed, quicker than a Datsun B210. Passed quicker than Toyota Corolla. Passed quicker than Honda Civic. In the highway entrance test, which car accelerated to the highway speed first? Pinto. Faster than Datsun. Faster than Toyota. Faster than Honda. And 78 Pintos now have added features and are sticker priced lower than last year. Check out the complete line of Ford Pintos yourself at your local Ford dealers. Another better idea from Ford.
Everybody is dead.
Robert Redford. Everyone he trusts will try to kill him in 3 Days of the Condor on the CBS Sunday night movies at 9, 8 Central and Mountain.
A car sits on a frozen lake. Through January, February, and March. Then, in April, it started. Thanks to a Die Hard. The Die Hard. Sold only at Sears.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Blatt's Beer is on the air. Blatt's Beer is everywhere. Blatt's, Milwaukee's finest beer, brings you transcribed Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. good taste isn't a matter of geography. A good, juicy steak is appreciated just as much in Los Angeles as it is in New York or Milwaukee. And the same goes for good beer. Take Blatz, for example. There's nothing unusual about the good taste of the people who have made Blatz the largest selling beer in Milwaukee, premium beer capital of the nation. They're the same kind of particular people who have made Blatz the largest selling Milwaukee beer in scores of other cities in 48 states and 29 foreign countries. Yes, from B to Z, from best to zest. The bywords Blatz, B-L-A-T-Z, from coast to coast, Milwaukee's finest beer.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where you'll eat meat to eat and drink Blatz beer. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Business? Well, we had one customer yesterday and one customer today. Huh? The same one? Duffy, our customer should live that long. Well, you know, all business has its ups and downs. This just happens to be a big day in our downs. Well, tonight we got Barry Nelson, the Hollywood cinema star, coming down. Very handsome guy, Duffy. Huh? What's he got that you ain't got? Well, hair, looks, personality, and a neck. Also, the dames go for the cleft in his chin. You got 3 clefts in your chin? Duffy, when they run sideways, they ain't clefts. Well, look, why don't you come down tonight? We're starting a sidewalk cafe with the chairs and the tables out in the sidewalk. Yeah, we're moving the inside out and calling it the outside in. You don't like it? Well, don't blame me, Duffy. It was our landlord's idea. Well, why don't you pay the rent? I know it's revolutionary. Duffy, I agree it's against our policy. But, Duff, huh? Stop arguing, I'm fired? Oh, yeah?
What's the trouble, Mr. Archie?
It's that Duffy again. Why I work here, I'll never know. Especially the way this job is affecting me social life.
How do you mean?
Well, take my girlfriend. She's ashamed of me. For years, she's been urging me to quit tending bar here. She says it just ain't respectable.
Well, which girlfriend?
Peaches Latour, the fan dancer. She's so embarrassed about my job here, she introduces me to her friends as Archie, the unemployed chicken plucker. So I've been thinking it over, Eddie. How long can a guy be a failure?
How old are you?
I've had enough of this. I've decided I'm really the executive type, so I'm going to quit.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Miss Duffy, and this time I mean it.
But, Mr. Archie, what other kind of a job could you get?
I can handle other jobs, Eddie, with the experience I've garnished working this place.
Such as?
Well, me experience shaking out tablecloths. That could easily lead to a career as a bullfighter.
And you have other talents in that direction, too.
Look, Miss Duffy, the point I'm making is that one of these days I'll be an executive and have my own business.
What do you know about being an executive?
What's there to know? An executive is a man who has to be very pompous and dignified and usually very stiff. He has to be culpable of making quick decisions, like whether to take 2 or 3 hours for lunch, whether to order 1 or 2 bottles of Blatz beer.
I see.
Among other things, he has to figure which secretary he has to chase around the desk. And before so doing, whether to swivel his chair clockwise or counterclockwise.
Mr. Archie.
Yeah, Eddie?
You better hide the cash register quick. Here comes that crooked pal of yours, Slippery McGuire.
That crook has the nerve to come back here?
Well, well, Archie, pal of my cradle days.
Well, well, Slippery McGuire, the guy that swiped me cradle.
Well, Arch, admit it. At least I was the first guy to put you on your feet.
But you didn't have to steal the safety pins and leave me holding the bag.
Now, look here, Arch. What do you got against me?
What about that aeroplane you rooked me for? That helium copter? And the time before that when you sold me that phony perpetual motion machine?
You mean the perpetual motion machine didn't work?
It did not.
Did you wind it every hour like I told you?
Well, no.
And why not?
I don't know. I guess I just forgot it, Slip.
Arch, that proves you're a born executive. No mind for details.
Funny thing you should mention it, me being an executive. I just been saying the same thing myself.
Well, it looks like I've timed it right, too.
Yeah, huh?
Arch, say that again.
Yeah, huh?
What a voice. What a voice. Funny it never dawned on me.
No, huh?
What a sensational voice for radio.
Yeah, huh?
What a voice. What residence. What authority. Arch, did you ever think of becoming a disc jockey?
Well, I was thinking more of becoming an executive.
Well, in that case, how would you like to be the first disc jockey to own his own radio station?
Slip. Where would I get a radio station?
Radio station? Arch, what a small world we live in. Guess what I got outside in me truck?
No.
Yeah. But no, I could never let you have that magnificent equipment.
Well, Slip, why not?
A very convincing argument, Arch. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you a break. You can have it. And at retail.
How much?
$50.
Can you shave it a little?
How much?
$18?
Not in a million years.
That's all I got, Slip.
Hey, on second thought, in a million years, that equipment might be obsolete. It's yours for $18, pal. I'll go out to the truck and bring it in.
If I'm going to that radio business, I gotta figure out some theme songs for the sponsors. Now, let's see. For Schimmelbacher the baker, we could sing Shortening Bread. For Johnson's Pet Shop, Trees. Let's see. For Cavendish the Undertaker, let's see.
How about 2 minutes of dead air?
We ain't gonna have no dead air, Eddie. This is gonna be a high-class broadcast station. We're gonna advertise quality products.
Like what?
Well, like Blatt's beer. Listen to this commercial I just wrote. Folks, when you want something delicious and refreshing, have a Blatt's beer.
Thank you, Archie, me boy. I don't mind if I do.
See the value of advertising? Serve Officer Clancy a Blatt's beer, Eddie.
Oh, thank you, Archie. Boy, am I glad to be off duty. I've been walking that beat all day.
Huh? Tough on the dogs, huh?
Archie, I'm telling you, at night when I get home and pull off me shoes, it takes me feet 10 minutes to stop spreading. Hey, Archie, what's that you got there?
It's a radio commercial I wrote for Blatt's beer.
Radio commercial, is it? Then how does it go?
Well, first I say Blatt's is a wonderful beer. It not only has a wonderful flavor, but in sales, it outstrips.
Hold on, Archie, just a minute.
What's wrong?
You can't say that word on the air.
What word?
Outstrips.
Well, then we put it different. We say Blatt's is the largest selling beer in Milwaukee.
Hold on, Archie.
What's wrong now?
That word Milwaukee.
What's wrong with Milwaukee?
Archie, it's obvious. What do you think of when you hear walkie?
Walkie, legs.
See what I mean? You can't say that on the air.
Well, suppose I say Blatt's is the largest selling beer in a certain city in Wisconsin.
Archie, that's the worst one yet.
Wisconsin?
Yeah. what are the last 3 letters in Wisconsin?
I see what you mean. But, Clancy, that'd ruin the commercial. All it leaves me is just Blatt's beer.
Well, that's good enough for me. So long, Archie.
Well, I guess you're right. And Eddie, you know he's right. That's good enough for anybody. Well, it looks like I'm all set for my own network. Now, which sounds better, Eddie? Niles, Archie, or Archie Paley?
Hey, Lutz, here's your new broadcasting station. Ain't it a beaut?
Broadcasting? Slip that little box there?
What do you want for $18? Page boys?
I know, Slip.
Look, Arch, a man with your scientific mind knows that size means nothing if the transmitter has a built-in oscillating thermostat with a hydromatic turbine.
Well, that's true. By the way, has it got killer cycles?
A very shrewd question. And the answer is no. The stations with the killer cycles work on AC or DC.
What does this work on?
Kerosene.
I just wanted to see if you knew. Well, here's the $18, Slip.
Thanks, Arch. Well, so long, kid.
So long. Wait a minute, Eddie. Look over there.
Where?
There, that guy that just come in. I think it's Barry Nelson.
Yeah? What makes you think so?
I don't know. It's something in his manner, the way he walks, the way he acts, the way his necktie lights up and says, Barry Nelson, star of stage, screen, and radio.
Hello, Archie.
Hello, Barry. Well, welcome to the Tavern, kid. How come you never been down here before?
Well, it's just one of those things.
What do you mean, what things?
Those things. There goes one now.
Quick, Eddie, the DDT.
It ain't here.
What happened to it?
Those things ate it up.
Well, Barry, now that you've seen the place, I guess it reminds you of them swanky eating places in Hollywood, huh?
Yeah, now that you mention it, the tavern does remind me of the inside of the Brown Derby.
Inside of the Derby?
Yeah, the sweat band.
That old Hollywood humor.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've been reading about your new movie, Barry. What's the name of it again?
The Man with My Face.
Oh, yeah, that's right. For a drink?
No, thanks.
Oh, then would you like to meet some of the gang here?
Oh, who's first?
Let's see. Eeny, meeny, miny...
Say, Arch.
Schmo.
Say, Arch, tell me, that drink you offered me, did I have it?
No.
Yeah, well, I need it now.
Hey, Arch, this guy's face looks familiar.
Well, it should, Finnegan. He's a movie actor.
That's right, Arch. I know him all right, but I just can't think of his name.
Well, I'll give you a hint. It's a combination of the names of Barry Fitzgerald and Nelson Eddy.
Barry Fitzgerald and Nelson Eddy. Oh, gosh. Well, Eddie Fitzgerald.
Finnegan, it's Barry Nelson.
Oh. Are you the man with my face?
I hope not. So, you know me from pictures?
Oh, yeah. Ever since I seen you on the screen, I've been dying to meet you.
I see you made it. By the way, which of my pictures did you see?
Oh, all of them. Guy named Joe, a Yank on the Burma Road, Winged Victory. I sneaked into every one of them.
You sneaked into the movies, Finnegan. Don't you know that crime don't pay?
So what? Neither do I.
Well, how'd you manage to sneak in, Finnegan?
How I managed to sneak in? Well, it's a bit of a trade secret, Barry, but I guess I can tell you. Me method is a beauty.
Well, how does it work?
Well, I saunter up to the door, man, very nonchalantly, of course, and I kick him in the shin.
Then what?
Well, if luck is with me, He punches me in the nose and knocks me flat.
Well, how does that get you inside?
Barry, a high-class theater ain't gonna leave something like me laying around the lobby.
You get a punch in it. No wonder your face looks like a double feature. You know, Barry, with a mind like Finnegan has, ain't there some job in Hollywood that he'd be fitted for?
Yeah, but they got enough producers out there already.
I see what you mean. Look, will you beat it, Finnegan?
Okay, but where'll I go?
Join the human race. And with that away.
Say, Archie, introduce me to Barry Nelson.
Okay, Barry Nelson, the man with my face. Meet Miss Duffy, who's stuck with hers.
How do you do?
I'm happy to meet you.
Well, pleasure is mutual, I'm sure.
Gee, you're cute.
Thank you.
And you have such a manly face.
Thank you. May I say the same for you?
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson, I have a problem.
Just one?
I've been trying to get a job in Hollywood. Do you suppose you could help me?
Well, I don't know. What could you do?
Act. Just listen to this. Peter, give me that letter. Do you hear, Peter? We're through, Peter. Do you hear? Washed up. Do you hear? Finished. Do you hear? Well, do you hear?
Looks like Peter ain't got his hearing aid turned on.
Miss Duffy, where did you learn to act like that?
I paid $100 for a course in acting, and already I've been taken for Betty Davis.
You've also been taken for $100.
Look, Miss Duffy, you're excused, please.
All right. Good night, Barry.
Goodbye, Miss Duffy.
Skylar 45098.
Well, thank goodness that's over, but I'm glad you're here tonight, Barry. You know, I just become the proud owner of a new broadcasting station.
Well, that's wonderful, Arch. Where's it located?
You're leaning on it. And guess what? I'm going to be a disc jockey, and I'm going to be different, Barry. Not like the rest of them disc jockeys.
What are you going to do, ride at side saddle?
Now, quiet, everybody. We're about to go on the air with the new radio station. Eddie, as soon as you hear the time signal, start the opening announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, this station operates on an infrequency of kilocycles with more power to the authority of watts than is authorized by the FCC.
That makes it sound official.
And here he is, your favorite disc jockey, Peter Piper himself, Archie.
Thank you, Don. Good evening, ladies and gents. This is your friendly friend, Archie, the disc jockey. Before we start this mighty fine little old radio program, a word from one of our sponsors. As you know, this program is sponsored by 3rd Avenue's leading merchants. So, to lovers of good music and pumpernickel, we suggest Ludwig Schimmelbacher's Bakery. Ludwig Schimmelbacher, the baker. Remember the spelling. B-A-K-E-R. And for a real goodie, try one of Schimmelbacher's homemade pies. Yum, yum, yum. So the next time you're thinking of eating pies, remember...
LSMFH. LSMFH.
LSMFH. Ludwig Schimmelbacher makes fine huckleberry. So don't say bread, say Schimmelbacher. And now, folks, I would like you to meet our guest star tonight. None other than our guest star, Mr. Barry Nelson. Hello, Barry.
Hello, Archie.
And now a word from one of our sponsors. Folks, do you feel tired, sluggish, run down? Then here's a friendly suggestion. See Cavendish, the Undertaker. Try Cavendish's new layaway plan. And folks, don't envy Cavendish a customer. Be one. Remember, Cavendish coffins are spot welded. No metal can touch you.
Don't forget, folks, save the box top.
And now back to our guest star. Tell me, Barry, what was you saying again?
Well, the name of the picture is The Man with My Face.
Thank you, Barry. And now, a word from one of our sponsors, 3rd Avenue's famous voice and piano teacher, Yasha Panyaslavnik. Here is one of Yasha Panyaslavnik's star pupils, Miss Duffy, who will render us with a song. If you please, Miss Duffy.
Not a thought, not a care, with a heart, never dare, I am free as the sea. Like the lark who at dawn, bids the dark, disregard, do I sing merrily. With a laugh and a dance, my delight to entrance, for I do not but glee. And the words that I bring, and the theme that I sing, is the song of a heart that's free. Laughing all the day. Chaffing cares away. Hear my round today. Not a thought, not a care, with a heart, never dare, I am free as the sea. And the words that I bring, and the theme that I sing, is a song of a heart.
To you folks listening in, Yasha Panyaslavnik can do the same thing to your voice. And now, back to our guest star, Barry Nelson.
Well, The Man with My Face is a picture of one of those guys...
Just a second, Barry.
Not another word from the sponsor.
I forgot one of the main features. The Poet's Corner.
The Poet's Corner?
Yes, sir. Maestro, some soft music, please. Folks, as we wend our way down life's beaten path, 'tis whence that cometh through the twilight. I hark me to the merry voice of the lark, as it twits and twills at eventide, and says, quoth, "Be brave, O sailor lad, be brave." Signed, Nick Kenny. Yes, sir, Barry, it's great to have you in the studio. Go ahead, Barry, take over.
Well, my new picture...
Archie, I want to talk to you.
Oh, hello, Officer Clancy.
Archie, what's going on here?
Nothing. I'm a disc jockey. I got my own broadcasting station.
Have you got a license?
A license? Oh, no, I ain't, frankly.
Then it's either $5,000 fine or 5 years in jail.
Why didn't you tell me about this license, McGuire?
Just a second. Officer, I defy you to prove that this is a real broadcasting station.
Slip, you mean to tell me you sold me a phony broadcasting company? You dirty crook.
Of course it's a phony. Arch, you're an old pal of mine. Do you think I'd place you in a spot where you could be put in jail for 5 years? Do you?
Well...
Now apologize for calling me a crook.
Well, I'm sorry, Slip. Does that answer your question, Clancy? We wasn't even on the air.
Archie, you're smarter than I thought you were.
Well, Archie, maybe it's just as well we weren't on the air.
Why, Barry?
People might have been listening. Good night, Archie.
Good night, Barry, and I hope your new picture, The Man with My Face, is a big success. Let's see now. For that broadcasting station, maybe I should have hired a name orchestra and a singer, maybe a comedy theme.
What are you doing, Mr. Archie?
Trying to figure out why my radio program was a flop.
A flop? You wasn't even on the air.
Don't bother me with technicalities. Yeah, all we need is comedy. You know, that's something to make people laugh, like Jack Benny.
Jack Benny? That guy never made me laugh.
Well, you ain't got no sense of humor.
It goes deeper than that, Arch. I ain't got a radio.
What do you want to do with a radio program anyway, Archie?
Well, a radio program, I could tell people about things that's important, like Blatt's beer.
Oh, that's silly.
What do you mean, silly?
Because everybody knows about Blatt's beer.
Yeah.
Sure, Arch. Everybody knows that Blatt's is Milwaukee's finest beer.
Well, that's right, but...
That's right, Mr. Archie. Everybody knows that Blatt's is the largest selling beer in Milwaukee.
Well, yeah, but...
And all through Wisconsin, too.
Yeah,
So what do you want to tell people about Blatt's beer for?
That's a good question, Miss Duffy. One I'd like to answer, if I may. You see, Miss Duffy, one of the things that makes America great is its freedom of choice. We're all familiar with the 4 freedoms, but few of us ever think of that other great freedom, the 5th freedom. Freedom of choice. That, Miss Duffy, is the freedom that permits you and Archie and me and every other American to buy the product, the brand of beer or butter or baked beans you want to buy, instead of the brand some dictator dooms you to buy. We have to keep on telling people about Blatt's beer, Miss Duffy, just because that freedom of choice exists. It's that freedom, folks, that permits different brands of beer to be brewed in America today. It's that freedom, friends, that forces Blatt's to compete constantly for your favor by making sure that the quality and good taste that makes Blatt's Milwaukee's finest beer is maintained. That's why we have to keep on telling you that Blatt's, B-L-A-T-Z, is Milwaukee's and America's finest beer.
I'm from Milwaukee, and I ought to know. It's the same old story wherever you go. This is the tune you will always hear. Blatt's is Milwaukee's finest beer.
When the occasion calls for wine, the wine to choose is Cresta Blanca, a distinguished choice for your own enjoyment. A generous gift to compliment a friend. The wine to choose is Cresta Blanca. C-R-E-S-T-A? B-L-A-N-C-A. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California. Since 1889, the distinguished choice in wines.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Okay, it's time for the question of the day, and today's question is, what is your favorite TV theme tune from the 1980s? This is a theme tune for a show from the 1980s. Comment below to let me know. For me, it's got to be The Greatest American Hero. A short-lived show that is an absolute classic that you can watch on Amazon right now. But what is your favorite TV theme tune from the 1980s? Let me know in the comments below, and let's get back to the shows. fasten your seatbelts. Classic adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Mrs. Croft and Barbara have reached the Diamond A Ranch in Texas. Rip Bender, loud-voiced Texan, is anxious to buy the Croft property, but Mrs. Croft is waiting for Jimmy Allen and Speed Robertson, who are flying down. Bender returns from a trip to Devil's Pass Airport with a wire from Speed saying he had been forced to return home. With no reason for further delaying the sale, Mrs. Croft is about to sign the papers closing the deal when the drone of an airplane is heard approaching the ranch. Barbara eagerly rushes to the window and in the gathering dusk can barely see a small plane diving over the picturesque ranch house.
Oh, Mother, I'm sure it's Jimmy and Speed. Look, they started to circle the house.
I hope you're right, Barbara, but that doesn't seem possible. The telegram from Mr. Robertson said they must return to Kansas City.
It can't be them boys. It might be one of them border patrol planes on its way up to Devil's Pass Airport.
That seems much more likely.
Well, Mrs. Croft, I guess there ain't no use in putting this off. Just put your name to this here agreement and the deal's made.
Oh, Mother, they've started to land. Let's go and see who it is.
Here, you can use this pen, Mrs. Croft, and put your name right there.
Come on, Mother. Let's see if it is the boy.
Well, I don't see no sense to delay.
Excuse me just a minute, Mr. Bender. I am anxious to know if it's Mr. Robertson and Jimmy.
Oh, now, Mrs. Croft, there ain't no
It'll take just a moment to find out, and I did want to consult the boy.
Well, hurry, Mother. They're taxiing up to the house now.
Come on, dear. Let's satisfy our curiosity.
Well, I ain't never seen nothing like this.
Oh, look. The pilot's waving at us. Oh, I'm sure it's Jimmy. Let's hurry, Mother. Yes, I'm sure it's Jimmy. Yes. Oh, Mother, isn't that simply wonderful? And there's Speed Robertson up in the front seat with Mr. Lewis.
Oh, my, what a relief this is.
Yeah, that's them fellas, all right. They must have gone and changed their minds.
Hello, boys. Hello. Oh, we're glad you're here. Hi, Jimmy. Hi. Hello, Mr. Robertson. Hello. Hello, Mr. Lewis.
Hello, boys. Welcome to the Diamond A Ranch. We're delighted to see you.
Yeah. Oh, we're glad to get here. Well, Jim, that engine's run long enough. You better cut your switches. Oh, man, that sure is a lot of flying for one day.
Boy, you said that right, Speed. Now, come on, Flash, let's climb out of this crate. I don't know whether I'll ever be able to walk again.
I'll say I'm getting out of this crate. I don't want to sit down again for a week.
Did you boys have any trouble getting down here?
All we did have was trouble. I don't think much of the airport you picked out for us, Bender.
Oh, what do you mean? Those fields are all right.
Oh, yeah? They may be all right for you, Bender. But we're going back another way.
I seen all I want to see of them towns, Potter and Higley.
Oh, I knew you must have had trouble to be delayed this way. Tell us all about it.
You dear boys, we were so worried.
Hey, Paul, just a minute. I want to see you. You boys get your luggage out of the ship. I'll fix you up a place to bunk. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Yeah? Okay, Bender. It'll take us a half hour to unload this ship.
We're so anxious to know what happened to you all.
You must be worn out.
Oh, my, we were disappointed when your wire came. We gave up all hopes of seeing you down here.
Wire? Oh, did you send him a wire, Speed?
Wire? What wire, Barbara?
Oh, she means the telegram you sent us from Potter, Oklahoma. We got it about noon today.
Well, a telegram from Potter? Well, what telegram? Did you wire down here from Potter, Flash?
Not me. I'll bet there ain't even a telegraph station in Potter.
Well, Mr. Robertson, it was that telegram saying you had to return to Kansas City.
Well, say, what is this, a game? We didn't send any telegrams from Potter or anywhere else.
Why, I don't understand this. Young Mr. Bender picked up the message at Devil's Pass Airport and delivered it to me this noon.
Of course, and it was marked Potter at the top.
Gee, that is funny. Let's see the wire.
Yeah, show us this wire. I want to see what it looks like.
Oh, Barbara, dear, do you mind getting it? It's in my bag in the top dressing gown.
Surely, Mother. I'll be glad to. I'll be right back with it.
That's very strange.
Well, I'll have a look at the wire and tell you more about it. Flash, you better start unloading the ship. Get out our luggage and take all those extra tools, rifles, and stuff like that out, too.
That suits me. I don't want to see an airplane for a week.
Well, when you boys get your stuff together, I'll show you your room.
Okay, thanks, Bender. Mighty nice-looking ranch house you have here.
Yeah, we like it fine. Mrs. Croft will tell you the meals is okay.
I certainly will do that. Mr. Bender has an excellent Mexican cook.
Oh, that sounds fine.
Did you have any trouble finding this place?
Oh, not a bit. Jimmy Allen's a swell navigator.
Oh, gee, I got off my course a couple of times, Speed. Did you notice that?
Yeah, you got off a few miles, but you corrected it right away, Jim.
You were saying you had some trouble getting down here.
Yeah, it's a wonder we ever landed here at all. We had 2 forced landings.
Yeah? What happened?
Well, we no more than left the field at Higley before...
Mother? Are you sure you put that wire in your handbag?
Why, of course I am, dear. Why? Can't you find it?
Well, it's not in your bag, and I've looked all over the room.
Well, darling, you saw me put it in my bag at lunchtime before we ever left the table.
Yes, I remember that. Here's your bag. Look for yourself.
It can't be anywhere else. Oh, it's in here, I know. Why, that's funny. It was right here next to my purse. Why, that's the strangest thing. I know I put it in here.
Oh, I'm sure you did, Mother.
It just isn't in this bag.
And I looked through all our things.
What's the matter, Mrs. Croft? Are you missing something?
I can't find the wire you gave me from Mr. Robertson. It was in my handbag, I know.
Well, you must have put it somewhere else.
Oh, I'm positive I didn't.
Oh, you women folk carry around so much stuff. I don't wonder you're always losing things. My ma was always mislaying something.
Oh, that isn't like Mother at all. She's so careful with things like that.
That is funny.
Well, I reckon it'll turn up later. Things like that always do.
What did the telegram say, Mrs. Croft?
Oh, Jimmy, I don't remember the exact wording, but it said that Mr. Robertson and you were returning to Kansas City. Oh, that Grand National Airways had recalled Mr. Robertson.
Yes, and it said something about our ranch, too.
Oh, yes. It said that you advised my making the deal with Mr. Bender, and, it was signed Speed.
Well, I'll be a bow-legged Kiwi if that isn't good. Why, that's ridiculous, Mrs. Croft. We haven't been near a telegraph office on the entire trip. I certainly wouldn't make any such recommendation about the property. Well, that's why we're down here now, to look it over before advising you one way or the other.
I thought it was kind of funny myself.
And you say this wire came from Potter?
Yes, and Mr. Bender delivered it to me this noon.
Oh. Well, what did they do, Bender? Phone in the wire from San Rafael?
No. You see, we don't have no phone here. Some fellow up on the Devil's Pass Airport gave the message to me.
Oh. You mean the message was delivered to the airport?
Well, I reckon the message came into San Rafael, and they sent it out to the airport, knowing I'm flying back and forth all the time.
Well, then you didn't get the message from a telegraph operator?
No, a lad gives it to me at the airport just as I was taking off for here. He asked me if I'd give it to Mrs. Croft.
Oh, is a boy? Does he work for the telegraph company?
He's a plumb stranger to me. I ain't never seen him before.
Oh, yeah? San Rafael isn't much of a town, Bender, and you've lived around here a long time. It looks to me like you'd know about everyone in this town.
It's just like I was telling you, Robertson. The lad that gave it to me was a stranger.
I think I'll go down to San Rafael tomorrow and trace his wire.
I'd like to see that wire. I could tell you in a minute all about it. You know, I used to work for the telegraph company.
Do you think, Mr. Robertson, that possibly, there's something about the wire that might not...
Don't worry about it, Mrs. Croft. But I have my own ideas on where it came from.
Let's get our stuff in our house and take on some groceries. I ain't had an appetite for 2 days until we landed here.
Yeah, let's get this stuff in the house. Come on, Jim.
Okay, I'll sure be glad to get cleaned up. Oh, say, Barbara, I'll meet you out here on the front porch in about a half hour. Then you can tell me all about your trip down here.
And I'm so anxious to know what all happened to you.
I know you boys are all worn out and you must be famished. You go ahead and Barbara and I will enjoy this lovely evening breeze.
Come on, Jim.
Okay, right with you, Speed.
Why, Jimmy, I never heard of anything so wild. It's a wonder you weren't all dashed to pieces.
Oh, it wasn't that bad, Barb. But it does seem funny why so many things would happen to us on the way down here. Especially since Flash inspected the ship so carefully before we left home.
I just can't understand it, Jimmy. It just seems more than, hard luck now, doesn't it?
It sure does. There's something funny about the whole business. And then that telegram. As sure as I'm sitting here looking up at these clouds, that's a fake.
Why, it must have been.
I could sure tell in a minute if I saw the wire.
Jimmy, Mother never loses things. She's careful to a fault about letters and wires and personal messages. We just can't explain the disappearance of that wire.
There's a number of things that can't be explained, Barbara. I'll tell you right now, this whole deal looks mighty suspicious to me.
And just think, in another minute, Mother would have signed that agreement, and the ranch would have been Bender's.
Why is Bender so anxious to get that property? What's the reason back of all this?
Jimmy, I don't know. But I'm sure of one thing. He's desperately anxious to buy that land.
Of course he is. There's no doubt about that. He sure wasn't any too cordial when we got out of the ship tonight.
Oh, I dislike that man. If looks could kill, you and Speed would be 6 feet under the ground.
Well, thank goodness they don't. But we've got to find out what's so worthwhile about your ranch. When we know that, we'll have Mr. Bender right where we want him.
Do you think flying over it will give you any clues?
That's hard to tell, but we'll know better tomorrow.
Oh, this is a gorgeous country. I just hate to think of Mother selling the place, now that I've seen how beautiful it is down here.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It sure is great down here. Look at the faint outline of those mountains over there. Really beautiful, isn't it? And it's so quiet and restful.
Mm-hmm. And the evenings are so delightfully cool.
Yeah, and this air. Oh, boy. I can see why people that live down here never want to leave now.
Oh, I wish the stars were out. They say the night sky down here is simply gorgeous.
Oh, it's bound to be with the air so clear. That's a pretty thick layer of clouds, though. We flew above them partway down here. Boy, that's great practice, too, Barbara. Oh, gee, I sure love to fly cross country.
Oh, I never want to travel any other way. Oh, I'll never forget how the country looked when we were coming in.
Oh, listen, Barbara. Listen. That's an airplane. Hear it?
That is a ship.
It can't be Rip Bender's.
Where is it, Jimmy? I don't see it.
Listen. Hear that? He's flying above the clouds.
What is this strange plane flying over the ranch late at night? Is it another link in the mysterious chain of occurrences which seem to surround Rip Bender? Follow the exciting action in Jimmy Allen's next air adventure.
The closer you shave, boy, the more you will need. The more you will need. Great balls of comfort. Great balls of comfort. To do it with ease. Great balls of comfort. Oh, just let Noxema. Great balls of comfort to you. The closer you shave, the more you need soothing, medicated Noxema. Great balls of comfort to you. Woo!
Hi, ever need to rent a car fast? Watch. Hertz, #1 Club number 21586, arriving San Diego at 2 p.m. on RAL Flight 9. Returning it there tomorrow. Okay, thanks. That's all there is to it. When you're in the #1 Club, nobody makes renting a car faster or easier than the Superstar. Even before you get there, your car is pre-assigned, your forms filled out. So rent a Ford fast from Hertz, the Superstar in rent-a-car.
Мне нравится ваша рубашка.
He admires your shirt.
It's a cotton-rich fabric called Natural Blend.
Да.
It's the Cotton Arrow by Arrow, 60% cotton, so it breathes.
Dushat.
It's got the extra comfort of extra cotton, plus durable press, no iron.
No iron. Natasha will do anything but iron my shirt.
If you're looking for comfort, look for the seal of cotton. The more cotton, the better you feel.
You caught me doing a not-so-great job wrapping a great Christmas gift. A Kodak Tele Instamatic 608 camera. It's almost like giving two cameras, because it has two lenses.
Okay, Star, do your stuff. Look how the telephoto lens can make the best part of your picture bigger. A Kodak Tele 608 camera doesn't cost a great deal of money.
But it gives a great deal of pleasure. And like all Kodak gifts, the Tele 608 camera says, open me first, to save Christmas in pictures.
Here's to good friends. Tonight is kind of special.
Hey, where you been? Well, it wasn't easy getting tickets for this game.
Here, Bob. Eddie, I know exactly what I want. I want the biggest steak you've got and a bottle of Lowenbrow. Steak and Lowenbrow. Dolan, you're a genius.
When you want the taste of a truly great beer, tonight, let it be Lowenbrow.
Here's to the chef. Here's to the bartender.
Archie's in for surprises, and you're in for some laughs when a secret vigilante group recruits him.
Would you join us in a little reprimand? Hey, I'm with you all the way. I'll be a member of the club for life here.
Something special on All in the Family, earlier this Sunday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain. Next Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern, CBS Sports Spectacular presents the International Record Makers Tournament of Weightlifting. with the world and Olympic super heavyweight champion Vasily Alexiev of the Soviet Union heading an international field of world record weightlifters. Plus the world's strongest men competition featuring the refrigerator race. That's next Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern. See Robert Redford and Faye Dunaway in the television premiere of 3 Days of the Condor, tonight at 9, 8 Central and Mountain on CBS.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Molly.
Yes, Magee?
What night is this?
Tuesday.
Well, turn the radio on, quick. I want to hear Fred Waring.
Yes, but dearie, Fred
Come on, it's almost time. He's on for Johnson's Wax. Swell music and someone... Well, what are you staring at me for?
The summer's over. Fred Waring is not on for Johnson's Wax now.
He isn't? Who is?
We are.
Huh? Woo!
The Johnson Wax program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. During my years with Fibber, Magee, and Molly, I've become kind of used to wax. But you know, even today, it always seems to me there's a touch of magic in the way wax turns an everyday object into a thing of surprising beauty. Take one of your tables, say. Rub a little Johnson's paste wax on it, polish it lightly, and right before your eyes, that table becomes a shining, richly polished treasure. The whole surface glows brightly, and the grain of the wood is clear and lovely. All through your home, you'll find that Johnson's Wax performs similar miracles. In every room, wax-polished floors take on a mellow sheen that adds enormously to their appearance. Johnson's Wax does wonders for your furniture, too, and greatly enriches the looks of things like windowsills, bookends, and leather articles. And think what a great comfort it is to you to know that Johnson's Wax is constantly on duty to guard against dirt, wear, and spilled things. I hope you'll use it regularly. You'll be really pleased if you do. Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream. When some men are sick, they just want to crawl into a corner and be left alone. The other 99 out of 100 want to be babied, nursed, coddled, pampered, and spoon-fed. Out of the grab bag of matrimony, Mrs. Magee of 79 Wistful Vista had to snag one of the latter kind. You'll see what we mean as we meet Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Oh, imagine me being took sick like this when there's so many things to be done, like taking down the screens.
Now, don't you worry about the screen, sweetheart. We'll wait till you get well.
Yeah, but maybe this is a lingering illness. Maybe better hire somebody else to take him down.
Nonsense. I won't have anybody clattering around here while you're not well. Glass of water, pet?
No, thanks. Light me a cigar, will you? I ain't got the strength to strike a match.
No cigars. Not if I have to light them. It'd be silly for both of us to be sick. Besides, Dr. Gamble is on his way over, and he'd be very annoyed if he found you smoking a cigar.
I'll stick it under the pillow when he comes.
You haven't enough fever to account for all the smoke. No, I hardly think that...
Oh, that must be the doctor now, Molly. You better start boiling some water.
What for?
Oh, I don't know. That's the first thing the doctor always asks for. Hot water and clean towels. They always got to have hot water.
Oh, dear. Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble. Come right in.
Hello, Molly. What's the matter with little Caesar? Swallow his bubble gum?
Hi, Doctor. Good of you to come.
Would you like me to heat some water, Doctor?
Yes, please, my dear. And put some coffee in it. Now then, my boy, tell me about yourself.
Okay, Doctor. I was born in a little white house on top of Kickapoo Hill, back in Peoria. A poor but honest parent.
Oh, stop it. I don't want your history. I want your symptoms. Never mind. When did you start feeling like this?
Just a few nights ago, Doctor. He just started to turn green, like Christmas jewelry.
Have you eaten anything unusual, Magee? I mean, aside from your usual eccentric menu of chili con carne, malted milks, and chocolate donuts?
Nope.
Just the cigars off.
A cigar? He ate a cigar?
Well, technically, I wouldn't say I ate it, Doc. I swallowed it.
One of your regular brands?
Yes, it was, Doctor.
I see. swallowed one of his own cigars and lived several days. You don't need me, Magee. You want Robert Ripley. Tell me, Wonder Man, what was the occasion for this Panatella picnic?
Well, we were listening to the Louis Moriella prize fight, Doctor.
Yeah. And when Moriella come to the microphone afterwards and made his speech, I gulped my butt.
You know, Doctor, I was so fascinated by Magee's expression, I never did hear what Mr. Moriella said.
Lucky girl. I am happy to report, my boy, that you have the healthy pulse of a brewery horse. But I don't like your color.
Well, if you don't like it now, you should have seen it the night he swallowed the cigar. He was about the color of a bookkeeper's eyeshade.
I'd like to have seen that. Here, these will fix you up.
Ooh, pills.
What are they, Doctor?
These, my dear, are placebos. I give them to very few people, then only in unusual circumstances.
What did you say they were, Doc?
Placebos. Take one every half hour with water or milk. Every half hour, mind you. On the dot. Yeah. Not every 29 minutes or 32 minutes, but on the half hour. Understand?
I'll see to it, Doctor. I'll set the alarm clock here.
Fine. Call me if he should develop any strange complications, such as wanting to get up and do some work. I'll be at the hospital in the operating room.
Oh, in the operating room? You got a serious case in hand, Doc?
No, but with the meat shortage, it's the only carving I have a chance to do these days. Bye now.
Isn't he a sweet old character? Here, I'll set this alarm clock for you, and as soon as it rings, you can start taking your pills.
Hey, I better take one right now. They look good. Give me the clock. I'll set it for right now.
Well, here, but I don't see what...
Give me the pill, quick.
Well, I'll set it for another half hour. Is there anything else you want, dearie?
Yes.
What?
Light me a cigar.
King's Men sing, doing what comes naturally.
Folks are dumb where I come from. They ain't had any learning. Still they're happy as can be, doing what comes naturally. Folks like us could never fuss with schools and books and learning. Still we've gone from A to Z, doing what comes naturally. You don't have to know how to read or write when you're out with a feller in the pale moonlight. You don't have to look in a book to find what he thinks of the moon and what is on his mind. That comes naturally. That comes naturally. My uncle down in Texas can't even sign his name. He signs his name with X's, but they cash them just the same. Uncle Bill was always ill but never saw a doctor. He just died at 93, doing what comes naturally. Uncle Jed has never read an almanac on drinking. Still, he's always on a spree, doing what comes naturally. Sister Sal, whose musical has never had a lesson. Still, she's learned to sing off key, doing what comes naturally. You don't have to go to a private school not to pick up a penny by a stubborn mule. You don't have to have a professor's dome not to go for a honey when the bees at home. That comes naturally. Naturally, that's natural. My uncle don't pay taxes. His address never gives. They can't collect his taxes because they don't know where he lives. Uncle Ben got angry when they caught him stealing chickens. I'm within my rights, says he. 30 days, says the judge, says he, for doing what comes naturally.
You feeling any better, dearie? Anything I can do for you?
Yes.
What is it?
Turn the page of this magazine for me, will you? Hey, is it time for my pill again yet?
No, not yet. When the alarm rings, it's time.
Put the pills in the water glass close to the couch. Remember what the doctor says. Not 29 minutes, not 32 minutes, but on the half hour.
I wonder what a placebo is. Must be a new medicine like penicillin and sulfur.
And benephrenia.
What on earth is benephrenia? I never heard of that.
Of course you haven't. I'm going to invent it as soon as I get up and around again. Going to make a concentrated essence of plain grass.
Grass?
Yep. What's one of the strongest animals? A horse. And what does a horse eat? Grass. What animal is always calm, never nervous? A cow. What does a cow eat? Grass. Look at a dog. Intelligent animal. When a dog feels sick, what does he do? Goes out and eats some grass. How about it?
Wonderful idea.
Betcha.
3 spoonfuls of that, and you can pull a wagon, chase automobiles, and sell your hide to a tannery.
No, I'm serious, Molly. I think grass... Hey, is that alarm clock running?
Yes. Calm yourself. I'll see that you... Oh, look who's coming, Magee. The girl from the beauty parlor. I wonder what she wants. You could run upstairs, dearie, if you don't feel like talking.
No, I'll stay. Muss my hair up a little. I want to look restless. Thanks.
Come in.
It's just I, Mrs. Magee, Elsie Merkel from the Wistful Vista Saloon of Beauty.
Oh, heavenly days. Do come in, Elsie. This is my husband. Magee, this is Miss Merkel from the beauty parlor.
How'd you do, Miss Merkel?
Very pleased to meet your acquaintance, I'm sure. Any husband of Mrs. Magee's is a friend of mine, I always say. But the reason why I come over, Mrs. Magee, was you left your compact in the shop yesterday, so I brung it over. Because a girl without a compact is like a ship without a udder.
I think you mean rudder, Elsie.
Not necessarily. I was on a cattle boat.
Never mind. Well, Elsie, I really appreciate your taking the trouble to bring back my compact.
Oh, it was a distinct pleasure, Mrs. Magee. I wanted to take...
Hey, my pill, Molly. A placebo. Quick, hand me the water.
Right on the dot, Magee. Now set the clock for another half hour.
Gee. Does a minute make so much difference taking a pill, Mr. Magee?
It does in my case, sis. The doctor says not 29 minutes after or 32 minutes after, but every half hour on the button. When you're taking placebos, you don't monkey around.
Our doctor says he doesn't prescribe them very often, Elsie.
I'm a special case. I'll probably be wrote up in the medical journals. Like that woman in Arkansas who had 4 children and a fox terrier. She had 4 children and a fox terrier that used to sit by their cribs and rock them with his paw. You gotta go now, sis.
Yes, thank you. My next client for a henna rinse is Miss Cece Tremaine, and I and her always have so much to talk about. Like, for instance, what Gloria Gottlots did when the fella she married turned out to be a snuggler.
Heavenly days, a smuggler?
No, a snuggler. He was snuggling with the housemaid and the seamstress. And what I knew about that family would fill a book that would stop the circulation in a circulating library. Well, I hope you get well, Mr. Magee. Goodbye.
She hopes I get well. That's a pretty thought. Do I look that bad, Molly?
No, you don't look bad at all, dearie. And I must say, Dr. Gamble didn't seem very perturbed about you.
Oh, no. He gave me the placebos, didn't he? And he don't give placebos to everybody. I'll bet I got some obscure disease that people don't know.
Oh, folks, I was just passing by and... Oh, I'm sorry. Taking a little nap, pal?
No. He's ill, Mr. Wilcox.
I get dizzy spells, Junior.
Yes, I know.
You're looking good, Junior. Nice and tan. Took a yachting trip on a fishing boat this summer, didn't you?
Yeah, Lake Superior. Had a wonderful time. And the strangest thing happened one day.
Catch a mermaid, Mr. Wilcox? You know, if they're under 18, you have to throw them back.
No, listen, I was on deck one day telling Jose.
Who?
Jose Ducharme, fellow that owns the boat.
Oh.
Greatest fly fisherman who ever cut a hook out of his leg. Well, we were sitting on deck one day, and I was telling him all about Johnson's car new.
Oh, I'll just bet you were.
We were talking about Johnson's car new and how it's the tired car owner's friend because it beautifies a dingy car with so little effort.
And the strange thing that happened, Mr. Wilcox?
Yeah, get with it, Waxy. Skip the part about how you just apply car new, let it dry, and wipe it off for a showroom shine that you can see your happy little face in. And we know how it cleans and polishes in one teensy-weensy application. Now, Goon.
Read that again, dearie.
Huh? Oh, now go on. Words were kind of run together there.
Well, A few minutes later, when they tried to raise the anchor, it was fouled on something. When we finally got it up, it was dragging a muddy, rusty, dripping old Maxwell.
Heavenly days. Did it have a violin lying on the front seat?
No, but quick as a flash, I turned to Jose and said, now there is one of the few cars I ever saw that Johnson's car knew couldn't do much for.
Well, goon, Waxy, get to the point.
Well, that's all, but I thought it was rather interesting that we should have just been talking about Carnew before this thing happened. Don't you see? It's rather a startling coincidence.
That story, Mr. Wilcox, had all the dramatic impact of a ketchup label.
I know a guy who carves tombstones that's looking for a scriptwriter, Junior. I'll send you over. You tell about as dead an anecdote as I ever heard.
Now, you're just envious because interesting things never happen to you, pal. Well, I'd better run along, kid. Anything I can do?
Yes, Junior.
What, pal?
Run along.
Okay, take care of yourself.
That guy can be duller than a dime store chisel. Hey, don't go away. Where are you going?
I simply must go upstairs, dearie, and sort the laundry. If you want anything, just pound on the wall or something. And if that alarm clock goes off, take the placebo quickly.
Okay, but don't be gone long. I might have an eclipse.
The word is relapse, sweetheart. An eclipse is a term used in astronomy. And you don't have a heavenly body. Just a cute one. Now, you be a good boy and take your pill when the bell rings.
Okay. Ah, there goes a good kid. And what a nurse. Only thing Florence Nightingale had that she hasn't got is a bustle. If I wanted chili con carne and waffles for supper tonight, she'd cook 'em for me, sick as I am. And sick as I am, that's what I want. By George, when she... Hey, Molly, there's somebody at the door. Hey, Molly. Oh, well. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. You better not get too close to me now. I'm a sick man.
Okay. Say, I rode an airplane this summer, mister.
Oh, you did, eh? I says you did, eh?
Did what?
You rode in an airplane this summer.
I know it. It was my uncle's airplane. We flew 1,000,000 miles high, and he shut off the motor, and it started to glide, and we glid all the way home.
That's very interesting, sis, but you don't mean you glid. You glided all the way home.
Oh, okay. I guess I don't know very much about airplanes. It was the first time I ever rided in one.
Not rided, Teeny, rode. It's the past tense of the subjunctive taking a plural object in the participle.
Is it really? Anyway, there were so many clouds, they hold the ground so we couldn't even see it, I bet you.
Please, sis, not hold the ground, hid the ground.
Pardon me. But, gee, mister, was I ever excited when the airplane dipped? Oh, boy, it dipped fast.
Dove, sis.
Boy, it dove fast. Criminy, and when we arrived home...
Arrived?
When we arrived home and drove up the driveway.
Drove up the driveway?
Sure. When we drove up the driveway, why, we... Look, mister. Are you going to be busy by January 15th?
January 15th is a long way off. Why'd you ask?
I'm coming over and tell you a story, I bet you.
Fine. Be glad to hear it, Teeny. But why January 15th in particular?
Because the way you butt in and interrupt and everything, it'll be an awful cold day when I tell you anything again.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and I Got the Sun in the Morning.
Placebo. Where's the water? Okay, Billy.
Are the placebos helping any?
My gosh, they're marvelous, Molly. Where Dr. Gamble digs up these mysterious drugs, I'll never know.
No, you won't either. I was going to ask him, but you never get any real information out of doctors.
No, nurses either. If you ask a nurse what your temperature is, she gives you that toothy smile and says, "Well, shall we have our sponge bath now?" That always embarrasses me. Shall we have our bath now?
Sounds like the municipal plunge. Well, you need anything?
No, thanks. Just be sure the alarm clock is running. Don't want to miss my next pill time. Doc emphasized that I should always take...
Come in. Well, for goodness sake, look...
Hello there, daughter. Hi, Johnny.
Hi, old-timer.
What's the matter with you? Got the pip?
I don't know what I got exactly, old-timer. Just sick, that's all. Got to take one of these pills every half hour on the dot. Not 29 minutes after.
Or 32 minutes after.
But right on the half hour. Shows you how potent this stuff is. Can't give it a minute either way.
Well, sure hurts me to see a fine, healthy boy like you laid up, Johnny. Personally, never had a sick day in my life.
Really? Never a sick day?
Never a sick day. But I've sure put in some horrible nights, kid. Yep. Though since I moved to my new boarding house, I walk 6 miles before breakfast every morning.
No kidding. 6 miles before breakfast. Where do you go?
Bathroom down the hall. Well, maybe it ain't exactly 6 miles, but doggone if it don't seem like it through them cold halls. Then after taking my ice-cold shower...
Heavenly days, old-timer. You shouldn't take ice-cold showers. It's too much of a shock.
Daughter, it ain't half the shock it'd be if the dump ever had some hot water.
I guess most boarding houses are the same, old-timer. I remember when I was in vaudeville with my old partner, Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois. We stayed in some pretty fantastic places, believe me. To this day, my right arm is 2 inches longer than my left.
From reaching for the butter, dear?
No, from pushing away the prunes.
That's pretty good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, telefeller says, think President Truman is going to run for re-election? Sure, says telefeller. Friend of mine in Washington just been called in for a conference. Jack so, says first feller. Politician? No, says telefeller. Piano tuner. Well, did you get it there? I was supposed to be 2 fellas up in. Be good to yourself there, Johnny. So on.
You know, dearie, if it's a nice day tomorrow, I think you should sit out on the front porch for a little while.
Quick. My placebo. The water. Hurry.
Oh. Well, the doctor certainly ought to be proud of the way you're following instructions.
I'll say so. I popped them pills into my puss before that dad-ratted sleep buster stopped clanging. And you know what?
No, what?
Them pills are doing strange things to me. My beard is growing faster. Look at it. I need a shave again already.
You mean already since yesterday morning?
Oh, didn't I shave this morning?
No.
Oh, besides that, my fever's gone down. My chest feels absolutely cool to the touch.
Why not? You spilled half that glass of water on your skin.
I did? Oh, what do you know? Nevertheless, I got an instinctive feeling that them pills are working wonders. I got a terrific appetite. I could even... Fine sick room. Might as well be convalescing in Times Square. Come in.
Well, Magee, look who's here. Mayor Latrivia.
Good day, Molly. Oh, don't get up, Magee.
Don't worry, Your Honor. Oh, my goodness, you're all dressed up, aren't you? Gardenia, gloves, and everything.
Making a campaign speech, Latrivia?
No, Magee. Well, since I saw you last, I've fallen in... Well, that is to say... there is a woman.
Well, spray me with DDT. I'm crawling with curiosity. Who's the lucky chick, Chuck?
The lady is Miss Fifi Tremaine, an actress.
Fifi Tremaine? Heavenly days. Isn't that the girl Dr. Gamble used to be so mad about?
I believe Dr. Gamble is still interested in Miss Tremaine.
Oh, brother. This situation is fraught with something. Doc know you're dating this babe, Bud?
We three have gone places together several times. Usually to some place where there's dancing, at my suggestion. I'm an excellent dancer.
Oh.
Dr. Gamble is not. But, never mind me. What seems to be the trouble with you, Magee?
Oh, just a little upset or something, Mr. Mayor. Your rival in love was here a while ago to see him.
Yeah, you know what he gave me, Latriv? Placebos.
Placebo? Not really.
You know what they are, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I do. I think. This is very interesting.
You said it, kiddo. I got to take one every half hour. Not at 29 minutes.
Not at 32 minutes.
Every half hour on the nose. I got the alarm clock right here, so I won't miss him.
Well, I have very great admiration for Dr. Gamble as a physician, and if he gave you placebos, I imagine that's exactly what your condition demands. Have you a dictionary?
Oh, sure, Latriv. One over your shoulder there on the bookshelf. Right between the Rover Boys in Southern Waters and How to Build 20 Sailboats.
We also have 5 little peppers and how they grew, but himself here's pressing some neckties in it. Did you get it, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yes, I have it. Now, let me see. E-L-A-C-E-B-O, placebo. Ah, here it is. Just as I thought.
What is it, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, tell me, Latriv. My gosh, it may be something I'm paying $100 a gram for. What is it? What's it say?
It says placebo.
Yeah?
A mixture or pill of no medicinal value given to satisfy a patient's whims.
Whim? Oh, my gosh. You hear that, Molly? I got the whim. Oh, Gamble again. Quarantine the house. I got the whim.
Has this ever happened to you? You're visiting a friend's house, and eventually you drift back into the kitchen, and there on the floor is the sort of linoleum surface you've always dreamed about. It has a beautifully smooth luster, free from dirt and stains, and its colors are bright and fresh. Ask your friend, and chances are she'll tell you the only thing she uses on that kitchen floor is Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. When she spills something or dirt tracks in, she simply wipes the floor with a damp cloth, and right away it's beautiful again. What actually happens is that Glow Coat forms a tough, shining coat of wax, which keeps dirt and still things away from the surface of the floor, keeps it bright and new-looking years longer. Of course, Johnson's Glow Coat is easy to use. There's no rubbing or buffing. 20 minutes after you've applied it, your linoleum and other floors are ready to walk on and beautifully wax-polished. Try it, won't you? Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. You'll like it.
Molly, Doc Gamble was just here again. And you know what he said?
No, what did he say?
He says I got the worst case of whims he'd ever seen. Says I got him chronic.
Heavenly days, is he going to operate?
I asked him that. He says it was a tempting idea, but we better try diet first.
What kind of a diet?
No moose meat.
Well, that I can arrange.
Good.
Good night. Good night, all.
Of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry have brought you Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Bea Benaderet, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Gail Gordon. The script was by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. This is Harlow Wilcox inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
America's best-selling new car in history, the new Ford Fairmont. What's behind Fairmont's success? Fairmont's mileage, highest EPA mileage rating of any mid-size car. Fairmont's roominess, more room for the money than any other car. Fairmont's price, lowest sticker price of any mid-size car. Test drive America's best-selling new car ever at your Ford dealer, where the better ideas keep coming.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen, music by Peter Van Steeden, and another gala amateur contest. New music, new voices, new laughs, It's Town Hall tonight. Listen to that crowd cheer Fred Allen as he leads his parade to the old Town Hall. Fred's leading the band of the billiard cue, and America's Eight Balls, the mighty Allen Art players, are rolling along behind. Let's join the merry crowd. Everybody's going. Everybody's going. Here they come, the Smart Set.
Shall I call your taxi, Mrs. Vandermorgan?
Yes, and get me one with the radio doorman. It's Town Hall tonight.
Interior decorators.
Your furniture will have to go, Mrs. Snag. The trend is modernistic.
My furniture may go, but my radio stays, Mr. Lavender. It's Town Hall tonight.
Supreme Court judges.
The paper says the Supreme Court finally agrees, Hyman.
Yep, the whole nine voted for the same radio program. It's Town Hall tonight.
Well, Sir Fred stopped in front of the old Town Hall, and he's welcoming the crowd with ad-lib abenda about the big show on the inside. Let's listen.
The eyes of Texas may be on you folks, but the ears of Texas are trained on the old Town Hall. So go right in, neighbors, if you kindly...
Howdy, Miss Allen.
Well, woo-hoo back to you, and good evening, Mrs. Trite. Single line, please. Hi there, Judge.
10 days in cost, Allen.
That was the last time, Judge, not tonight. Now, don't drag along, folks. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
What about it, Fred?
Okay, Harry. Peter's opening with Here's Love in Your Eyes.
Righto. Let her go, Peter.
Here's love in your eye, and may it keep on flowing. Love in your eye just for me. You look divine, and when we dance or dine, dear, my head goes reeling. But not from wine, there's love in my heart, and it will keep on growing. I know that I may be fine, but here's a toast to what I want the most is love, love in your eye. There's love in my heart, and it will keep on growing. I know that I may be blind, but here's a toast to what I want the most is love, love in your eye.
Presenting that Brobdingnagian behemoth of blustering badinage, Fred Allen in person.
What is that Brobdingnagian there, Harry?
Well, it's spelled with a...
You're going to strip your gums using words like that one of these nights. We ought to put Joe Brown on a night you have a word like that. His mouth just about... Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we drag out the lasso and show you the jokes we've rounded up for this evening, I'll read you the Town Hall Bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, the first grocer to pour molasses on his stock to make shoplifting a messy business, says that the store will be open day and night until further notice. Somebody brought a bird dog in this afternoon while Hodge was hanging a turkey in the window. The bird dog pointed at the turkey, and his tail is sticking out so that nobody can close the door. So unless he can back the dog out tail first or sell the turkey, Hodge says he'll be open day and night indefinitely. So much for open house around town. And now for the Town Hall news. The curtain, Harry.
It is being unfurled, Fred.
Thank you. Coming down in cellophane, eh? The lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week.
The Town Hall news sees nothing, shows all. Beacon, New York. The first therapeutic theater in the United States opens at Beacon. Doctors say that people with serious phobias can overcome their inhibitions and mental hazards through acting spontaneously in therapeutic theater. Town Hall News tableau shows how new theater will help patients conquer phobias. The first scene, the kitchen of Mr. and Mrs. Barnaby Limp. A phobia is born.
Hello, Duffy.
Don't ducky me, Barnaby Limp. You get at them dishes. I'm going to a movie.
Are you taking Daddy with you, Sugar?
Nah, I'm enjoying myself tonight.
Oh,
Mother told me married life was one sweet song.
Never mind what that old bat told you. I'm telling you to do them dishes.
Yes, Dove.
And when you're through, water the rubber plant. Give the baby his bottle and fix the hem on my black skirt.
Yes, dear.
And quit bawling and go to work. Goodbye.
Oh, I wish I was single again.
Barnaby.
Oh, Mama.
Barnaby.
Oh, hello, Clarence.
I heard you crying. What's the matter?
Oh, it's Mabel.
Again.
Yes, I slave over this leaky sink and she goes out to the movies.
Why don't you assert yourself?
Oh, I can't. I'm just putty in her scheme of things.
Now, Barnaby, you've got to master this phobia.
Oh, how can I, Clarence?
Now, here, you go to this address.
What is it, the YMCA?
No, it's the Therapeutic Theater at Beacon, New York. Now, you go this instant.
I'll just throw something over this apron and I'm off.
Yes, I'll do your dishes, Barnaby. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
After explaining his case to the doctor at the Therapeutic Theater, Barnaby Limp is advised to indulge in some spontaneous acting. The scene, the therapeutic stage of the Therapeutic Theater.
Is Mr. Limp ready, Dr. Precox?
Yes, Miss Q. I've just finished diagnosing his case.
Well, what's my trouble?
Your wife completely dominates you. The medical term for your affliction is dementia betterhalfus.
You've got to throw off that mental yoke, Mr. Limp.
Yes, but how can I?
This phobia platelet will unshackle your libido.
Phobia platelet?
Yes, you're going to act spontaneously with Miss Q.
I will play the browbeaten wife.
And you are the cold, cruel husband, Mr. Limp.
Me?
Yes. Once you have played this role, your inhibitions will disappear.
Do I boss my wife around in this sketch?
Yes, and after you play this part, you'll boss your wife around at home.
Oh, boy. Let's get on with the acting, huh?
You start the scene, Miss Q. Let's go.
Get up those dishes, Barnaby Limp. I'm going to a movie.
Oh, yeah? That's what you think.
Why, Pinky.
Don't Pinky me. You're doing these dishes tonight.
Yes, dear.
And when you finish dunking that pottery, you can start donning my socks.
But I darned the heels yesterday.
Well, the toes is out today. When I went to put them socks on this morning, they run up my legs like a couple of shin guards.
Oh, you slave driver.
Quiet.
You Simon LeGrave.
Quiet. After you weld them socks, press my other suit, shine my shoes, and trim the wick in my cigar lighter.
Yes, dear.
Now, that's more like it. Now I'm going out and get plastered.
Is it all right if I go to bed before you get back?
No, get your coat on and sit by the phone.
By the phone?
Yeah, when the bartender gives you the SOS, come down and carry me home.
Yes, dear.
So long.
Oh, wonderful, Barnaby.
Oh, thanks.
Some acting, hey, Doc? Gosh, you had me scared, Mr. Limp.
My cure, Doc?
Your inferiority complex is completely dominated. Your connubial phobia has subsided.
Do you think my wife will sense it?
Absolutely. Subconsciously, your wife is subdued this very minute.
Oh, that's all I wanted to know. I'll show her.
You bet you will. Good day, Mr. Limp.
Goodbye. Whoopee!
His phobia well in hand, Barnaby Limp, the wife-tamer, returns to his home a new man. The scene, the family kitchen the next night.
Hello, lovey. Do you sense it?
Sense what? I told you to get at them dishes.
I'll go fry your fat.
Who said that? Who's talking in here?
I'm talking. I'm through washing dishes around here.
Have you gone nuts?
I'm boss in this house, Mabel Imp.
Who says so?
The Therapeutic Theater says so. That's who says so.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, we'll settle that right now. I'll fix you.
Oh, hell, put down that mom.
I'll put it down your throat, you little shrimp.
Oh, murder, help.
Take that.
Oh, no, not the wet end. Oh.
Now, who's boss of this joint?
Oh, you are, Lammy.
Okay, now start bathing them dishes, chicken liver.
Yes, dear.
I'm going to a movie.
Which one?
The devil is a sissy, and so are you.
New York City, New York. New York City, New York. The only newsreel in the world that repeats on occasion. New York City, New York. Town Hall News presents a 10-second review of this week's outstanding motion picture. That popular Indian masterpiece, The Last of the Mohicans. The Last of the Mohicans.
Who you?
Me Mohican. Who you?
Me Mohican too.
We only 2 Mohican left.
Me fix that. Me last of Mohican.
Stockholm, Sweden. Stockholm, Sweden. Eugene O'Neill, American dramatist, wins Nobel Prize in Literature for 1936. Town Hall News shows Mr. O'Neill receiving honored trophy.
Come in. Here is your award, Mr. O'Neill.
What do you mean by knocking? Why didn't you ring the bell?
This is the Nobel Prize, Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now, say, who's that typing? If that's the author of Anthony Adverts working on a sequel.
Oh, I'm sorry, Fred. I was just beginning an open letter here on my portable.
Well, I'd rather hear the letter than that pounding, Harry.
All right. I start off here by saying, my dear radio audience, Harry, weren't you taught at school never to start a letter with the word I? Oh, well, now, wait a minute, Fred. You don't understand.
Oh, yes, I do. You should start off with a word like having. You know, having just received the knitted watch fob, etc., etc., etc. Something like that. But never with I.
Well, Fred, look, I wasn't speaking of myself. Now, listen. My dear radio audience, I-Pana is the one toothpaste you should always remember.
Oh, I get it, Harry.
Yes, and more people are getting it every day, Fred. For I-Pana is not only a great favorite because it cleans and brightens teeth so well, but when used with massage, I-Pana has the extra advantage of helping tone and stimulate gums. Gums which do not get enough exercise from the soft, creamy foods we eat nowadays. That's why, like so many dentists, we advise...
Every time you brush your teeth with I-Pana, put a little extra I-Pana on your brush or fingertip and massage your gums with it.
In that way, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be giving your gums the toning and stimulation they need to help guard against serious gum trouble. So you'll have firmer gums, brighter teeth, and a far more attractive smile if you'll always remember I-Pana for the smile of beauty.
Steeden and the I-Pana Troubadours have just played Tain't Good. Tain't Good isn't my symphonic opinion. It's the name of the number. Now, on Friday night... Oh, gosh, just when I'm... Quiet. Quiet, please. If that's somebody yelling down the ventilator, you'll be gone with the wind in just a minute.
Hello?
Well, sir... How do you like that? A LeBlanc reception, 2 for 1. Well, sir, the Wednesday will come when you wish you had that second reception, something. Well, sir, they laughed when I said my cocoa was cold. They didn't know there was a hole in the back of my toupee. If it isn't Portland.
Yes.
Now, I want you to give us a sample of your best acting tonight, Portland. Eddie Cantor is here tonight.
Oh, boy.
No, not oh, boy. It's Eddie Cantor.
Oh, girl.
You see, that's where you could have used your second reception if you only had... All right, now, what's with you?
Well, Papa sent me out to...
What a cue, huh? What's with you?
Papa sent me out to mail a letter, so I thought I'd drop in.
Well, don't tell me Papa saw himself in the back of his blue serge suit and he's sending himself fan mail.
No. Papa's writing our congressman. He's worried about conditions.
You mean your father resents the general upswing in business?
I'll say it's costing him money.
Well, how can the upswing cost him? How is that?
Well, Papa's a plumber, and when he didn't work during the Depression, he only lost $40 a week.
So?
So, now since the plumber's got a raise, Papa's losing $48, and those extra $8 are not to be sneezed at.
No, not unless they've got pepper on them, no.
If things get any better, Papa'll go out of his mind.
Well, what's 2 steps in his life? Can't Papa get in on the boom?
He's thinking about selling fruit knives to the big corporations.
What'll General Motors and Western Electric do with fruit knives?
Papa says they can use them to cut melons.
Well, it's really wonderful the dividends the big companies are paying. You know, if some of the firms keep giving away money, the first thing you know, the stockholders will get the business.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time.
No, a stockholder can never tell when he's getting the business. I wish I had some stock that would pay me something.
Haven't you got any shares of anything?
Well, I've got 200 shares of International Donut.
Isn't the donut company declaring a dividend?
Yes, they're making the hole smaller.
I get it. They're putting the dough back in the business.
Now, look, Portland. If you have any consideration for your public, that little old man in Des Moines, you'll pick up that joke and leave.
Oh, no, you don't. Mr. Bello!
Oh, no, not those people from the Crosby.
Come in, sis. Make it snappy, fellow boy. I'm right on your rear end like a tail light, boy.
Now, just a minute. Now, you boys may have something on your minds, but I won't believe it until I see the X-ray plate.
Look, we're not here to argue, friend. Right, Vaughn? Right, Portland?
Right.
Well, it isn't right as far as I'm concerned.
Now, don't get excited, Mr. Allen. Mr. Bello and Mr. Fogg are from the auto show.
So what?
We're here to see you about a car. Yeah, what kind of a crate are you driving, brother?
Mr. Allen's a pedestrian, Mr. Fogg.
A pedestrian?
Yes, I'm a pedestrian. My father before me was a pedestrian. My grandfather
Why,
was...
this is the machine age, brother. Yeah, if it wasn't for the game laws, you pedestrians would be extinct.
Haven't you seen any of the new cars, Mr. Allen?
No. This year's auto show is next year's parking space. I can wait. There's no hurry about it.
Hey, this is 1936, brother. Today, every pedestrian has got to buy a car or take to the hills. And there's only one car to buy. Right, it's the Scooter 6.
Is the Scooter 6 a good car, Mr. Bello?
It's the lowest low-price car on the market today.
How cheap is it?
Get these terms. Nothing down, and the company gives you a 6-month head start.
How many miles do you get to the gallon?
Nobody knows.
What is it, a trade secret?
No, but the car's only been out a year, and nobody's finished the first gallon yet. Hey, I sold a Scooter 6 last week.
What happened, Mr. Bello?
The tank was empty, but the customer just had his suit cleaned. The car got a whiff of the gasoline on the guy's coat, and the customer shot through the showroom window doing 45.
That sounds pretty dangerous, Mr. Bello.
The Scooter 6 is foolproof, Alan. Just the car for you.
What do you mean, foolproof? You can't speed in it?
No, sir. In this car, the radio lets you know how fast you're doing.
How does it work, Mr. Bello?
Well, sir, the radio's hooked onto your speedometer. If you're doing 30, the radio gets you Wayne King. If you're going 40 with your arm around a dame, bang, you get the voice of experience.
Suppose you're going 60 and you get a ticket.
You get the goodwill card.
Well, how does she ride, A.L.?
Brother, driving a Scooter 6, you'll think you're mounted on a whipped cream horse, hurdling a hill of fuzz.
Oh, boy.
Going over a bump feels like you're riding a plate of Jell-O bareback.
What about accessories?
Well, everything's complete. Swivel rumble seats, bookends for your old maps, hall tree and umbrella rack, FOB your front door.
No sun lamp?
No sun lamp.
But to every customer buying a Scooter 6 during the show, we're presenting a log cabin trailer absolutely free.
I don't want a trailer.
Well, you gotta take a trailer. The company insists.
Why? There'll be nobody living in it.
Yeah,
that's what you think.
The man from the finance company will be living in it till you make your first 6 payments.
That joke wasn't so good it took 2 of you to have it. The only good joke in the thing that you blow up. Well, now listen, gentlemen. Gentlemen, you automobile man, you're over anxious. That's the whole trouble. Now, let's get back to the trailer. Tell me confidentially, is the trailer just 4 cold walls, or is it furnished?
Is it furnished?
It has 5 pieces of rustic furniture and a piano.
There isn't room for a piano in a trailer, is there, Mr. Bellows?
Why, our pianos have got outboard motors, sis. Our baby grand does 50 miles an hour, runs right alongside of your trailer.
What about the bathtub?
That's extra. It hooks on the outside like a lifeboat.
It sounds homey, Mr. Allen.
Yes. Why, homey ain't the word. We even give you mice on roller skates.
Mice on roller skates?
Yeah, you keep the same mice. You don't want strange mice jumping in and out of your trailer on tour, do you?
You ain't going wrong in a Scooter 6, brother.
I can see you're riding along now, Mr. Allen.
Oh, what a picture. First there's you, humming along in a Scooter 6.
Then your log cabin trailer bouncing along in your wake.
Over to your right is your piano, taking the hills in second.
And then there's your mice, skating figure eights under the wheels. One big happy family.
What do I do for entertainment?
A Major Bowles unit follows you along on bicycle.
That's done it. I'll take a Scooter 6. Now, what's my first payment?
Just a handshake, brother.
Here you are. Excuse the hangnail.
Thanks. Here's your receipt.
So long, Bud.
So long, boys. Happy trailing, Portland.
Tally ho!
And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the boys sing Texas Dan.
Texas Dan, from down on the Rio Grande. I ride the range and fan the breeze with a calico horse between my knees. And right or wrong, I do as I please. My name is Texas Dan.
There's been a many a man that started to call my hand, and you can tell if I lost or won by counting the notches on my gun.
And I didn't put 'em there just for fun. My name is Texas Dan. I once was an honest man way down on the Rio Grande. I had a home to call my own and I had a heart, but it turned to stone. And now I'm a maverick and I ride alone. My name is Texas Dan. I loved a gal called Ann, and I loved as a good man can, and I believed every word she said till I found that she lied. Then I shot her dead. And now there's a price upon my head. My name is Texas Dan. That price on Texas Dan is open to any man. But I'm warning you all before you try. It's a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. 'Cause I don't care if I live or die. My name is Texas Dan.
I come from a fighting clan, and I want you to understand that I fear no man that I ever saw, for a 44 is my only law.
And I'll live just as long as I'm quick on the draw. My name is Texas Dan.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And thank you, boys. And now, Professor Rumpelmeyer, will you kindly step up to the microphone?
About here, Mr. Allen?
That'll do very nicely. Now, this is the gentleman I spoke to you about this morning, Mr. Von Zell.
Oh, yes. This is the subject.
What's he mean, subject, Fred? What am I...
Now, compose yourself, Mr. Von Zell. Mr. Allen told me that you'd been working pretty hard, and by a very simple test, I can discover whether or not he's right.
What kind of a test?
It merely involves an association of ideas. I supply a word,
and you answer immediately with the word that it suggests. For instance, if I say knife, you would most likely say fork. That is, if your brain is not too tired. Shall I proceed?
Sure, it's all right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Von Zell. Bread.
Butter.
Simone.
Simone.
Hot.
Dog.
Now, let's see. One more. Cold.
Sal Hepatica.
Pardon me, Mr. Von Zell, but I'm afraid that last answer is irrelevant.
Oh, pardon me, sir, but Sal Hepatica is the first thought of people with colds. Because you can often throw off a cold more quickly if you remove waste from the body, and at the same time help nature combat the acidity that usually accompanies a cold. And Sal Hepatica is the mineral salt laxative especially made to do both those things at once. It pays to fight a cold the modern way, ladies and gentlemen. Just get plenty of rest, drink plenty of liquids, be careful of your diet, and at the first sign of your cold, put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it. Remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Well, there's the theme song of the Mighty Allen Art Players, and they'll be with you immediately after your station announcement.
Gentlemen, to prove that a harmless-looking radio set can be transformed into an infernal machine, we present the Mighty Allen Art Players. Tonight, they dramatize an episode in the life of that Chinese schlemiel, Detective One Long Pan. It's called The Great Dane Mystery, or Here Today and Doggone Tomorrow. Overture, Peter.
You rang, Mrs. Van Dyke?
Yes, Abercrombie. What time is it?
I don't know. The hourglass has stopped, madam.
The hourglass not running?
No, madam. There's a clinker rampant in the sand. It stopped at exactly 3 grains before tipping time.
I'm expecting a man from the dog show, Abercrombie. I'm entering King Charles.
Oh, I'm sure he'll win, madam. King Charles is the finest Great Dane in the country.
Oh, he's been terribly nervous lately, Abercrombie.
I'm afraid the dog's got something on his mind, madam.
See that he gets his afternoon nap. He'll never win first prize with bags under his eyes. The door, Abercrombie.
Yes, madam.
I'm Mr. Palm. Is Mrs. Van Dyke in?
Oh, yes, she's expecting you, sir.
Come right in, Mr. Palm.
I'm from the dog show, Mrs. Van Dyke.
I should say so. Open a window, Abercrombie.
Yes, ma'am. Is there anything else?
Yes, tip off.
I'm tipping, ma'am.
Now, Mrs. Van Dyke, I'll just fill out your entry blank. Your dog's name, please.
King Charles.
Breed?
Great Dane.
Pedigree?
His father was a nephew of Rin Tin Tins.
Mother?
His mother was incognito.
Who's his favorite movie star?
Helen 12 Trees.
Fine. Now, if I can just get a picture of your dog for the program, Mrs. Van Dyke.
Oh, yes, I'll have him brought right in.
You rang, Mrs. Van Dyke?
Arouse King Charles, Abercrombie.
He's napping, ma'am. He's apt to resent it.
Intimate to him that he's to be photographed.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I'll set my camera up here.
Yes, pose him in front of this statue of Napoleon, as though he'd sensed the bone in Bonaparte.
Mrs. Van Dyke! Oh, Mrs. Van Dyke!
What is it?
King Charles has disappeared.
King Charles gone?
Are you sure?
Yes. His bed is empty, the window's open, and the dog is gone.
He's been dog-napped.
I'll call the police.
Yes. Help!
Police! Police!
Calling all cars. Calling Detective One Long Pan. Prize Great Dane stolen at Van Dyke Mansion. Calling One Long Pan. Come out of that Minsky show and get on the job. Calling Detective One Long Pan. Great Dane stolen. Proceed at once to Van Dyke.
Come in.
Greeting, salutation. One Long Pan on job with hey nani and hot so-and-so.
If you're peddling lychee nuts, Oriental, go around to the back door.
One Long Pan not full of nut man, lady. Long Pan detective, crime solved cutlass, murder specialty. Further information call Circle 9 2222. Excuse, please. Get tobacco between front teeth.
You're just in time.
Yes. King Charles is being stolen.
King missing, you play clean. 3-note clump, grand slam, spade.
No, you fool. King Charles is my prize dog.
Yes, Longpan, he's worth $10,000.
Oh, you Fibber. How can little dogs save so much money? Scotch Terrier?
No, he's a Great Dane.
Very good. Longpan, get busy on job. First, need the scripture.
King Charles was white and big with black spots and small teeth.
King Charlie fight like pig, black spats, false teeth.
He had a high bark, cropped ears, and a pointed nose.
Hyde Park, chopped ears, pointy hose. Very good. Longpan, fine dog, jig time. Mystery solved. Goodbye.
What mystery's solved? That door leads into a closet.
What kind of a detective is this, Bum? You describe a dog and he runs into a closet. Perhaps he's tracking down a moth to warm up.
Come out of that closet, Longpan.
Hi-ho, everybody. Peek-a-boo.
What's new, Longpan?
Case very difficult.
What's the big idea ducking into that closet?
Longpan use strategy.
Think stock of the horse, he said.
Longpan never fail, lady. Not fine, King Charlie. Longpan take his place dog show. Personal appearance.
Quit dogging it, Longpan, and get on the job.
Happy suggestion. Longpan, Leonard Klein. Now, before dogs fly coop, what happened?
King Charles had his lunch.
Who served lunch?
Bridget, the cook.
Very good, Flunky. You call Bridget Planto?
Yes, sir.
You don't think my cook would poison King Charles, do you?
Man, not put toe in food can still get toe made. You catch on? Wow, joke?
Did you call, Mum?
Yes, Longpan wants to cross-examine you, Bridget.
Longpan never crossed Bridget till they come to it.
This is fantastic.
Quiet, baggy pants. Not fantastic. Aesop say, unless cat swallow gold piece, do not open puss.
Well, what's on your mind, Togo?
What wants you cook for missing dog?
Well, now, first he had anchovy on dog biscuit.
Appetizer, very tasty, very tasty.
Yes. Then he had consommé with breadsticks.
Delicious, delicious.
A double hamburger, French fried potatoes, and a demi-tasse of barley water.
No dessert?
You can't eat dessert after a double hamburger.
Longpan always eats banana pan dode after double hamburger.
Well, some dogs eat more than others.
Oh, very good, very good. Aesop say, one man's insult, other man's bellywear.
What's all this got to do with the mystery?
Everything to do. Mystery solved.
Thank heaven.
What solved it, Longpan?
Double hamburger.
The hamburger?
Exactly. Smart dog eat hamburger. Ashamed. Hide till onion wear off breath.
You're nuts. I didn't put no onions in the hamburger.
Oh, very bad, very bad. Open shut case, not stay shut. Insist fly open.
What's your next move, Longpan?
Longpan examine King Charlie bedroom. Maybe leave clue before disappear.
Oh, the dog's room is right in here, Longpan.
You see, window open, dog bed ruffle. Dog, not sleep good.
No, he's been worried lately.
Yes, I heard him pacing the floor all last night.
What could a dog have on his mind, Longpan?
Only of a dog.
King Charles was a gentleman, Longpan, and a bachelor.
This copy New York Times on bed for dog.
Yes, King Charles was very particular. He would only sleep on the Times.
And he insisted on Esquire for a pillow.
This Times all chewed up.
Yes, it's Sunday's Times.
Sunday.
Every time I went to change it, he'd bark and growl.
Very significant, very significant. Everything hussy-pussy. Mystery solved.
What, again?
Quiet, hacker. This time, mystery solved positively. In 60-second flat, King Charlie appear front door.
Are you sure, Longpan?
He's crazy.
Who crazy? You follow Longpan Parlor, we see what's guy.
Let's go.
This guy's a phony.
Who phony? Oh, you hear bucking. Longpan never fail.
It's King Charles.
Longpan make good at last. Definitely.
I should open the door.
Here's your dog, Mrs. Van Dyke.
Oh, my darling, did nice man bring him home?
Yeah, I saw the address on his collar.
Are you open to bide a wee home, brother?
No, I'm the doorman.
Doorman? What doorman?
Doorman, Imperial Theater, right?
Right. This mutt broke in there
This mutt broke up matinee, right?
Right.
Quiet, King Charles.
Oh, you're bad doggy. You bark all matinee, theater. Very good. A long pan understand, dog. Very good. After show, you wait the stage door. You bite the leading man.
Say, that's right. How did you know?
Oh, Long Pan is wonderful. He said my Great Dane would be back at 1 minute past 5.
You're bad.
And that's just when he arrived on the dot.
You're bad.
Well, how did you figure it out, Long Pan?
Very simple. King Charlie, chew up, the magic page, Sunday Times, lose temper.
You mean he saw something there? Something by Brooks Atkinson?
You're back, and how, kiddo? King Charlie noticed play Hamlet open. King Charlie worry about winning dog show. Go to matinee.
You mean he had to see Hamlet before he'd go into the dog show?
Exactly. King Charlie lead press agent say Leslie Howard, greatest Dane of all time. Dog check up.
Wonderful!
No, not wonderful. Elementary. Aesop say, if Hamlet not going to dogs, dogs will go to Hamlet. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Now, tonight we open the doors of Cupid Allen's Charm School just long enough to settle the age-old question. When does a woman think a man is good-looking, and vice versa? The woman speaks.
He's not a handsome man, but he has the most glorious smile.
The man.
Well, she's not exactly pretty, but when she smiles, oh, boy.
The explanation.
An attractive smile is one of your greatest assets. Everyone knows how much it adds to our looks and personalities. But attractive smiles aren't dependent upon teeth alone, because teeth are seldom at their brightest when gums are tender and under exercise. That's why we earnestly advise Ipana toothpaste and massage. And here's the reason for that advice.
Ipana and Massage is designed to help tone and strengthen gums as well as clean and brighten teeth. And regular massage with Ipana will give your gums the toning and stimulation they need to help guard against serious gum trouble.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll just remember that dentists approve that simple health routine, that modern schools teach it, and that your smile, to be at its best, needs the help of Ipana, I'm sure you'll always remember Ipana for your smile of beauty. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours have just played The Way You Look Tonight from Jerome Kern's score of Swing Time. And now, the Town Hall Amateur Contest. Here comes Fred leading another selected group of amateurs out to the microphone. And before they begin, let's give them a real town hall reception.
Thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we present another group of talented young ladies and gentlemen. The boys and girls are competing for a first prize of $100 in cash and a second prize of $50 in cash. Now, you folks here in the town hall will select your own winners. Your applause after each act will be recorded on our applause machine, and the two acts receiving the highest applause ratings will be called back later for your final votes. Now, first tonight, may I present Billy Carvin. How are you tonight, William? You come from Waterbury, Connecticut, is that right? You were here last Wednesday, and the show ran so long that we didn't have a chance to put you on. I'm sorry about that, and sorry that you had to come way back again tonight.
They treat me very nice anyway.
Well, we try to do the best we can, Willie. And what are you going to, I guess you better get a little nearer to everybody's hearing me. That's the trouble. There are complaints in there. You won the prize that on Uncle Jim's contest held up in Waterbury, didn't you, at the Poli Theater?
Yes.
You'll be happy to know that Uncle Jim is playing at Fay's Providence Theater this week.
Well, I asked where he was tonight.
You did? Well, this is a fine time to ask me because now I can tell everybody, and it saves a lot of trouble. Did you pay any attention to Uncle Jim's unit up there?
They were very good.
It was very good, huh?
And people all saw a lot of them. And they all liked Uncle Jim, too.
Well, personally, he's a very fine gentleman, Uncle Jim. You know, I've been worried lately, Billy. Did you notice any change about him since he's been on the stage?
Well, that's the first time I ever saw him.
It is, huh?
Yes.
Well, I want to tell you, there's a great change come over Uncle Jim since he's returned to the theater. Yesterday, I caught him with spats on. He hasn't got the courage to come right out with the spats where you can see them. He's wearing them under his stockings for the first few days. But they'll be out any minute. Well, what are you going to sing for us, Bill?
The Little Old Town and Old County Down.
Little Old Town and Old County Down. All right, thank you.
In that dear little town, in that old county down, it will down in my heart, though it never was grand, it was my fairyland, just a wonderful world set apart. Oh, my island of dreams, I am with you, it seems. Now I care not for fame or renown, like the black sheep of old. I'll come back to the fold, little town in that old county
Billy Carvin from Waterbury, Connecticut. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Marie Durkin and Genevieve O'Hara. How old are you, girls?
16.
You're both 16, are you?
Yes.
And you live in Brooklyn?
Yes.
And you dance Irish jigs?
No, an Irish reel.
Irish reel. Do you commute to take lessons from? But did you ever hear of my? Did you have to go outside of Brooklyn to study Irish dancing? But did you ever hear of my Uncle Shawneen O. Muldoon, the famous Irish dancer? He was very light on his feet. The banshees used to take lessons from my uncle. My uncle could dance a breakdown on a piece of blue serge without disturbing the lint. But what are you going to... you're going to do an Irish reel, huh?
Yes.
Is your music all ready?
Yes.
Would you like to start right in? You would, huh? All right, you go right ahead. Thank you. Durkin and Genevieve O'Hara from Brooklyn. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet William Cooley. How are you tonight, William?
All right, how are you?
Well, we covered that topic rather quickly, didn't we? Is your home in New York City, may I ask?
My home is in Georgia.
In Georgia, is it really?
Yes.
Does the cold weather bother you up here? Have you noticed? Have you been up in New York very long?
I've just been up here 7 months.
7 months, sir.
Yes.
How do you like our first cold spell that started tonight?
It's pretty cool, right?
It certainly is pretty cold. I came down 6th Avenue tonight to give you an idea of how cold it was. I passed a little delicatessen store about that big where 2 men were picketing, and it was so cold they were running up and down there. To give you an idea. But you are a baritone singer, William?
Yes.
And what are you going to sing for us tonight?
I'm going to sing the song of the Extra Gang. And this song is...
The Song of the Road, is it? About the gangs that work on the road?
Yes.
I see. Is it an original song, or is it an old, well-known song?
Well, it's practically a new song.
A new song, huh?
Yeah.
What do you have any emotions with it, or as you...
Hey, we have motion with it, you know, it's just like you was working, and you keep up time with it.
With a pick, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, sort of a swing song. You get what the thing, huh? Well, all right. You go right ahead, before I confuse everything. Go right ahead. Thank you.
Been tired on the railroad for my baby all day long. I'm been tired for my Sadie. She's my baby. What a boy, bring me some water here, 'cause I'm been tired on the railroad for my baby all day long, lifting timber on the railroad for my baby all day long.
Thank you. That was William Cooley, ladies and gentlemen. I think you better go over there, Fred. You can see the piano player from here. That was William Cooley, ladies and gentlemen, and very fine, too, William. And now may I present Freddie Lamar. Mr. Lamar, are you from New York City, may I ask?
Well, I've been living in New York for about 8 years.
For 8 years, huh? Do you work here? What sort of business?
As salesman.
You're a salesman,
Yes,
huh? And what is this instrument you have here? What do you call this? It's a novel-looking instrument. Looks like a pair of lollipops tied onto a tin shingle there. What do you call that?
It's a vibrahop.
Oh, a vibrahop. That's what they call a vibra. I always thought a hop was one of those things you found in front of one of the Marx Brothers. But now that's the only way I ever identify a hop. And you play music on that, do you?
Yes, sir, by pressing my thumb.
By pressing your thumb, huh? And don't you wave it or anything?
Well, I wave it a bit.
You, you wobble it, huh? Well, what are you going to play for us tonight?
Victor Herbert's Sweet Mystery of Life.
Vic, on that little thing there?
Yes, sir.
Well, you go right ahead. I'll be interested to see how this comes out. That was Freddie Lamar. That certainly surprised me, getting all of that melody out of that little contrivance. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet the Sloan sisters, Magee, Ann, and Rose from Brooklyn. Is that right?
That's right.
And are you really sisters?
Yes.
Really sisters, huh? I'm always suspicious in show business, you know. People say so-and-so, such and such a sister team, and one of the girls has an English accent, and the other one will have a Bronx twang, you know, and you can tell in the minute that they're not. But I'm happy to meet the members of the Sloan family, and you're going to sing a harmony number, aren't you? And what is the name of the number?
Every minute of the hour.
Every minute of the hour. Thank you.
If you ask how much I love only you, this is all that I can say. Every minute of the hour, every hour of the day, I am always dreaming of only you, loving you the same old way. Every minute of the hour, every hour of the day. If I could be 1 hour with you, if I could be with you. If you ask how much I love only you, this is all that I can say. Every minute of the hour, every hour of the day, I am always dreaming of only you, loving you the same old way. Every minute of the hour, every hour of the day, every hour of the day.
Thank you. Those were the three Sloan sisters, ladies and gentlemen. And you should have seen Eddie Cantor's eyes light up seeing only three girls together like that. You can just imagine. And now may I present the four swingsters, ladies and gentlemen. Are you the four swingsters?
Well, I'm just one of them.
Oh,
The other three are over there. They're setting up on the music.
Well, After you've been in radio, you begin to see different things, except in the script. You, do you sing or do you play an instrument too?
Well, I sing and
We
dance
have a
around
gr-
while the band plays. We impersonate the Benny Goodman Swing Trio.
Oh, the Benny Goodman Swing Trio. Right? You come from Bayonne, do you?
I'm from Hoboken, the other three are from Bayonne.
Hoboken and Bayonne, huh? Isn't Bayonne Jimmy Durante's home? Is that right? I don't know.
I don't know about Bayonne.
I heard it
I think
was.
Hoboken is.
Hoboken.
Yeah.
Well, I heard that Jimmy was born in Hoboken and his nose comes from New Brunswick. I don't know. But what are you going to... What are you going to play for us tonight?
Oh, we're going to swing out on that old time tune, China Boy.
You're going to swing out on China Boy. All right. If he has no objections, go right ahead.
Oh, hit it out, boy. Two tricks on that stick, Briggs. Two tricks. China boy, come near. Oh, China boy, reveal why everything I've got into my heart seems to say I'll tear it right. Dop dee dop dop doo dee dee doo dop 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 dee 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 doo. Oh, swing it out, dee 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 dee. La da 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 doo 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 doo. Swing to me. Oh, China boy, yes yes, beat it out, brother. Oh, truck it.
Those are the four swingsters from Hoboken. And that concludes our amateur contest, ladies and gentlemen. And now, while I keep my rendezvous with the applause machine, Harry has a rendezvous with you.
And you have one at Town Hall next Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. We certainly hope you'll all be back at your radios again, and that in the meantime, you'll remember to use the two products that make all these evenings with Fred Allen possible. Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana and Sal Hepatica. All right, Fred, have you got the result?
Yes, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause meter divulges that your applause has been heaviest for the two acts we have called back to the stage. Now, I'm going to ask Harry to hold his hands over the heads of these boys. There don't seem to be any girls tonight. And as I call the names, I'm going to ask you to kindly applaud once again, if you will, and select your winners for first and second prizes. First, the young man with the baritone voice who sang the song of the Extra Gang so well, William Cooley. And then the young man with the novel instrument, the vibraharp, who played Sweet Mystery of Life, Freddie Lamar. Thank you. And what does the machine say, Harry?
Sure, Fred.
The first prize of $100 in cash, ladies and gentlemen, goes to William Cooley, the baritone singer. Second prize, $50 in cash, goes to Freddie Lamar. And thank you, boys and girls, for an excellent contest. Good night, and don't forget next Wednesday night for another hour of smiles, ladies and gentlemen, in the Old Town Hall. This is Fred, spelled Ipana, Alan, spelled Sal Hepatica, saying good night.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Wherever you may roam, you'll find our name is known. You can trust a Delco. Thanks, Delco. Delco Freedom Battery. When things are getting thick and you want to start real quick, you can trust a Delco. Thanks, Delco. Delco Freedom Battery. They've got the stuff when the starting's tough. You can trust a Delco. Thanks, Delco. Delco Freedom Battery. Delco Freedom
This is combat in the field and in your home. New Telstar Combat, the video tank game with two-fisted controls found in real tanks so you can maneuver all over the battlefield, dodge mines, one mistake and regroup, aim, fire. The score mounts, the battle quickens, turn, fire. Telstar Combat gives you 4 different battle games. So hit your TV to a Telstar. Telstar Combat by Coleco.
Hey, Mom!
Oh, hiya, Sonny.
Stop sitting around, Mom. Let's take a ride in my new Ford pickup.
All right, let me drive. Oh, if I can handle it.
This is the one that's built tough with Ford's exclusive twin I-beam suspension and a new 4-speed overdrive option. And extensive rust-fighting materials on underbody parts.
What you think, Mom?
You may think I'm off my rocker. This Ford is tough.
Of all Ford trucks registered over the last 12 years, 93 out of 100 are still on the job.
I dare you to knock this off. I dare you to compare anybody's batteries, with alkaline power cells. And try to beat them for long life.
You know what? You can't. When you want long-lasting energy, you can't buy a longer-lasting, all-purpose power system than gold, red, and black alkaline power cells from Everready. Come on. I dare you.
Stuntman, you get the bruises instead of the glory. You hit the deck and fight the dust till your bones ache. But now comes Miller time. Time to reach for the best-tasting beer you can find. Miller High Life, America's quality beer.
If you got the time, we've got the beer. Miller Beer.
Announcing a unique new motor oil from Exxon Research that can actually save money. New Golden Natural Uniflow. Uniflow was tested in cars like yours. After break-in, it delivered an overall average of 16 extra miles per tank full. Savings like that could cut your gasoline bill the equivalent of about 3 cents a gallon. New Uniflow motor oil is Exxon's best engine protection ever. It conserves gasoline, saves money.
A radical group of vigilantes gets a new recruit, a somewhat naive Archie Bunker, tonight at 8, 7 Central and Mountain on CBS.
Sir. It's about time you're here. Another late night, I presume? Well, let's get started. The first thing we have for your assignment is this micro-cassette tape recorder.
Genius. Did you design this, huh?
Well, no, actually. It's a Sony. Next is this radio with 32 worldwide bands can tune in just about any place.
Extraordinary. Who gets the credit for this one?
This is a Sony, too. You'll also need this ultra-compact portable video camera, and we're going to mount this 5-inch color TV in your car, along with this Betamax deck for playback.
Remarkable. Are they,
Yes, they're Sony also.
Excuse me, sir, but did you just walk into a store and buy these?
Well, yes.
Well, keep up the good work, sir.
If it's a little extraordinary, chances are it's a Sony.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
My name, Wan Lee. I cook 15 years. Observed, everyday vegetables often very dull. I like you to know about French's Worcestershire sauce. Reason, French's is Worcestershire that make big difference in cooking. Please to listen.
French's Worcestershire is honorable sauce cherished for generations. Rich with rare ingredients, exotic spices. Example, 1 ingredient, soy, very special with vegetables. French's Worcestershire, full of spicy ingredients, 15 in all, as good as soy.
But not Chinese.
You try vegetables cooked this way. 1 tablespoon French's Worcestershire added to boiling vegetable water causes mouth to also water.
So, just be sure of name. French's Worcestershire, from honorable makers of French's mustard. Thank you.
Hey, that there was a big one. You see that, Mr. Dillon?
No, I didn't, Chester.
Oh, my.
If you're counting heads, I didn't see it either.
Only heads I'm counting is catfish, Crown. And that there was number 6 since we've been riding down here along the riverbank.
You right sure you can count that high?
To 6?
Well, you ain't saying you can go higher.
Now, you listen to me, Ben Crown. I can count high as need be. I'll stand up to anybody doing sums. Ain't that a fact, Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon.
What? What was that, Chester?
Well, I was just remarking to Ben Crown how I can do my sums with the best of them.
Well, that's fine.
It come to mind the way I was counting catfish.
How are you on cottonwoods?
Oh, every bit as good.
Well, I count 3 just ahead there.
Yes, sir. 3 it is, Mr. Dillon.
All right, we'll stop there and water the horses.
Yes, sir.
And you can do your sums while we're resting, Chester. Sort of keep your hand in, you might say.
I'll tell you something, Mr. Crown. Me and Mr. Dillon, we brought in prisoners before that was a sight funnier, and you are just a sight funnier.
All right, let them drink it, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Well, how about my horse?
Water it.
With my hands tied?
You can hold the saddle horn, you can water your horse.
I ain't scum, Marshal. I'm not a killer, neither. Just on your say-so.
It's not my say-so, Crown. You're the face on the wanted poster. That's all I know.
And that's good enough for you, is it?
Good enough for me to bring you in. Now, you gonna water your horse? I'm gonna catch a wink.
I'm not gonna forget you, Marshal. You might want to think on that. I'm not gonna forget you.
Mr. Dillon. Mr. Dillon, best rouse yourself now.
What? Oh, Chester, I guess I must have dozed off.
The horses is all watered and rested up. We're going to make Dodge by eating them.
Yeah. Well, we better get a move on, I guess.
Well, what about eating? I can't go the livelong day on hardtack.
Chances are you'll find out you can, Crown. We won't be eating until we get to Dodge, will we, Mr. Dillon?
Wait a minute, Chester.
What?
That's coming from up behind the trees there. Sounds like somebody digging up there.
There's a law against that?
Now, you're the one bellyaching about food. If somebody lives up there, we might get a handout. Come on, let's go see.
Well, she ain't even looking up, Mr. Dillon. She must have heard us, though.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, you're not making much of a dent with that spade.
Now tell me something I don't know.
You look like you could use some rest.
I don't need you now. You could have come earlier. 2 days, 3. It might have mattered then. I sure don't need you now.
Mr. Dillon, she's just skin and bone.
You're no good to me coming now.
Well, you sure shouldn't be out in the heart of the day this way.
You know should and shouldn't, do you?
Well, I just mean the sun is punishing, man.
The sun, the land, the life. It's all punishing. Now go on with you. You're too late. Too late.
Too late for what, ma'am?
Leave me be. Just leave me be.
Now, let me have the spade, ma'am. You're not strong enough.
It won't matter. I die in the trying. Leave me to my work.
Mr. Dillon? She just crumpled up.
Yeah. I'll carry her inside.
Ain't no food here from the looks of her. She's starving to death.
Chester, bring Crown along.
I'll just spread out that bed so you can put her down, Mr. Dillon.
Now, there's a cot here. Besides, looks like the bed's occupied.
He's dead.
Yeah. 2-3 days dead. Like she said. She was trying to dig a grave.
Well, that poor thing. She must be near crazy all alone here and him dead.
All right, start a fire, get some water boiling, find some coffee, find some food if you can.
Right away, Mr. Dillon.
You untying me, Marshal? For what?
He was a big man, Crown. Dig a big grave.
Bye, Joan. I'm heading for the ballpark. I'm late now.
Gil Hodges, look at the list of errands you've left for me to do again, and I'm so busy with spring cleaning.
I know, but it's spring cleaning time for the car, too. So please be sure to get the motor oil changed in the car and get a fresh Fram filter, too, honey.
A fresh Fram filter, Gil? What for?
To keep the oil clean. Dirt and sludge can ruin an engine. Nothing fills motor oil with sludge faster than the short runs you make, shopping and taxiing the children to school. Just take the car in and ask for a Fram.
A Fram? How will they know what I mean?
They'll know. Most service stations sell Fram filters than any other brand. Nothing keeps oil clean like a Fram filter.
The Dodgers' popular first baseman, Gil Hodges, sure knows his filters. He knows how important it is to change oil filters at least every 5,000 miles. It's Fram for him, for you too. Fram filters.
You feeling some better, ma'am?
Letty Thatcher. You saved my life. I guess you can call me Letty.
You want some more coffee, Letty?
Oh, this'll do me. I thought there was 3 of you.
Oh, they're outside.
I guess you found Luther.
Yes, we found him.
Did you set him in the ground yet?
We thought you'd want that.
I've been trying to do it myself all these days. I lost track of how many. He was a long time dying, a long time lying there dead. I couldn't help him die, and I couldn't help him once he did.
You got no neighbors?
Nobody fool enough to live here but Luther Thatcher. He was bound he wouldn't live near no settlement. It'd choke him, he said. Crowd around him and choke him. Well, I could have stood a little of the choking myself.
We're heading for Dodge City, Letty. We'd be glad to take you along. I'm the marshal there. Might be able to help you get settled.
Settled at what?
At living, with people around.
Oh, I don't need folks now. I don't need nothing now. Everything I got's here.
You can't stay on here alone, Letty. Off this way, it's not safe for a woman alone.
Safe? I don't know what that means, Marshal. Don't talk safe to me. I got the roof Luther left me. I got a stove and a bed.
But you can't work the land. We couldn't find much food around.
We got potatoes in the ground. And the Lord knows the prairie's alive with rabbits. I'll make do.
Well, I can't force you to come with us, Letty. But if something like pride is keeping you here now, that's a big price to pay.
Pride. Pride. I'll show you something, Marshal. Here, out the window. Now, if you look close, you can still make 'em out. Toward the river from Luther's grave, there's 5 more. You see, just little mounds of dust now, but you can make 'em out.
Yes, I can make 'em out.
My babies. 5 of 'em. 1 for each year we've been here. Them and Luther now. All I got in the world is here, Marshal. I'm not leaving them.
You're not afraid to stay?
I guess I'd be afraid to go.
I just don't see her living on there alone, Mr. Dillon.
She can't see doing anything else. It's up to her, Chester.
I bet we must have rode 10 miles before we come to another farm. She just sat out there in the middle of nowheres, no one to tend for her, see to her.
Why don't you go back and marry her, Chester? You're so all-fired sorry for her.
I got a kindly feeling for her, that's all.
You collect stray cats, too, do you?
Digging a grave makes you pretty mean, doesn't it, Crown?
His kind just naturally born mean, Mr. Dillon.
I don't see the sense of choking up over a mule, stubborn old woman. You gave her the chance to get out. She's bound she's going to stay. Well, let her. Don't cry for her.
You're a practical man, Crown.
I'm that, all right, Marshal.
But you don't know the first thing about a woman's age. If Letty's 25, she's not a day older.
She looks 50.
Part of it's the prairie. Part of it's the wear of living. The strain she's been under.
She could use some plain good food, too. Plump her up a little dab. She'd be right pretty.
Some good plain food. Now, that don't hurt nobody.
I'm going to be awful surprised if it makes you any better looking, Ben Crown.
Just a minute. Now, let me get this straight, Chester. You want me to prescribe something for you, is that it?
No. Now, Doc, I didn't say that exactly. What I said was I wanted you to prescribe something.
Well, that's what I said.
You said prescribe something for me.
Well?
I didn't say it was for me.
Oh, well, then, well, who is it for?
You'd have to know that, I suppose.
Well, it'd help. Now, you tell me who it is, and I'll go and see him.
No, I can't do it that way.
Chester, there are times when you don't make any sense at all, and this is one of them. Now, I've had a busy day, and I'd just as soon go to bed as play this game, whatever it is, with you.
It's no game, Doc. My goodness, it's serious as can be. Now, look, I'll tell you. Let's say it's me that's ailing.
And I don't know any powers that'll fix what ails you.
Well, let's say I'm off my feet.
You?
I'm dragging around, half-starved. I need something to pick me up, like a tonic. That's it. Now, you just give me a nice bottle of tonic, and we'll forget the whole thing.
A nice bottle of tonic?
It don't matter the color, red or green. I got red from the last medicine show that come through here, but I ain't in the least particular as to color. Just something to put the bloom in my cheeks again.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Chester.
Well, now, Doc, I aim to pay.
Now, you listen to me. In case you don't recollect, we just came from dinner at Delmonico's. You ate steak and eggs and 2 helpings of stew, bread and gravy.
And a slice of pie.
All right. Now, I don't call that being off your feed. And you're not dragging around. You're waddling around from eating too much.
You don't think I need a tonic, do you?
I would put tonic last on the long list of things that you need.
Well, what about the bloom in my cheeks?
Chester. Good night.
Now, Doc, you...
Good night.
Oh. Good night.
Was it a hard trip, Matt?
No, they're all hard, Kitty. We rode most of the way to Abilene for nothing, as it turned out.
You brought a prisoner back.
Ben Crown, but he's the wrong man. Got a telegram this morning from Wichita. A man named Keeper confessed. Crown wasn't even implicated.
Well, Chester says Crown kept telling you all along he was the wrong man.
When did you see Chester?
Bright and early this morning. Sam gave him some money, and he picked out a couple of my old traveling dresses.
Wait a minute. He picked out what?
A couple of my old dresses.
Why?
Well, to tell you the truth, he wasn't too clear. He said they'd be put to good use, and he told Sam the same about his money. He muttered something about Doc not seeing fit to give him any tonic, and they went off to Jonas to collect from him. I suppose you knew about it.
All I know is Chester hasn't been around much since we got back.
I kidded him a little about it, asked him if he'd picked himself a wife while he was gone, and, well, I know this sounds far-fetched, but I swear he blushed.
I'll be darned.
Well, where are you going?
I think I better go find Chester.
Now, Matt, if you're not supposed to know, don't you dare tell him I told you.
No, I won't, Kitty. This is something I think I'd rather Chester told me himself. Afternoon, Chester.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon. I thought you'd be gone some longer.
Oh, buying the town out, are you?
You're referring to these parcels, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose I am.
Well, might as well come right out with it. I'd have told you at the first, Mr. Dillon, but folks seems to delight in just making sport of me. I just didn't want to hear no more about me being a sentimental old fool. It's only a kindly feeling I have for her.
You're collecting all this for Letty Thatcher.
You seen right through me, didn't you, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I think it's fine. I think it's a good thing, only...
No, I don't want to hear no more onlys. I got her some food and some clothes and a little spog of money. Ain't enough to wad a shotgun with, really, but it'll do her.
Well, how do you mean to get it to Letty?
Get it to her? Well, it's plain as day. All I got to do is just...
Well, you can't post it, Chester. No stage runs along the Solomon River near her.
Well, I hadn't thought that through.
Oh, Marshal. Chester.
I thought you'd gone by now, Crown.
Fixing to leave right now. Wanted to ask you a favor, Marshal.
Is that so?
Wonder if you'd mind telegraphing ahead to the marshal at Abilene, telling him my name's been cleared. I'd like to settle there, and I wouldn't want no marks against my name right off.
Well, I guess that could be arranged, Crown.
Mr. Dillon?
You're heading for Abilene now?
Well, my horse is outside.
Well, maybe you can do us a favor, Crown. We'd like these parcels dropped off at Letty Thatcher's. Now, that wouldn't be out of your way.
My horse ain't no pack mule, you know.
Ain't but just a few little...
You mean to set up in business in Abilene, you say?
A friend runs a Trails End saloon, said I could buy in.
Uh-huh.
Guess if I want you to send that telegram, I'd best oblige you. Huh?
Well, now, you're nice to offer to take these, Crown. I'll just carry them on out for you.
Somehow I get the idea you were just waiting for me.
We'll be much obliged, Crown. I'll send a telegram right away. And you tell Letty hello for us, will you?
Sure, Marshal. Sure I will.
Are you out of tune due to irregularity? Then help yourself get back in tune with Kellogg's All Bran. Pleasant, isn't it? The feeling of well-being you get when constipation from lack of bulk is no longer a worry. When harsh, irritating drug laxatives can be thrown away. Because Kellogg's All Bran is the normal, natural way to regularity. Its whole bran content gentles away constipation, supplies your system with the bulk-forming foods you need for youthful regularity. And it tastes good, too. Fact is, Kellogg's All Bran is the one and only whole bran cereal that combines proved effectiveness with appetizing taste and crispness. So if you're out of tune, Help yourself get back in tune as millions do with Kellogg's All Brand. ALL-BRAN. Kellogg's All Brand.
By ding, Letty sure is going to be surprised. Us showing up here not a week after Crown come through.
I still don't see why she stays on out here. She'd be much better off in town.
I'll water the horses, Mr. Dillon. Oh, here. You want to take the tonic Doc sent with you?
Oh, you bring it when you come back, Chester.
All right, you thank you. I will.
Letty, it's Matt Dillon. Letty?
You come any closer, I'll blow you off the prairie.
Now, Letty, put that shotgun down.
Any nearer at all, I'll kill you.
Well, what's wrong, Letty? What's happened to you?
You go on back and tell the good people of Dodge I sure thank 'em. Only the clothes is ripped and he ate the food. And the money's not worth much now.
Crown was here, then, huh?
Here. Here 3 days and nights. So don't come to collect any thank yous. I paid, Marshal. I paid for all was given me.
Now, Letty, you need care. You can't stay on here. I'm going to take that gun and you're going to go back to Dodge City.
No. I'm through with men forcing me. I'll die or I'll kill, but I'm not enduring any more.
Letty, I'm not going to harm you. Now, I'm your friend. I am not going to harm you, Letty. Now, you give me that gun.
No. Come on. Oh, no.
Chester! Come up here.
Oh, my land, but... Oh, ma'am.
This is Crown's work, Chester. I want you to stay here. When she's able, pack her up and take her back to Dodge.
Oh, yes, sir, I sure will, but what about you?
I'm riding to Abilene. Crown.
Well, Marshal Dillon, welcome to Trail's End.
That's for Letty, Crown. Now get up.
Now, wait a minute. She's not worth us fighting over, Marshal. I ought to know.
A widow woman, sick and in need. What kind of a brute are you?
She's asking for it, staying out there alone. Why, any man would...
If anybody cares, he needs a doctor. Bad.
Come in.
Hello, Letty.
Well, Marshal Dillon, I wondered if you'd be coming to call.
Well, I've been out of town. Doc says you're coming along fine.
Well, I declare that folks here have been so kind. I near forgot how kind and gentle folks can be. Chester, Miss Kitty, Doc, and Ma Smalley.
Hey, Ma says she's having trouble keeping you down.
Well, I got to pay my keep. I can't always be taken.
Well, there's time, Letty. You just get strong and well again.
Marshal, I was wrong. I faulted on so many things. What happened was my doing. Staying on when you tried to get me to leave.
Well, you just try to blot it out, Letty. That's best.
Yeah. I'm remembering lots of things. All of it. It's right that I do. Luther, rest him, seeing the good of it out here, wanting to make a place for us. All I could ever see was what we were losing.
You lost a lot.
The folks here, the most of them are building a town, a life. I'm going to be a part of it, part of the good. I owe it to Luther.
No, you owe it to yourself, Letty. I tell you, the West needs women. Women to be part of the good.
For so long, I just said to myself, I wish I'd die.
Well, I wish you'd live, Letty. But you're the only one can do that. Nobody else can do that for you.
Well, that's what I'm coming to know, Marshal. That's what I'm coming to know.
Next time you refresh, enjoy a frosty, ice-cold Pepsi-Cola.
Sociability, Charlie.
All right, Kay, how's this? Pepsi is light, refreshes without filling. You like to refresh? Have a Pepsi right now.
Well, offer it to everybody, Charlie.
I will. Enjoy Pepsi at the fountain. It's delicious at home, too. Have one at lunch or with a snack.
Charlie.
At the beach or at dinner. Wherever you go, wherever you're thirsty, Pepsi is there.
It's here, too, in our Be Sociable song.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair, get an air. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
For the weekend, have plenty of Pepsi around. Pick up an extra carton today. CK, I'm sociable.
With Pepsi, everyone is.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Kathleen Height, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine and Vic Perrin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Latest news follows, then Mitch Miller on the CBS Radio Network.
KNX, AM and FM, CBS Radio in Los Angeles. Washington, D.C., the city of the fox, the needle, and the punch.
Here in Chicago, we're evaluating the world's first lightwave communication system, carrying our customers' voice, data, and video. A half-inch cable like this can contain enough glass fibers to carry as many phone calls as 6 of those copper cables. Besides increasing capacity, someday this system will help keep costs down. We've taken lightwave communications out of the labs. We've put it under the streets, and it's working.
Bell System Technology, keeping your phone system the best in the world.
Ford introduces Futura, a dramatic combination of styling and technology for 1978 and beyond. Futura, designed by computer modeling and aerodynamic testing. It can provide excellent fuel economy and room for 5 passengers as well. Futura, designed for 1978 and beyond. Realistically priced for today. See your Ford dealer for a personal test drive.
Just listen to that. That's just one of the great original hits in this exclusive new Firestone Christmas album. This is a really big collection of all-time favorite Christmas classics with many of the artists who made them famous. It's yours for only $1.69. 8-track tape, $1.99. At Firestone stores and dealers just about everywhere. Merry Christmas, everybody.
You work in the sky with nothing to hold on to but the wind and a cold steel beam. And it's a very long day until a whistle blows telling you it's Miller time. Time for the best tasting beer you can find. Miller High Life, America's quality beer since 1855.
You've got the time, we've got the beer. Miller beer.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Important problems confronting the country today is that of gasoline rationing. We must all conserve as much gas as we possibly can.
Gas?
Boss, we never use more
You see, Rochester, the gasoline shortage is not a product shortage. The problem is one of distribution and transportation. And it's up to us to get more miles out of every gallon of gas that we use.
But, boss, your Maxwell gets over 80 miles to the gallon now.
My car is an exception. Now, Rochester, even in the states where gasoline isn't rationed, people must cut their consumption to the minimum.
But, Mr. Benny...
They can do this by organizing their shopping to avoid unnecessary trips, driving under 40, and keeping their carburetors adjusted. That goes for us, too. So adjust our carburetor, Rochester.
We don't have to, boss. We're using it for a radiator cap.
Well, put it back where it belongs. And remember, Rochester, we should all do our bit, because everybody, without exception, is a part of this war effort.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, presented by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Salute to Gardner Field.
It was more than 40 years ago, friends, that the first package of Jell-O was handed across a counter, carried home, and served to a delighted family. And in the years since that first family enjoyed Jell-O, this swell dessert has been many times improved. Now today, it's been made even better than ever, because by means of a new Jell-O process, Jell-O's grand goodness is locked in, protected for your added pleasure. Every package of Jell-O that you buy today gives you extra enjoyment thanks to this new Jell-O process. Every radiant, shimmering mold of Jell-O that you serve your family these days is more delightful because Jell-O now brings you a new high in flavor, gives you Jell-O at its richest, at its very best. Let your next package of Jell-O prove to you that Jell-O's flavor really is locked in. Open the package. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O, and out will come Jell-O's captive flavor in a rush of richness. Get Jell-O tomorrow. Its flavor is locked in, so it's extra good.
That was Salute to Gardner Field, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on his final appearance for Jell-O, we bring you that delicious comedian with the locked-in bankroll, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny, Jell-Oing again for the last time. Next season, it'll be Grape Nuts Flakes. And, Don, I guess you've got a right to be silly on our final broadcast. After 35 weeks, I'm a little slap-happy myself.
You're right, Jack. People don't realize how strenuous radio can be. I tell you, I'm worn to a frazzle.
Well, Don, you're the biggest frazzle I ever saw. Anyhow, we've got a very important sketch tonight, so let's get started. Is everybody here?
I am. I don't know about Dennis.
I'll go out and get him.
You're here now. Say, where's Phil, our proud father?
He's over in the corner practicing.
Practicing what?
Making three-cornered pants with his handkerchief.
Oh, yes. Hey, Phil, come over here.
Okay, Jack, I'll be right with you.
And take those safety pins out of your mouth. My goodness, you're certainly getting domestic all of a sudden. Now, fellas, the reason I wanted you here early tonight is because we're going to do a very important sketch. A cavalcade of 8 years with Jell-O.
Gee whiz, Mr. Benny, have you really been 8 years with one product?
That's right.
Remember when you first started out, you had 8 products in 1 year?
They hated me then.
No kidding, Jackson. Did you have 8 different jobs your first year in radio?
Yep. I went on the air for Bixby's Biscuit Batter, Belcher's Buggy Whips, the You Walk Up and We'll Come Down Clothing Company, Happy Hour Auto Courts Incorporated, Corrigan's Classy Corned Beef, the Easy Pull Zipper Company, and Moxley's Mucilage. Those were the days.
Moxley's Mucilage. I use that all the time on my hair.
Mucilage? On your hair?
Yeah, mine's not going to fall out like yours did, by golly.
Now, wait a minute. Mine hair didn't fall out. It was pulled out by a beautiful waitress in Lincoln, Nebraska. You want to know. Well, let's get going with our big production, fellas, so everybody pay attention. You too, Dennis.
Okay, hold my grunion.
Put that fish back in your pocket. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is our final appearance for good old Jell-O, we have prepared a cavalcade of 8 happy years with America's favorite gelatin dessert. Some of the highlights which we hope you will remember. Take it, Don Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, during our long and pleasant association with Jell-O, we've had many memorable situations. And one of the outstanding among them was the first time Jack Benny met Rochester. A few years ago, Jack and the whole gang were en route here by train from New York. And Rochester was a Pullman porter. A Pullman porter, if you remember, who didn't know where Albuquerque was.
Oh, gee, they were a long trip.
Say, Jack, look out the window. They sure dress funny here in Hollywood.
Those are Indians. This is New Mexico.
Oh.
Hey, Porter. Porter.
Yes, sir.
What time do we get to Albuquerque?
What?
Albuquerque.
I don't know. Do we stop there?
Well, certainly we stop there.
My. I better go up and tell the engineer about that.
Yes, do.
What's the name of that town again?
Albuquerque.
Albuquerque. What they gonna think of next?
Albuquerque is a town.
You better check on that.
I know what I'm talking about. Now, how long do we stop there?
How long do we stop where?
In Albuquerque.
There you go again.
And, of course, many of you will remember the series of sketches we used to do called Buck Benny Rides Again. Mary was Daisy Carson, Phil was Frank Carson, her father, and Jack was that rootin', tootin', shootin', galootin' Sheriff Buck Benny.
Well, here's the Carson house. Woo, partner, woo. Steady now. Here's an oat to chew while I'm gone.
Thanks very much.
I got a talking horse, and vaudeville has to be dead. I hope Daisy's home.
Come in.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and bow-legged.
Well, gal, you wouldn't exactly have any trouble straddling a barrel yourself. Say, Daisy, how's your pappy? Been drinking much lately?
Only when a snake bites him.
Well.
And if they don't, he teases them.
By the way, Daisy, where is the old boy?
He was papering the room here this morning, and that's the last time I saw him.
Gosh, this is new paper, ain't it? Wait a minute, what's that big lump there on the north wall?
Here comes Pappy now.
Hello, Frank.
Hello, Buck. Is the blackout over?
What blackout? You papered yourself on the wall. Now listen, Frank. I hear them rustlers stole some of your cows again last night. How many you figure they got?
I don't know.
Well, look out the window there and tell me how many head of cattle you got left.
Can't tell you, Buck. They're facing the other way.
Then let it go. Well, don't worry, Frank. I'll find them cattle before the sun goes down. Buck Benny rides again.
Folks, do you remember the time gravel-voiced Andy Devine took a trip up to San Francisco to join us, and the next day he told Jack all about it?
Well, Andy, I didn't expect you up here in San Francisco. You told me you couldn't make it.
Well, I didn't think I could, Buck, but Ma and Pa wanted to come, so I thought I'd treat them to a little vacation.
Oh, what did you do, motor up?
No, we took the night train. Ma slept in the lower berth, and Pa and me shared the upper.
Well, two of you in an upper berth. You must have had trouble getting undressed.
Undressed? We couldn't even get our hats off.
That must have been awful.
Well, we wouldn't have minded that so much, but our dog wouldn't get off the pillow.
Oh, your dog was in there, too. My goodness.
Yeah, she sure picked a fine time to have pup.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
And, of course, the cavalcade of Jell-O would be incomplete without some mention of the Benny Allen feud. It all started when Fred Allen accused Jack Benny of being unable to play the bees. On one of our most memorable programs, it occurred when Jack explained how he had once saved Fred's life years ago in vaudeville. Allen had been rushed to the hospital, and the doctor was telling Jack that his condition was critical.
Mr. Benny, when Fred Allen was juggling that cannonball and it dropped on his foot, it severed the femur and part of the tibia.
Well, heavens to Betsy.
And there's only one thing that can save his life. He must have a blood transfusion immediately.
A blood transfusion? Thank you, Butterball. Well, Doctor, if my blood can save Alan's life, I am ready.
Are you ready, Miss Stewart?
Yes, Doctor.
Then hand me that ice pick.
Wait a minute, don't I get an anesthetic for this?
Yes. Oh, nurse, fan Mr. Benny with a herring.
You do, I'll snap at it. Make it quick, Doctor.
All right, I'll just tap this vein here and attach a hose to it.
Go ahead, Doctor. I'm not afraid. I'm in awful pain now, folks. See what I went through for that rat?
There we are. All right, Miss Stewart, open the valve and draw the blood.
Yes, Doctor.
Oh, my goodness. Hey, shut me off! That's not ketchup, you know.
During the last 8 years, the Jell-O program has satirized many great motion pictures. And one of the most successful of these parodies was Lost Horizon, in which Jack played Ronald Coleman's part, that of a man who had found Shangri-La. Remember the scene where Jack met the Grand Lama?
Come, my boy, it's growing late, and I've promised to present you to the High Lama. He's 900 years old.
900 years old? Isn't he awful wrinkled?
No. We have him pressed once a week.
Gazooks.
Quiet. The High Lama approaches to greet us. Be prepared.
900 years old. Gee, he must be all dried up.
Yes. Don't light any matches around him.
Oh, boy, am I nervous.
He will not harm you, my son. Here he is. Behold, the High Lama. Your Excellency, I beg to present Jack Benny.
Your Excellency.
Hello, stranger.
Slapperman.
Quiet, I'm a llama now.
Well, tell me, Slap, how are you doing in Shangri-La?
Oh, Jackie boy, am I making money? Everybody here lives to be at 300 years old, 400, 500. There's no limit. I tell you, Jack, I'm cleaning up.
What do you do?
I sell birthday candles.
Birthday candles? You must be making a fortune. Say, is your wife here with you?
Who else could make me 900 years old so quick?
Oh, that's right.
Well, kiddies, I gotta toddle along now to the Shangri-La airport.
Oh, do you have an airport here?
Yeah, this is where the bummers leave for Tokyo.
Oh, yes, I heard about that.
About 3 years ago, a young man named Dennis Day joined the program. Dennis didn't say much in those days. His mother handled most of the conversation. Perhaps you remember his first appearance.
Well, how do you do, Mrs. Day? Come right in.
Thank you. Come along, Dennis.
Well, I'm glad you found the studio all right. Did you take a cab like I told you to?
Yes, it was $1.65. Here's the slip.
Oh. Oh, well, I don't mind.
Then smile.
How can a baritone have a tenor for a son? Oh, Mrs. Day, I want you to meet the, Mrs. Day.
Yes.
I want you to meet the members of my cast.
How do you do?
And this is her little boy, Dennis.
Say hello to the people, Dennis.
Hello to the people.
Oh, fine. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
What song have you selected for your debut on the Jello program?
I'm going to
He's
sing
going to sing a delightful new number entitled When You Wish Upon a Star.
Now, before you sing, Dennis, I thought our audience would like to know your age. How old are you?
59, including mother.
Well, that's not what I meant, but let it go. Now, go ahead, Dennis. We're all anxious to hear you. This is the microphone.
How do you do?
My, you are nervous. Go ahead, kid.
Now remember, Dennis, breathe deeply.
Yes, Mother.
Don't forget the words.
No, Mother.
And come here. Let me fix your tie.
Oh, don't bother, Mrs. Day. You know, this isn't television.
You're quite fortunate, Mr. Benny.
Very good, Mrs. Day. Sing, Dennis. Oh, boy, I'd like to give her a hot foot.
When you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are. Anything your heart desires will come to you. Like a bolt out of the blue, fate steps in and sees you through. When you wish upon a star, your dream comes true.
That was swell, Dennis. And now for the second chapter in our cavalcade of Jello.
I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, most of you remember the letters and telephone calls that Mary used to get from her mother. One of the most amusing of these calls occurred about 4 years ago when...
I'll take it. Hello? Who? Plainfield, New Jersey? That must be for you, Mary.
Oh, gee, I'll bet it's Mama.
Yeah, Tugboat Annie is on the wire.
Oh, hello, Mama. Gee, this is a surprise. What? You've been listening to the program? How is it? Oh, it does?
She should be critical.
What, Mama?
She was thrown out of the Floridora Sextet for having an anchor tattooed on her leg.
Look, Mama, we're going to Waukegan in a few days, so why don't you and Papa come to visit us? You can see the premiere of Jack's new picture. Oh, I don't know. I'll find out. Jack, are they going to...
No, certainly not.
No, Mama, no free dishes.
Tell her to stay home, Mary. I'll be busy enough this week. Your mother is a character, if I ever...
And here, ladies and gentlemen, is a routine which I'm sure all of you will remember. The Quiz Kids were on the show at the time, and right in the middle of it, Rochester called up with startling news. Here it is.
Well, what about my polar bear, Rochester? What's Carmichael done now?
Well, he was supposed to be sleeping in the basement, and the gas man went downstairs to read the meter.
Yes?
And all of a sudden, it sounded like feeding time at the zoo.
Oh, my goodness. Well, what happened to the gas man?
I don't know, but I doubt if we get a bill this month.
Now, that's silly. Carmichael wouldn't hurt a fly. He was just playing, that's all.
Yeah, but where's the man?
Stop being so pessimistic. Now, look, I forgot to feed Carmichael this morning, and he must be pretty hungry.
Uh-huh.
So give him some roast beef out of the icebox.
Uh-huh.
But don't let him eat too fast. This is his first meal today.
His second meal. Where's the man?
Forget about the gas man. Forget about him.
We of the Jell-O Gang have made a lot of trips to New York, Palm Springs, Yosemite, and various naval and military posts. But some of our most hilarious moments have been spent right at Jack's home in Beverly Hills. And when we speak of Jack's home, we can't forget Jack's bewildering boarder, Mr. Billingsley.
Oh, Jack, here comes your boarder.
Oh, yes. I wonder why he's wearing that turban. Hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Penny. Digging in your garden, I see.
Yes, I thought I'd get started early this year.
I do hope you plant pistachios. They're delightful.
But, Mr. Billingsley, pistachios are nuts.
Well, who isn't?
Oh. Oh, I didn't look at it quite that way.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny. I'm going out for a little stroll.
Goodbye. Oh, by the way, Mr. Billingsley, you look just like a Hindu. Is that a turban wound around your head?
No, that's a bed sheet. I slept like a top last night.
Well, we've got to run along to the studio. See you later, Mr. Billingsley.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, thanks. I never touch it.
I wish I could figure him out. Oh, well.
And, folks, one episode which many of you will remember and which I personally will never forget was the time I invited Jack over to my house to meet the little woman. But unfortunately, I forgot to telephone her ahead of time. And for weeks afterward, Jack kept saying to me,
"Call her up, your wife. Call her up," I said. If I said it once, I said it 5 times. Let's not barge in on the little woman. But no, you had to be a wise guy. Call her up, I said. Call up the little woman.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our sentimental journey approaches its conclusion, many of you may like to hear again a portion of one of our popular New Year's fantasies. Jack, you remember, always plays the old year in these annual playlists. And as we tune in now, it's almost midnight, December 31st, 1941. And the little New Year is waiting to make his entrance.
There's the 4th stroke of midnight. Come in. Hello, young feller. Are you the little New Year?
This ain't a sarong I'm wearing.
That's good. You're going to need a sense of humor, kid. Come on in. I want you to meet Uncle Sam and his wife, Columbia.
Glad to know you, folks.
Hello, Sonny.
Hiya, Bub. Make yourself to home.
Well, son, I hope you brought some good things with you. You'll like staying in this house. It's the finest home on the block.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Well, you better be moving along, old-timer. I've got work to do.
Yep. Might as well be moseying along. But before I go, I want to give you a little advice. First, take good care of Uncle Sam here. Let him get mad when he wants to, but see that he don't fly off the handle.
Them gall-darn test.
See what I mean? And take care of his friends, Mexico and Brazil, and all his good neighbors in the South, too. And don't forget that Dutch uncle of his.
Leave it to me, old-timer.
And look, you may have to put out the lights here in the house once in a while, but see that torch at the front gate is always burning. And say, before I forget it, Uncle Sam's got a nephew named Franklin that's taking mighty good care of the old boy. Ain't he, Sam?
You darn tootin'.
So keep an eye on him, son, and give him all the help you can.
Franklin, huh? I'll write that down.
As long as you're writing down names, here's another one for you. Put down Winston.
Winston?
Yep.
Franklin and Winston. What are these two fellows' last names?
Ain't necessary, son. Everybody knows them.
Anyone else?
Well, let's see. You can put down Chiang Kai-shek and Marshal Timoshenko. Nice fellas, believe me, they're just as tough as they are to pronounce. Oh, no, there's a lot more of them, but Sam will give you their names later. Well, got to be leaving. So long, Sam.
So long, old-timer.
Here I go.
So long, 41.
So long, Columbia. Keep 'em flying.
Here's a dessert, friends, that you'll want to add to your favorites the very first time you try them. The name of this treat is Cherry Fruit Pudding, a tempting blend of juicy red cherries, golden grapefruit, and rich tart cherry Jell-O, and what an easy dessert it is to make. Simply dissolve 1 package of Jell-O imitation cherry flavor in 1 pint of hot grapefruit juice and water, and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 1/2 cup each of diced grapefruit sections and seeded fresh cherries halved. Then mold, and just see what a hearty welcome this swell dessert gets from the whole family. The tang of fresh, juicy cherries and the sunny flavor of grapefruit combine beautifully with the delightful goodness of bright crimson cherry Jell-O. So try it soon. Tomorrow, order cherry Jell-O, and be sure you get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O's flavor is locked in for your added enjoyment.
Well, folks, that was the last number of the last program that this gang is doing for Jell-O. And we'll be back on the air the first Sunday in October at the same time on the same network, but broadcasting for Grape Nuts Flakes. In the meantime, have Grape Nuts for breakfast and Jell-O for dessert. Now, before I go, I'd like to thank all of our listeners, my cast, my sponsors, and my writers, Bill Morrow and Ed Boulogne, for their splendid cooperation and support. Good night, folks. See you in October.
The special music heard on tonight's program is arranged by Malin Merrick. The Jell-O program is broadcast each week by shortwave to our armed forces throughout the world.
The same folks who make Jell-O make Jell-O puddings. Rich, luscious puddings with a real old-fashioned homemade flavor. There's Jell-O vanilla pudding, a wonderful dessert, smooth, creamy, and mellow, and simply brimming over with the flavor of real vanilla. This delicious pudding makes a grand creamy filling, too, for pies, tarts, and cakes. And it requires no additional sugar to make. When you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O puddings. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
How much should you expect from a great camera? Polaroid's SX70 lets you shoot automatically, very close, or very far away. In lots of light, or hardly any. Shoot every second and a half. And have beautiful pictures in minutes. No other camera in the world does it all. The SX70 Alpha 1.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
The Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young and Brian Ahern in The Barretts of Wimpole Street. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we introduce you to two fascinating people in one of the greatest love stories of all time, Robert Browning and the English poetess Elizabeth Barrett, whose turbulent courtship is the theme of our play tonight, adapted from the Broadway stage success, The Barretts of Wimpole Street, later made into an outstanding motion picture by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Our stars are Loretta Young and Brian Ahern, each making their 20th appearance on this stage. Brian in the role that he created so brilliantly in the stage play. Here's the first act of The Barretts of Wimpole Street, starring Loretta Young as Elizabeth Barrett and Brian Ahern as Robert Browning, with Vanessa Brown as Henrietta and Lester Matthews as Mr. Barrett. London, 100 years ago. It's an early evening in June, and at 50 Wimpole Street, in a gloomy, book-lined room, Dr. Chambers concludes a procedure which he's followed now for some 6 years. His weekly examination of Miss Elizabeth Barrett.
You haven't found anything new, Dr. Chambers?
It's your increasingly low vitality, Miss Elizabeth. Perhaps we're overdoing our literary efforts.
Oh, a few articles for the Athenaeum, nothing more.
Why not try something light and easy for a change? Poetry. You're not neglecting your poetry.
Poetry, light and easy. Well, I must tell that to Mr. Robert Browning when I meet him. Read his Adela, Dr. Chambers, and then tell me that poetry is light and easy.
Oh, well, if your mental exercises keep you contented.
I shudder to think what my life would be if I hadn't a turn for scribbling and study. Oh, if Papa were only a happier man. It makes such a difference to us all.
Happier, eh? My dear, when a man's an unmitigated tyrant... Oh, well. Now, what about your appetite?
My appetite? Oh, that reminds me, Doctor. Do you remember Papa suggesting that kind of beer called a porter that might do me some good?
Oh, yes. Excellent suggestion, too.
Oh, forgive me. It was nothing of the kind. I have to drink it twice a day, and it's horrible. Oh, surely something one abominates so intensely can't possibly do one any good. And it's no use my appealing to Papa.
You poor little lady. I'll tell him, of course.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Come in.
Begging your pardon, miss, but the master wishes most particularly to see Dr. Chambers before he leaves.
Of course. Well, good night, Miss Elizabeth.
Oh, good night, Doctor. And you won't forget the porter.
I shall tell him right now.
Oh, thank you.
I'm just going to post your letters, Miss Ball. Shall I take Flush with me?
Oh, yes, the poor little dog. Clinging to this prison of a room all day. Oh, my good companion.
Come, Flush. Come, Yogi. Oh, Miss Henrietta.
Henrietta? Oh, come in, dear. Well, how was dinner?
Oh, awful. Papa's in one of his moods.
Oh, well, Dr. Chambers just went to see him.
Oh, Ba, I do hope for all our sakes that his report of you isn't too good.
Henrietta.
Oh, forgive me, dear. What I mean is that good news of any kind is certain to aggravate him in his present mood. I don't know why it should, but it does. But, Dr. Chambers, you're not worse.
Not worse, and not better.
Henrietta. Ba's room, Arabelle.
Oh, come in, dear.
It's a note for Henrietta. From Papa. Oh, dear, when he starts sending out notes from his study.
Well, read it.
Your cousin Bella is now in London. She proposes to call on you tomorrow at 3 o'clock with Mr. Bevan, her fiancé. You and Arabelle will receive them, and if Elizabeth is well enough, you may bring them upstairs. I have invited Bella and her parents to dinner on Thursday. Papa. Well.
Now I know why Papa was so displeased at dinner.
Vile-tempered, you mean. You know Papa despises being ordinarily polite to anyone. Now, he's simply bound to show some kind of hospitality to our relation.
Aren't you being unfair, dear? Papa seldom objects to our receiving friends here.
Well, for a cup of tea and a bun, and so long as the house is clear of him before he's back from the city. What enrages me is that I was expecting a friend tomorrow at 3. Now I shall have to put him off.
What?
Why, what?
Well, Stella and her fiancé won't eat your friend.
What business is that of yours?
Oh, Henrietta.
I hate people prying into my affairs.
Oh, dear. Usually she quite enjoys being quizzed about Captain Surtees' cook. Oh, poor Henrietta.
Poor Henrietta?
Why doesn't she realize that Papa will never permit a marriage in the family? Why, if he dreamed that she... Oh, it's too dreadful to even think of what would happen to Henrietta.
I'm sorry.
Oh, my dear, I only meant to tease you.
And instead you displease me. Oh, I'm Papa's daughter, all right.
When Belle and her fiancé call tomorrow, bring them to me. You can entertain Captain Cook all alone in the drawing room.
Oh, what a thing it is to be a genius. You darling, Bob.
But I must have this room to myself at 3:30. Mr. Browning is calling.
But I thought, Mr. Browning?
Has Papa given his permission?
Of course.
I've heard he's wonderfully handsome. But didn't you say only last week you didn't intend to receive him?
I didn't, and I don't want to now.
But why?
Because, my dear, I'm as vain as a peacock. When people admire my work, they're quite likely to picture the poetess as the equal of her verses. It's dreadfully humiliating to disillusion them.
Oh, Ba, you're very interesting and picturesque.
Isn't that the way guidebooks usually describe a ruin?
Oh, Ba.
Well, Mr. Browning has been so insistent that out of sheer weariness I've given way. But I don't want an audience to witness the tragedy of his disillusionment.
May I come in?
Oh, please do, Octavius.
Well, doctor satisfied?
Oh, yes, I think so.
Here, Octavius, read this. A note from Papa.
Well, come in.
How are you, Pa? Hope the doctor's satisfied.
Oh, yes, I think so.
I say, Septimus, a note from Papa. The Headleys are dining here Thursday.
Not really.
Is that you, Alfred?
And how's our dear Bar tonight? I hope the doctor was happy.
Oh, yes, I think so. Charles?
How are you feeling tonight, Bar? I hope Dr. Chambers had a good report.
Yes, I think so. Oh, come in, Henry.
How are you, my dear? Is the doctor pleased?
Oh, yes, I think so.
Oh, I must say you are looking a little better.
Oh.
Well, and how is Bar tonight? I'm afraid the doctor wasn't too pleased, was he?
Oh, yes, I think so. Why not?
Well, you're not looking so well. Is she, Henry? Why, I think she's looking considerably better.
I say, George, the Headleys are in town.
They are?
Bella and her swain are calling on the girls tomorrow, and on Thursday they're dining here in state.
Dining here? I've some news, too. You may be interested to hear that Papa's going to Plymouth on business next week.
Go on, George, go on.
And he's not expected back for at least 2 weeks.
Oh, George, how glorious. Oh, do you poke, George?
Oh, don't be childish.
Look, everyone, watch me poke.
Papa. Good evening, Papa.
I am most displeased. I have repeatedly pointed out that in her precarious condition, not more than 3 of you are to be in Elizabeth's room at the same time. As usual, my wishes have been disregarded. I am not aware that I've said anything amusing, Henrietta.
I beg your pardon, Papa.
May I ask what you were just doing?
I was showing Ba how to dance the polka.
Well, Ba, I think I'll say good night.
I shall be grateful, sir, if you'd allow me to finish speaking.
Oh, Papa, I like nothing better than having all the family here together. It couldn't possibly do me any harm.
You are not the best judge of what is good or bad for you, my dear. Which brings me to another matter. Dr. Chambers tells me that you persuaded him to discontinue drinking porter.
I detest porter, Papa. Couldn't I take milk instead?
I questioned him closely as to the comparative values of porter and milk, and he was forced to admit that porter came first.
But when you dislike something to loathing, Papa, I don't see how it can do
I must
anything.
warn you, Elizabeth, that if you discontinue drinking porter, you will incur my grave displeasure.
But when Dr. Chambers insists...
I have no means of forcing you. A tankard will be left at your bedside. I only hope that tomorrow you will be able to tell me if you...
Sorry, Papa.
Henrietta.
But I shan't drink it.
Will you fetch a tankard of porter?
No.
I beg your pardon?
You know how Ba hates it. You're just torturing her because you like torturing her.
Must I ask you a second time? Obey me this instant.
Go and fetch it, Henrietta. I can't stand it.
No.
Please, dear.
Yes, Ba.
You had all better say good night to your sister.
Good night, darling. Good night.
Good night, Ba.
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 Good night.
Do you have the porter, Henrietta?
Yes, Papa.
Set it down. You may leave the room.
Good night, Pa, dear.
Good night.
Elizabeth.
Yes.
Why do you look at me like that, child? And you're trembling. Why?
I don't know.
You're not frightened of me. No. You mustn't say it. I can't bear to think that. Elizabeth, if you love me, you can't be afraid of me. For love casts out fear. You love me, my darling? You love your father?
Yes.
And you'll prove your love by doing as I wish?
Oh, please, Papa, don't so petty. Give me the tankard.
You're acting of your own free will
Please,
and not...
Papa, let's get this over and forget it. We're making the whole house miserable over a tankard of porter.
Here it is, my dear.
Thank you.
You're not feeling worse tonight, my darling?
Oh, no, Papa.
Shall I say a little prayer before I go?
Please.
I'll kneel by your bed. Almighty God, in thine inscrutable wisdom, thou hast seen good to lay upon thy daughter grievous and heavy afflictions. Give her to bear her sufferings in patience. Give her to fix her heart on thee and on that heavenly eternity which may at any moment open out to her. Purge her mind of all selfish thoughts and comfort her. This I beseech thee for the sake of thy dear Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Good night, my child.
Good night, Papa.
Are you ready for your bed, Miss Ball?
Yes, Sophie. Oh, will it never end?
End, Miss?
This long, gray death in life?
Oh, Miss Ball, you shouldn't say such things.
No, I suppose I should. Did Flash enjoy his run?
Oh, yes, dear.
Oh. Is it a nice night?
Oh, yes. And there's such a lovely moon.
A moon. Oh, draw the curtains, Wilson. Raise the blinds.
Oh. There you are, miss. You can see it lovely.
Yes. Leave me for a little, Wilson.
Yes, Miss Ball.
Oh, so beautiful. Octavius, dear. What are you doing home?
Papa's bright idea, Pa.
Oh?
Papa says that at least one male Barrett ought to show up for Cousin Bella. And when Papa says something, that thing is done.
Aki, Captain Sadie's cook is calling, too. He's coming to see Henrietta.
He is? Well, by Jove.
She must have her captain to herself, Aki.
Ba, doesn't it occur to you that we may be doing Henrietta an uncommonly bad turn, encouraging this romance?
We'll chance that. Aki, last night when you six boys wished me good night, a queer thought came into my mind. You weren't alive at all. Just automaton.
Oh, but I say...
And Arabella's just the same. You all seem to have cut out of life everything that makes life worth living. Excitement, frivolity, and love.
We haven't cut him out, Ba. That operation was performed by dear Papa.
I know, but...
Not counseling sedition, are you?
No, but not resignation. Keep your souls alive, like Henrietta.
I don't notice you making much struggle to rebel.
But I don't count. You have your lives before you. My life is over.
Rubbish. I won't have you saying... What's that? Do I hear a carriage? I do. Our cousin has arrived and Mr. Bevan. Ready, Ba?
Yes, I'm ready. Bring them up here any time you wish.
You haven't told us. When is the wedding to be?
Oh, early in August. Oh, that reminds me. Where's dear Henrietta?
At the moment, she's downstairs entertaining a friend.
A friend?
Yes, Bella. Captain Sadie's cook.
Oh, how thrilling. Oh, Bard, you so wanted to be one of my bridesmaids. Do you think she... Oh, Henrietta, we were just talking about you, dear.
Were you?
Oh, you must be one of my bridesmaids. You simply must. I should love to, Bella. If Papa doesn't object. Object? Dear Uncle Edward.
Bella, dear, perhaps Mr. Barrett looks on bridesmaids as frivolous irrelevancy.
No, Mr. Bevan, it's not that. It's... Well, it's simply that Papa once owned slaves in Jamaica, and as slavery's been abolished there, he carries it on here instead. I'm quite serious. We're all his slaves here.
Henrietta.
We haven't a soul of our own, not one of us. Yes, Bella, it's more than likely he'll refuse to let me be your bridesmaid. And for no rhyme or reason except that he's out of temper.
I said, what about tea?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention it. Tea is quite ready, Bella.
If Captain Cook hasn't swallowed it all.
Captain Cook has already left.
Oh, he has? Oh, well, we would that cheese do with Bar. It's been so lovely seeing you.
And Anna, dear Miss Barrett, and Anna.
Goodbye, Bella. Mr. Bevan.
Coming, Henrietta.
In a minute. Oh, Bob, don't scold me. I'm so miserable.
Miserable.
And so wildly happy. Surtees has asked me to marry him.
Henrietta.
Oh, Bob, what are we to do? Surtees has only money enough to keep himself decently. If I only had your $400 a year, I might defy Papa and marry Surtees tomorrow.
What earthly good is that money to me? I'd give it to you so gladly.
I know you would, darling. But think what your life would be if Papa knew that you'd made it possible for me to marry. Oh, Bob, dear. Can it possibly be wrong to want a man's love desperately? And a home. And babies of my own.
Who am I to answer a question like that, darling? Love and children, they're so utterly remote from my life.
Yes, I know, dear. But love and children, they're natural to an ordinary girl like you.
Yes? Yes, that's it. Mr. Browning is here.
I'd better be
Mr.
off.
Browning. Oh, no. Stay here, Henrietta. I can't see him. I can't.
Ma.
I just don't feel up to it. Wilson, tell Mr. Browning that I'm just not well enough to see him.
Where is he, Wilson?
The library, miss.
I'll bring him up myself.
Henrietta. Oh, Wilson, my hair. Is it tidy?
Yes.
Oh, and please arrange the cover. No, never mind, Wilson. Thank you. That will be all.
Yes, miss.
I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't.
Mr. Robert Browning.
Miss Barrett?
How do you do, Mr. Browning?
Dear Miss Barrett. At last. At last.
In a moment, we'll return with the Barretts of Wimpole Street, starring Loretta Young and Brian Ahern.
We return you now to Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of the Barretts of Wimpole Street, starring Loretta Young as Elizabeth Barrett and Brian Ahern as Robert Browning. A few seconds have passed. In the presence of the ardent and dashing Robert Browning, Elizabeth Barrett is quite helplessly transfixed. But at length she manages a polite suggestion.
Won't you take off your cape, Mr. Browning?
Oh, thank you. Oh, this room, wonderful. You may think, Miss Barrett, that this is the first time I've been here. You're wrong, you know.
But
quite wrong. Your books, yes, the way they're arranged, and that tendril of ivy slanted across your window. Oh, and the bust of Chaucer, yes, of course.
My friend, Mr. Kenyon, has told you.
I dragged all the details I possibly could out of him, and my imagination supplied the rest.
You frighten me, Mr. Browning.
Oh, why?
Because of what Mr. Kenyon might have told you about myself. It would be hopeless for me to try to live up to his description.
He never told me anything about you personally that had the slightest interest for me.
Oh?
Because I knew it already. And better than Mr. Kenyon, old friend of yours though he is.
Do my poor writings give me so hopelessly away?
Hopelessly, utterly, entirely. To me, I can't speak for the rest of the world.
You frighten me again, Mr. Browning. But you do. For I'm afraid it would be quite useless ever to try to play act with you.
Oh, quite useless.
And I shall always have to be just myself.
Always.
Oh, and you too, Mr. Browning.
Always just myself. But being myself comes to me as easily as breathing, Miss Barrett. It's the play acting I can't manage. Never could.
Oh, but that's extraordinary. In your writings, you'll never do anything but play act.
I know.
And you have never been yourself in any one of your poems.
Shall I tell you why? I'm a very modest man. Oh, I am, really.
But I didn't question it, Mr. Brown.
So modest, I fully realize that if I wrote about myself, my hopes and fears, hates and loves, and all the rest of it, my poems would be intolerably dull.
Oh, but those poems with their glad and great-hearted acceptance of life, and those wonderful people of yours, all so tingling with life. Oh, no, you'll never begin to realize how much I owe to you.
You really mean that?
Why, Mr. Brown?
Oh, no, but of course you do, or you wouldn't say it. And you'll believe me when I tell you that what you've just said makes up to me 1,000 times over for all the cold shouldering I've had from the public.
Oh, it infuriates me. Sometimes I detest the British public.
Oh, dear old British public. At least it gives us generously the jolly pastime of abusing it. And mind you, Miss Barrett, I have an uneasy feeling that my style is largely to blame for my unpopularity.
But surely not.
No, didn't we just agree never to play act?
Well, perhaps there are some passages a little well, a little too profound for the general reader.
Oh, no. No, it's not what I say, but how I say it.
Oh, but sometimes there are passages. Here, for example.
Oh, which volume is this? Oh, Sordello.
Yes. I've marked one or two parts which do rather puzzle me. Here, Mr. Browning.
Let me see. Behold, the monarch of mankind succumbed to the first fall of Christian of course, that's it for the... Well, that's extraordinary. Extraordinary.
Well,
Miss Barrett, when that passage was written, only God and Robert Browning understood it, but now only God understands it. What do you say? Shall we lighten this great darkness by pitching Sordello into the fire?
Oh, we shall do nothing of the kind. I love Sordello.
And shall I tell you why? Because it's a colossal failure.
Oh, if by failure you mean an attempt, well, yes, you're right. Well, I, too, am always making colossal attempts and always failing.
Oh, but isn't one such failure worth 100 small successes?
Oh, 1,000 and more.
You think so, too?
Of course.
Miss Barrett, you smiled when I told you that Kenyon had no need to describe you because I knew you already. But what you've just said about success and failure proves to me how right I was. All Kenyon did was to fill in the background. I had painted the portrait with the true soul of you, ardent and lovely, looking out of it.
Ardent and lovely. And you think you know me. Oh, Mr. Browning, too often impatient and rebellious.
Well, what of it? I've no love for perfect patience under affliction. My portrait is the portrait of a woman, not of a saint.
Did Mr. Kenyon... I suppose he told you that I'm a dying woman.
We are all of us dying.
Oh. And that our family life was one of unrelieved gloom.
Yes, he hinted at something of the sort.
Now, frankly now, Mr. Browning, do you find me such a pitiable object?
I find you, as I expected to find you, full of courage and gaiety. And yet, in spite of what you say, I'm not at all sure that Kenyon's colors were too somber.
But that's entirely...
No, listen to me. Those colors must be scraped off. Why, the whole background must be repainted. And in that splendid work, I must have a hand.
Mr. Browning,
No, listen. You say my verses about you. Oh, they're nothing. It's I who am going to help you now. We've come together at last. And I don't intend to let you go again.
But really...
No, listen to me. Give me your hand.
Oh.
There now. Miss Barrett, I've more life in me than is good for one man. It seethes and races in me. Up to now, I've spent a little of all that surplus energy in creating imaginary men and women. But there's still so much that I've no use for but to give. Mayn't I give it to you? Oh, don't you feel new life? Tingling and prickling up your fingers and arms, right into your heart and brain.
Please, Mr. Browning, let my hands go.
Well?
You are really rather an overpowering person.
No. Don't tell me again that you're afraid of me. You're not. It's life you're afraid of, and that shouldn't be.
Life?
Yes.
Well, when life becomes a series of electric shocks...
Oh, was it as bad as all that? My holding your hand?
Indeed, yes. Oh, no wonder I hesitated meeting you. You laugh at me, Mr. Browning. But we very nearly didn't meet today, after all. I was panic-stricken when my maid announced you.
Not as nervous as I, Miss Barrett.
You?
Yes. And I'm anything but a nervous man. But that moment was the climax of my life. Miss Barrett, do you remember the first letter that I wrote you?
It was a wonderful letter.
Well, you may have thought that I dashed it off in a fit of white-hot enthusiasm over your poems. I didn't. I weighed every word of every sentence. And of one sentence in particular, I love your verses with all my heart. And I love you, too.
It was charmingly impulsive of you.
But I tell you, there was nothing impulsive about it. That sentence was as deeply felt and as anxiously thought over as any sentence I have ever written. And it's quite useless your trying to put aside the word with a smile and a jest. I said love. I mean love.
Oh, really, Mr. Browning, I'm not...
I'm neither mad nor morbidly impressionable. I'm as sane and level-headed as any man alive. Yet all these months, since first I read your poems, I've been haunted by you. And today, you are the center of my life.
If I were to take you seriously, Mr. Browning, it would, of course, mean the quick finish of a friendship which promises to be very pleasant.
Why?
Well, you know very well that love, in the sense that you use the word, can have no place in my life.
Why?
Why, for many reasons. As I told you before, I'm a dying woman.
I refuse to believe it. For if that were so, God would be callous. And I know that he's compassionate. Life would be dark and evil, and I know that it's good. You must never say such a thing again. I forbid you to.
Forbid, Mr. Browning?
Yes, forbid. Well, since you forbid me to speak of you as I feel, should I not be allowed a little forbidding as well?
Yes.
My dear Miss Barrett, what a splendid beginning to our friendship. Why, we've known each other a bare 10 minutes. And yet we've talked intimately of art and life and death and love. We've ordered each other about, and we've almost quarreled. Could anything be happier or more promising? Well, with your permission, I'm going now. Mr. Kenyon impressed upon me that strangers tire you. Not that I'm a stranger. Still, I can see that you are tired. When may I call again?
I don't quite know.
Will next Wednesday suit you?
Well, perhaps it would be better.
Next Wednesday, then.
But really,
At 3:30 again?
Yes.
Au revoir, then.
Goodbye.
Au revoir.
Au revoir. Miss Val, where are you? Miss Val! Here. By the window, Wilson. But how did you... You walked to the window here? He's turning the corner now. How fast he walks. Oh, and now he's gone. Oh, Wilson.
Well, Elizabeth, your doctors have just left me.
Yes, Papa.
It's most astonishing, this phenomenal improvement these last 3 months.
Yes.
But who is this fool, Dr. Waterlow?
Oh, Dr. Chambers says he's one of the cleverest physicians in London. Papa, did Dr. Waterlow speak to you about next winter?
He did?
And that I shall be fit to travel to Italy in October.
Italy! So, it's out at last. And how long has this precious plot been hatching?
Since June, Papa.
And your brothers and sisters know of this delightful project?
Well, yes, I've mentioned it to them.
And that charlatan, Browning.
Oh, Papa, what does it matter?
Matter? It's nothing that I alone should be shut out of your confidence, ignored, deserted. Elizabeth, if returning health means such a sad change in your character, I shall be driven to wish that you again lie helpless on that sofa.
No.
There's nothing more to be said.
But there is more to be said. At first, the thought of Italy seemed so wonderfully impossible. But now I know that nothing really stands in my way of going, that I have every right to go.
Right?
Yes. Oh, if only I could get your consent. I said nothing, only that I might have a perfectly arranged plan to place before you after the doctors had agreed. If I have acted tactlessly, Papa...
Self. Didn't it even once occur to you that your father would be left here alone?
Alone?
Utterly alone. Your brothers and sisters might as well be shadows for all the companionship they afford me. And you, too, As your strength returns, draw more and more away from me.
No, that's not true.
I, who used to be your whole world. I, who love you.
Papa.
Who is it?
Would you please? Mr. Browning has called.
Mr. Browning appears to consider this his second home.
I haven't seen him since last Wednesday.
Indeed. Wilson, you may tell Mr. Browning to come up.
Elizabeth, tell me quickly. Dr. Waterlow, what did he say?
Dr. Waterlow was quite taken out of his gloomy self with astonished delight at my improvement.
Oh, say that again.
The whole sense.
I should like to see it in letters of fire. Elizabeth, this is the best moment I've had since I got your note giving me permission to call. And how many years ago was that?
3 months.
3 months? Absurd. Why, I've known you a lifetime and over. But the doctors. And Italy. What about Italy? Are they agreed about your wintering there?
I can go in October unless there's a relapse.
Relapse? There's no such word. October. Why, extraordinary. For you know, October suits my own plans to perfection.
Your plans, Robert?
Well, of course, I shall go, too. May I call on you often in Italy? Where do you intend to stay? What are you laughing at?
Oh, because I shall be at 50 Wimpole Street next winter.
Your father?
Yes.
But in heaven's name...
Oh, it's so hard to explain, Robert. Papa is very devoted to me.
Devoted? Elizabeth, may I speak plainly?
Oh, but you don't understand this situation, Robert. How could you?
Oh, very well. Very well, I'll say nothing. You tell me I don't understand. Well, you're quite right, I don't. I don't understand a devotion that demands all, takes all, and gives nothing in return. I don't understand a devotion that grudges you any ray of light and glimpse of happiness. And that doesn't even stop at risking your life to gratify its colossal selfishness. Devotion.
Oh, Robert, I must ask
Forgive me, but I won't be silent any longer. Even before I met you, I knew that sickness wasn't the only shadow in your life. And all these months, I've stood by and said nothing. I might find you tired and sick. After hateful scenes I could picture only too vividly, I must pretend to know nothing, see nothing, and feel nothing. Well, I've done with pretense. It's not just your happiness which are at stake now. It's your very life. And I forbid you to play with your life, and I have the right to forbid you.
No,
The right. You won't deny it. You're too utterly candid and true. Why, even before I passed that door and our eyes first met across this room, I loved you, and I shall go on loving you to the end and beyond.
Oh.
You know that. You've always known.
Yes, I've always known. And now, for pity's sake, leave
No,
me.
Elizabeth, no, I shall never go. I shall never leave you.
Oh, Robert, have mercy on me. I love you, Robert. I love you.
And yet you ask me to take my marching orders and to go out of your life.
Oh, I should have refused to see you after our first meeting. But I loved you then, though I would have denied it even to myself. Robert, I was hopeless with a happiness I never dreamed was possible to feel. That's my only excuse. And God knows I need one for not having sent you away from me at once.
I love you.
You know what you've done for me, Robert? I could have laughed when Dr. Chambers said I'd healed myself by wanting to live. Yes, I wanted to live. But only because life meant you. Because of you, the air was once more sweet to breathe. And the world was good and green again.
And now I'm to turn my back on you and go.
But what have I to look forward
I
to?
love you, and I want you for my wife.
I can't marry you. How can I?
Not today or tomorrow, not this year, perhaps.
I may never be able to marry you, Robert.
Then I shall die proud and happy in having spent a lifetime fighting for the richest prize a man was ever offered.
No. Robert, put aside your dream of me. Look at me as I am. A pale ghost of a woman.
Do you think I'm a boy to be swept off my feet by an impulse? Or a sentimental dreamer blind to realities? There's no man alive who sees things with clearer eyes than I do. And I tell you in all soberness that my need of you is as urgent as your need of me. If your weakness asks my strength for support, my abundant strength cries out for your weakness to complete my life and myself.
Robert, have you thought what your position here would be like if you went on seeing me out today?
Yes.
And if you Even a whisper should get to my father.
I know.
But if we were to say goodbye today, we should have nothing but beautiful memories of each other. No disillusionment, no bitterness, no remorse.
Is it you who are speaking?
What do you mean?
I don't know you. We're to dream away the rest of our lives in tepid sadness, rather than risk utter disaster for utter happiness. No, I don't know you. I never thought you were a coward.
A coward? I? Oh, yes. Yes, I'm a coward, Robert. But it's not for myself that I'm afraid.
Oh, I know
What's
that,
another
my darling.
disaster to me, Robert? But you're a fighter. You were born for victory and triumph. If disaster should come to you through me,
Yes, a fighter, but I'm sick of fighting alone.
Oh.
I need a comrade at arms to fight beside me.
But not one already wounded in battle.
Wounded, but undefeated, undaunted, unbroken. What finer comrade could a man ask for?
Robert.
No.
But Robert.
No, Elizabeth, I'll never leave you. Never.
For 2 weeks now, a strange happiness has pervaded the Barrett household, easily explained by the fact that the master of 50 Wimpole Street has been away on business. In his absence, 2 gentlemen have been almost daily callers, Henrietta's Captain Cook and Mr. Robert Browning.
You look tired, sweetheart. You're not being too ambitious.
No, I feel wonderfully well, Robert.
Those eyes of yours give you hopelessly away, my darling. What is it? Has your father returned?
A few moments ago, a letter arrived from him, Robert. We're moving to the country. We're leaving London.
Well?
Well, you think that will make no difference to us?
I think that I know your father perhaps even better than you. He's grown jealous of your life here, of your pleasures and your friends. Slowly and surely you're to be parted from them.
He made it impossible for me to go to Italy. And now he'll make it impossible for me to see you at all.
This precious letter may mean all that. But it means a great deal more. It means that you will be in Italy before the month is out.
Italy?
Yes, and with me.
Robert.
It means we must be married at once.
You know it,
I know what I'm saying, and I repeat it. We must be married at once, my darling. Listen to me.
No, please don't touch me. I can never marry you.
Can and you shall. You marry me if I have to carry you out of this house and up to the altar. Do you seriously imagine that I'm going to be elbowed out of your life just to satisfy the selfish jealousy of a man whom I no longer believe to be sane?
Robert, it's not only Papa who stands between us. It's I. Oh, Robert, however much stronger I may become, I shall always remain in England. You tell me that you want me sick or well. Please, you will listen to me. Otherwise, I should be haunted day and night by thoughts of all the glorious things you would have enjoyed, but for me, by the ghosts of long-born children. Oh, I thank God before the letter arrived while we were still asleep. And had the strength to say thanks and say goodbye.
Well, on the whole, I think this will be our best plan of campaign. We'll meet at Marybone Church on Saturday and be married quietly sometime in the morning. I'll see about our license as well.
Okay, Robert.
Directly afterwards, you'd better return here. Of course, we could start the journey at once, but I think it would be better, my darling, if you had a week to prepare. Now, the boat train leaves on Saturdays at 9 o'clock.
Oh, Robert. And I always believed it. Papa is the most understanding man in the world.
And yet you've known me for some time now.
Suppose that I were to die in your hands.
Are you afraid, darling?
Afraid? I'd sooner die with you beside me than live 100 lives without you. But how would you feel if I were to die like that? And what would the world say of me?
I should be branded as little better than a murderer. And what I should feel, I leave you to imagine.
And yet, you ask me to come here?
Yes. I'm prepared to risk your life, and much more than mine, to get you out of this dreadful house into the sunshine, and to have you for my wife.
You love me like that?
I love you like that.
Oh, Robert.
Robert, give me a few hours. Before I sleep tonight, I'll write and tell you of my decision, please.
You promised me that.
I promise.
I'm leaving by Mr. Browning. May I bring him in now? By, you're not listening.
Oh, yes.
It's certain. You mean it's so regimental.
Oh, of course, darling. Bring him in.
You may come in, Surtees. Captain Surtees' cook, Bar. My sister, Elizabeth.
Your servant, Miss Barrett. Greatly honored, ma'am. On my word, I am.
Oh, Surtees, tell her. Tell her.
Oh, well, I say, Miss Barrett,
Yes.
about dear Henrietta. You know, Miss Barrett,
Yes, Captain. Yes, I know. And how I wish I could do something for you both.
Oh, I can't get it into his poor head, Bob. Such things as asking for my hand are simply not possible. The 50 winkles.
But if I spoke to Mr. Barrett...
Captain Cook, if you were directly descended from the Emperor of the Moon and came here with a fortune of Creases in one hand... Papa? You're back sooner than I expected, Papa.
I don't think that I've had the privilege of this gentleman's acquaintance.
Captain Cook, my father. Papa? Captain Surtees' cook.
Your servant, sir?
Captain Cook is a great friend of George and Archie.
Indeed, sir. My sons are rarely home this time of the day. Time? Time? Yes, by Jove. High time I were moving. Well, goodbye, Miss Barrett.
Goodbye, Captain Cook.
I'll see you out, Surtees.
You will remain here. Well, good day, Miss Henrietta. You received my letter, Elizabeth?
Yes, Papa.
What has just happened fully confirms the wisdom of my decision. Fortunately, our new home is so far from town that callers are not likely to trouble us.
Our new home?
You have not told your sister?
No, not yet. Your letter just arrived.
I have taken a house in Surrey. We shall move on the 22nd.
Why?
I am not in the habit of accounting for my actions to my children.
But I have a right to ask you, Papa. If Captain Cook is to be forbidden...
Captain Cook? Come here.
Yes, Papa.
What is this fellow to you?
I told you. He's a friend of George and Archie.
Answer me. What is this man to you?
Papa, please. Please, you're hurting me.
Will you answer me?
Oh, Papa, I love him.
Let her go, Papa. Let her go at once. I won't have it.
You knew of this?
Yes, for some time.
You dare to tell me?
Oh, Papa, please. I'm not a bad girl. I swear to you I'm not.
Now listen to me. Unless I have your solemn word that you will neither see nor communicate with this man again, you will leave my house at once and go to perdition any way you please. You have your choice. Take it.
Is it nothing to you that I shall hate you for this to the end of my life?
Less than nothing. You give me your word.
I have no choice.
You will go to your room and remain there until you have my permission to leave. Elizabeth, have you anything to say to me?
No.
Then I shall not see you again until you repent of your wickedness and ask for God's forgiveness. And mine.
Yes. Wilson.
Yes, miss?
Wilson, are you my friend?
There's nothing I wouldn't do, Miss Barr. You know that.
I'm going to be married on Saturday.
No.
And directly afterwards, I shall return here for a few days. The following Saturday, Mr. Browning and I are sailing to Italy. Will you come with us?
Italy? Oh, miss, I'd be that proud to.
Thank you. I'm writing to Mr. Browning now. I shall want you to take the letter to him at once.
Just think, miss, a bride of 1 whole week, and in just 90 minutes we'll be out of this house, bound for a life among the Italians.
Wilson, about the carriage. Are you sure it will be there?
Oh, yes, miss. 3:30 at the corner. Have you finished your goodbyes, miss?
Yes. I've written to them all.
Oh, Miss Barr, what I give to be here tonight when the master finds out.
Oh, this waiting is killing me.
Why don't you just sit down and write some poetry, miss?
Poetry?
Yes, miss. That'll make the time pass nicely, I'm sure.
Oh, Wilson.
Oh, Bob, I must speak to you.
Henrietta, I thought you'd gone out.
Wilson, may I speak to my sister alone?
Yes, miss.
Why, he's leaving London. Gertie. He wants to see me. Papa made me swear never to see him or write to him. But I've broken my oath.
Oh, my poor Henry.
And I glory in breaking it. I shall go out of my way to lie to Papa as often, as grossly as necessary.
Why do you tell me?
Because I want you to think that I'm wicked and deceitful, so that I can fling the words back in your face. Oh, but I'm forgive me. I'm all love and hate. I don't know which is the worst torture.
And you don't think I can understand? Oh, what I do with all my heart.
Oh, it's Bob. The master miss. He's just come in. Papa, he must know. Someone must have told him. Tell him what?
I say nothing. It's only that Papa hasn't seen me for days now, and, well, things of forgiveness are always trying.
Bah, you're as white as a sheet.
Oh, no. And you will nothing. Do you understand? Nothing. Come.
Where have you been, Henrietta?
Nowhere.
Where are you going?
To tea with Aunt Headley.
Is that the truth?
Yes.
You remember your oath?
Yes.
Leave us alone. You too, Wilson. I wish to speak to your mistress. Do you know why I'm back so early today?
No, Papa.
Because it's 10 days since I last saw you. And I could bear it no longer.
Am I to blame for that, Papa?
Do you know that night after night I had to call up all my willpower to hold me from coming here to your room to forgive you? Today I could bear it no longer. Oh, my darling, your love is all I have left in the world.
You might have had the love of all of your children. Papa, you don't know how I pity you.
Pity? I don't want pity. Elizabeth, my child, my darling, the only happiness I shall never know is yours to give or take. You must depend on me. Lean on me. I want all your heart.
Please, Papa, I can't stand it. I can't stand anymore.
Forgive me, my dear. I was carried away. I'll leave you now. I shall pray for you.
Yes, pray for me, Papa. Pray for me.
Bedroom, miss. The door's closed.
We must go now, at once.
But the cab won't be there yet.
Then we must walk about the street.
Oh, what did he see us leaving?
We'll chance that. I belong to my husband now. Papa can kill me, but he can't stop me.
Oh, I daren't, miss. I daren't.
Then I must go alone.
Alone? I'll fetch my things at once. Oh, the doggy, miss. Flush, where is it? Here he is.
Oh.
If you bark now, Flush, we're lost. Let me look. Door's still closed, miss.
And we're ready to leave, Wilson.
Stop it, son.
She's gone. She left a note. Annabelle, I have a word for her. Answer me at once. She's married, Mr. Brown.
Married?
Those letters on her table. She's written to us all. She's gone.
Well, she's been married since last Saturday.
Where's Papa? Someone must give him his letter.
Give it to me. I should love to.
He's dressing for dinner.
Who was making that hideous noise just now? Where is Elizabeth?
Hush. Here, Papa. This letter. Bar left it for you.
What do you mean?
She left letters for us all. This is yours. You must forgive her, Papa. Not for her sake, for yours. I thought I hated you, but I don't. I pity you.
Married. Married. Yes, her dog. Yes, I'll have her dog. Octavia!
Sir?
Her dog must be destroyed once.
But, Papa,
You will take it to the veterinarian tonight. You understand me? Tonight.
I really don't see what the poor little beast has done.
You understand me?
In her letter to me, Papa.
Yes?
By right, she's taken Flush with her.
For a combined total of 40 evenings, Loretta Young and Brian Ahern have entertained us in this theater, always with the same high standard of performance.
Oh, thank you, Bill. I've looked forward for a long time to doing the Barretts of Wimple Street with Brian.
Well, it's been a great pleasure, Loretta.
Oh,
And we've looked forward for a long time to bringing you two together in this play.
Good night.
Good
Good night, and thanks for the grand performance, both of you. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Parker Brothers, makers of homemade fun for over 90 years.
Parker Brothers bunkers with its funny twisted track can send you backward to go forward or forward to go back. The bunkers board keeps changing with every single play. With bunkers cards and bunkers dice, it is not the same game twice. And you go back and forward faster in a bunkers kind of fun. And you're certain that you're losing when suddenly you've won. Bunkers is fun. Bunkers is nice. Bunkers is never the same game twice.
Bunkers from Parker Brothers.
It was Christmas Eve in McDonald Land. Everyone was asleep except Ronald, who had other plans.
I'm giving McDonald's gift certificates to all my friends. So Hamburglar can get a hamburger. Grimace can get a shake.
So to the chimney Ronald did reach.
You can get them at McDonald's, 50 cents each.
When suddenly...
McDonald's gift certificates for me? Oh, gee. And a Merry Christmas to all of you from all of us at McDonald's. Merry Christmas.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
This is WBBM FM, Chicago.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment... Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway's My Beat, the thrilling drama of murder and mystery and the people who walk the Great White Way, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. The sea mist covers the sun, hangs a veil over Broadway. And for a time, Broadway is dimly seen, dimly heard. For an instant, Broadway is stunned. But then it recovers. It leaps to embrace the false night. The neon flares, the spectaculars explode. The banners are hung. Welcome, night. And for the time of the mist, it's good on Broadway. But then the sun breaks through again and spoils it, and the lights are turned off in sullenness, and backs are turned on the day. At police headquarters, you stand at a window and consider it. But you're interrupted. A man is dead in an apartment hotel, maybe 2 minutes from headquarters. Look into it, Danny. And you nod because you know that's the way it would come out. It takes 2 minutes. You know that because when you get out of the elevator, a man is standing there with a watch in his hand.
Hell, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. On the nose. Oh, I'll put my money on the nose of you boys from headquarters every time. Your death in a sprint.
They told me a man was killed here.
Yes, they told you true. Care for a look-see?
Let's look, anyway.
It's right down the hall in 4B. Come along, fella. Here we are, fella.
It's locked.
Oh, of course it is. I locked it.
You took it on yourself to do that?
Oh, naturally, I'm the manager. I do many things by night and by day. I perform...
Open it.
I like it when you make it seem I've done something criminal. I only lock the door to keep the snoopers out. You know how they are, messing about, fingering clues, sticking their noses.
Shot. You found him like this?
Exactly. He hasn't moved an inch.
Who was he?
Mr. Frank Briscoe. Pleasant gentleman. Oh, always had a joke for me. I remember...
Whenever you're through.
Oh, yes. Yes, he's been a tenant here for 4 or 5 months, I'd say.
Tell me about it. When you heard the shot, what you did. Was he alive?
I didn't.
Didn't what?
Oh, I didn't hear a shot. What attracted me was a smell of smoke. I rushed in. A wastebasket was on fire, and Mr. Briscoe...
Wait a minute. What's that?
Oh, the phone in there. It's been doing that ever since. The receiver's just dangling there. I wouldn't touch it. No, not me. I know.
Hello?
Frank, what's the idea of keeping me waiting? What happened? You told me to hang
is this?
on. It's Eddie. You're not Frank. Who are you?
The police.
The police. What's happened? What's happened up there?
You're talking to Mr. Briscoe?
Yes. My name's Eddie Cutler. I called Frank for a golf date. He said, excuse me, there's someone at the door. Hang on, he said.
Where are you now, Mr. Cutler?
At my place of business on Wall Street. What's happened?
A murder. Stick around, Mr. Cutler. I'll want to talk to you.
Well, what do you know about that? All the
There
time.
must be things for you to do, manager. Go do them. After that, it was a matter of getting out of the way while the boys with the dusting powder tried to raise fingerprints, and the boys with the cameras tried to get presentable photographs of a dead man. Known as routine, the impersonal proddings as to why time and circumstance conspired to make Frank Briscoe a victim of murder. My part of it was to get back to headquarters and make phone calls, and have other people make phone calls, and get out such and such file, and finally come up with a starting point. Frank Briscoe was married, now separated from his wife, Sylvia. More phone calls and prodding. Sylvia managed an employment agency in the Empire State Building, an agency for executive placements only. I went there.
Please sit down.
Thank you. Ms. Briscoe.
Smoke if you like. Relax.
I'm from the police, Mrs. Briscoe.
Oh? Name?
Danny Clover.
Well, let me understand you. If you're working now, why do you come to see me?
Because of your husband.
Why ruin a sunshiny day? Look at it out there. People drowning themselves in it.
Your husband's dead. Don't let me stop you. Have your reaction, and we'll talk.
Oh, it's funny, you know. Things you leave behind you, forget about, and something happens. Comes back in a rush. Sunshine, sidewalks down there, and the wonderful news you just brought me. I'm a little girl again, and I want to play hopscotch on the pavement.
I'm happy for you, Miss Briscoe.
Thank you. You see, Frank was such a nothing. Now that you understand...
Not quite.
A nothing, Mr. Clover, is a nothing. Zero in an empty box.
Yet you married him.
And stayed that way for 3 months. One morning, I stepped out of the house into the sunshine and liked that better.
Why didn't you get a divorce?
Frank wouldn't give me one. For 5 years now, our conversation runs like this. Me. Frank, I want a divorce. Frank, no.
One thing I didn't tell you. Frank was murdered.
I'm glad for him. He had a horror of just wasting away. I wonder if that changes anything.
Like what?
His insurance policy. A large one. $100,000. Oh, Frank was a tricky one. He tried to woo me back by having it made out in my name. Tricky Frank.
That's where the happiness comes in, huh?
Sure, of course. Frank's been dead's nothing. I blow on my fingernails about that. But $100,000? Oh, Mr. Clover, that's really something. Really something.
Her girlish ecstasy over the sunshine, the $100,000, the dead husband, made it harder. Because it made me sick. Because it made me greedy to book her for murder. But the happy, happy widow had answers that held. She had seen Frank only rarely from the day she'd walked out on him. Her lawyers handled it with him. No, she hadn't left her office that morning. Her secretaries, her clients could verify if I didn't care to take her word. Then she began to tell me what she'd do with all that money. About the time she was a white queen in the African jungle, I walked out on her. Then the search for a kind word over a dead man. Maybe Eddie Cutler, the man on the phone, the man from Wall Street, had one. Maybe he'd look up from his ticker tape and give me one. Mr. Cutler?
Another moment, please. I wish I could let you in on this one. Now, if you retain me as your investment broker...
About Frank Briscoe.
Just one more minute, I can't let this get away. My clients come first. Pete, will you
Put
get
that
me...
phone down.
I say...
Put it down. Your clients will have to do without you for an hour, maybe longer, maybe for days.
Well, I was only... All right. Pete, I'll call you back as soon as I'm rid of... Yeah. Now, just what is it you want of me?
I told you.
Oh? Oh, yes. But Frank. Poor Frank. Now, who would have dreamed...
Dreamed what, Mr. Cutler?
Or isn't it plain? That he'd be murdered. Die like that. You play golf with a man, you don't expect things like this to happen to him. Not to your golf buddies.
How well did you know him?
About that well. He'd call me, I'd call him. We'd arrange a little match for drinks. As a matter of fact, I was just calling him when... Oh, was it you I talked to on the phone in Frank's apartment?
Yeah.
I thought your voice sounded familiar. You'll pardon me for saying so, but you have a very pleasant voice.
Mrs. Briscoe, do you know her?
I never had the pleasure. Frank told me a lot about her, lots of times. No, I never had the pleasure. Anything else?
Yeah. The phone call you made to Briscoe. Tell me about that.
Well, I already did when
Tell me again. Did you hear a shot after Briscoe asked you to hang on?
A shot? No. I did hear a door open and muffled voices, nothing intelligible. And then there was a funny kind of noise, a kind of a pop.
Mm-hmm.
After that, well, you know about after that. Anything else?
Yeah. You. Are you glad Frank Briscoe's dead?
Am I? What a question. What a thing to say to a man.
Just thought I'd ask. Try the ticker tape, Mr. Cutler. Maybe that'll console you.
Danny?
You may take 3 giant steps, Tartaglia. Come on in.
I'm sorry, Danny, but I am not in the mood for levity today. We've got business to attend to.
I apologize.
Accepted.
Thank you. Now, what can I do for you?
Just sit there and admire the rapid manner in which New York's finest have come to your assistance.
Why should I do that?
Because I have in my hand a complete report of the dwellers who dwelt on the same floor of the apartment house in which Frank Briscoe was found deceased.
Well, I'm proud. Tell me about it.
Roger. Wilco. And there's not much to tell.
But you'll tell me, huh?
Only this, Danny. There were 3 other denizens of that floor. Mr. and Mrs. C.P. Meston, who are living there for nigh on to 13 years and who are no trouble at all.
Huh?
In fact, the manager was more than profuse in his plaudits of old C.P. He likes to play cribbage with him.
Thank you. Who else?
Then there's Mr. and Mrs. Milburn Jeffries, who live on a pension and a canasta board. Also, no trouble.
Happy home, huh?
Then there is a Miss Della Sloan.
Spinster and a double solitaire fan.
Oh, no, Danny, no. This Della Sloan is a young lady of 27 with a now-and-then kind of police record.
Now and then what?
Disturbing the peace, drunkenness.
What was she doing in an apartment house like that?
You know, that's what I can't figure. She checked in for 1 day, then checked out. Whimsical, huh?
Where is this Della Sloan now?
Oh, wait a minute. Now, here it is, at the tag end of my report. Central Park West, 2002. I answered all your questions, Danny. I did good, huh?
Tartaglia did real fine. He even supplied a good question. What made Della Sloan so whimsical? It was a question that begged an answer. I had to find out what it was. The address on Central Park West was a study in red brick respectability, overlooking the park, neat, scrubbed, and peaceful. A gray-haired man at the desk smiled and told me Miss Sloan lived on the 3rd floor and said that was just to the left of the elevator, sir. It was all so peaceful that I hated to break it up.
Well, it's a long way from the bottles, so come on in. I'll show you where.
Miss Sloan?
Come on in, come on. Better. Drinky? You want a little drinky, don't you?
I'm from the police.
Drinky? No? Oh, come on, mister, come on.
Listen to me.
Oh, you're strong. I like it when you hold me. Come on, dance with me. It's a radio and everything, come on.
Now, look.
Pompton Turnpike. Come on, move your feet. Come on, that's better.
Miss Sloan. Della. She went limp in my arms, and her head fell downward against my chest, like a tired dancer when the night's dancing is through. But the bullet hole in her back gave the setting another texture. There was no tiredness in her face, only the expression that is suddenly and forever caught in an instant of time. Della Sloan was dead. Della Sloan had been murdered.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. We now continue with Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When the trade winds blow in from the Hudson and summertime comes to Broadway, it's a season of rare enchantment. Then the palm trees sway in the corner lunch stands to the whir of the electric fan, and the gourmet nods with satisfaction over the exotic tidbits, the juice from the papaya, the coconut milk, the knish. And Broadway lolls in its island paradise to a native tune entitled Hoop-de-Doo, and occasionally glances at the newspapers from the mainland. Man murdered in an apartment house. What the beachcombers hadn't found out about yet was about me. Woman shot to death while dancing with policemen. I put Della Sloan on the couch, walked over to the window. There was no one on the fire escape. The shot had come from there, but the murderer had fled. Only the small hole in the window, the fragments of broken glass on the rug. I called headquarters, reported it. Then I turned off the radio. 2 minutes after that, the door opened. It was too soon. It couldn't have been the police.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It wasn't.
I didn't know Della had a caller. I'll go.
No, don't go. Come in. Close the door.
I don't bust nothing up for Della, mister.
Close the door.
Sure no. Hey, what's the matter?
I'm a policeman.
Oh. Hey, look at Della with you out again.
Who are you?
I'm Della's roommate, Jean Owen. Now look at here,
Della
mister.
didn't come home last night, did she?
So?
Did she?
No. I'm trying to tell you, I'm a hard...
Why wasn't she home? All right. Let's go to headquarters, Betty.
Mister, wait a minute. Yesterday afternoon, Della had a phone call, and she wasn't in, so I took it. I gave her the number when she came in a few minutes later. That's all I know.
What number?
Well, I guess it's still over here on the pad. Yeah, here. Here it is.
Thanks.
Here. Well, you want some help with Della. I know what to do. Come on, sugar. Wake up.
Betty.
Hey, mister, you better give me a hand with the clothes, huh?
She's dead, Betty. Murdered.
Murder? Hey, what is this? Hey, you got the wrong idea. I didn't do it. What...
Petty's Pharmacy. Petty's Pharmacy. Joseph Petty, pharmacist speaking. Your order, please.
Where are you located, Mr. Petty?
1654 West 12th. Right next to the mobile gas station. You can't miss it. And hurry down for the 1 cent sale. This is the last day, you know. We're about to close. Many
I'll
wonderful...
do that, Mr. Petty.
Are you being helped, please? We have many wonderful bargains. These beach balls, for instance, 2 for the price of... Well, you see the signs, and we blow them up.
Joseph Petty, where is he?
I'm Mr. Petty. You have a prescription you want filled? We can even take care of you in that department.
I'm from the police, Mr. Petty.
Oh, official? Or you want a discount? I'm afraid...
Official.
Oh, but everything's in order. I haven't been robbed, to my knowledge. My prescription books are examined regularly by the state
Della
board.
Sloan. You know her?
Della Sloan. Let me see now. It registers. That name registers.
Think about it, Mr. Petty, and fast.
Oh, don't do that. I get all flustered when people rush me. I have it. Della Sloan, of course.
You'll tell me, too, huh?
Please. I don't know Della Sloan from Adam. Or Eve. But she called here, told me her name. Interesting voice.
When did she do that?
Yesterday morning.
What did she want?
She gave me her name, said a man had called her from this number, said he must be here waiting for her to call back. Would I page him, please? Page, like this was a hotel or some such.
But you did that because her voice was interesting.
Exactly.
Was the man here?
He was, yes. He was eating a cheese nut burger, the special of the day at the Fontateria. When I called out, was there someone waiting for a call from a Miss Della Sloan? He put down his nut burger and said he was. Thank you. That's as far as I ever got with Miss Della Sloan.
Who was the man?
I haven't the vaguest, except I gathered he was a friend of one of my sometime customers.
Who would that be?
Mrs. Sylvia Briscoe. She comes in here, as I said, sometimes for a tonic or a special. Or...
You said you thought they were friends, the man and Mrs. Briscoe. Why?
Because yesterday, when Mrs. Briscoe walked in, the man got up from the soda fountain, tipped his hat to her, and talked quietly. From my observation of the world, friends do that. You know another reason?
No, I don't, Mr. Petty. I really don't. After that, there wasn't much of the day to work in. I called on Mrs. Briscoe, but she wasn't home. Then I phoned headquarters and found they'd released Betty Owen. Her alibi that she'd spent the whole day with friends checked. Then I went home for some sleep. At 7:30, I had my breakfast. A little after 8, I was at Sylvia Briscoe's apartment. It was a sorry hour to disturb a lady, but the lady had attained the status of #1 murder suspect.
You got your nerve.
I didn't want to disturb you at your office.
Disturb me? You disturbed me once. That's your quota. Now get away from here.
Can't do that. You better invite me in, Mrs. Briscoe.
Invite? You must be out of your mind. You policing...
Slip on a coat. The squad car's downstairs.
Why?
May I come in?
All right. You won't be here long enough to want to sit down, will you?
Have you collected your insurance yet?
My lawyers told me yesterday it'll be a matter of a few weeks.
Then you'll play hopscotch.
All over the world.
I doubt it.
Oh? I apologize, Mr. Clover. I was rude. A woman doesn't like to be caught with her hair up. Please sit down. Give me a cigarette.
All right. Light.
What have I done?
You tell me. Murder?
Don't be a fool. Would you like coffee?
No, thanks. Miss Briscoe, a man named Joseph Petty, a druggist not far from here, says he knows you.
And I know him. Does that make your case stronger?
He said you were in his store yesterday morning.
For a prescription, a tonic. Is there a heading in the penal code for that?
You talked to a man.
Oh, the things a woman will do nowadays. Disgraceful. What man?
I'm asking you that. You want to think about it?
Oh, no, I remember. A man tipped his hat to me.
That's right. That one.
He said, and I'll try to quote him exactly, "Hi, baby doll." And he went on from there, Mr. Clover. He said, "I'll buy you a malted. Who knows what wonderful things can happen from therein." That's what he said.
Look, Mrs.
No,
Briscoe.
you look. That's what he said. "Hi, baby doll." Well, I've been taught a defense against that. I flounced my bustle, pointed my thumb, and said 23 skidoo. And so help me, I never saw the cad before. And you know, I wouldn't know him if I ever saw him again.
And that's how it blew up in my face. There was no link between her and the murder of Della Sloan. Still, I knew Della's murder was somehow a part of the earlier killing, an afterthought in the death of Frank Briscoe. At headquarters, I went round and round with it. Round and round. Yes?
Tartaglia, Danny. In the matter of Della Sloan, we have been digging through the records and...
And what?
Not much, Danny, but I will give you a rundown. There may be something you can glom
Danny,
onto.
can you come with me for a minute?
Hold on, Tartaglia. What do you got, Muggavan?
Lab boys have got the pictures developed in Della Sloan. Her apartment, the fire escape, things like that. Want to take a look?
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, Danny, I heard that. Who you going to take care of first, me or him?
Him, Tartaglia. Call me back. Come on, Muggavan.
I don't know if there's anything in the pictures, Danny, but you being there at the time, they might have a message for you.
Yeah.
In here, Danny. Over on my desk.
Nothing I didn't see before. I'll take them back with me, though, okay?
Sure, take them.
Hello? I know you're there, Danny. I heard you walk back into your office. Come on, answer me, Danny.
I'm sorry, Gino. I thought I hung up. The phone must have slipped off the hook. Wait a minute. Say that again.
Huh? Hello? That what you want me to say?
You've been hanging on the phone all this time?
Yeah. You told me, hold on, remember? Now, about Della Sloan.
Hey, do something for me. Call this number.
What number?
Walker 8671.
Walker 8671.
Tell whoever answers it's no good. The insurance people won't pay off. You got it?
Yeah, I got it. But, Danny, what does it mean?
Right now, Tartaglia. You got the whole day to worry about what it means.
Car 26. Car 26. Over.
Go ahead, 26.
Suspect just left the building, Danny, entering a cab.
Tail it. No siren.
Okay. Car 26. Still with us, Danny?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Cab is now entering Grand Central Overpass. Maybe you better put someone else on with us. We might lose it.
Okay. Keep on it.
Danny, over.
Go ahead.
Suspect entered apartment building on Madison. Shall we take him?
No. Just relax. I'll be right up.
Oh, hello, Mr. Clover. Say, we're practically going steady, aren't we?
Then I get invited in, huh?
Sure. Come on in. Oh, you know Mr. Cutler.
We've talked.
Sylvia, what kind of a trick is this? What are you trying to do with me?
Relax, darling. I thought I'd finished with you, Mr. Clover. What do you want?
You? Him?
Mr. Clover, well, let me explain it to you. There's some things of Frank's, golf clubs
Don't
that
be so stupid, Eddie. It's obvious what the gentleman wants. You for murder.
You didn't hear me, Miss Briscoe. You, too.
I'm getting out of here.
Stay where you are.
You followed Eddie here, didn't you? It was you who called him. Eddie.
Huh?
You fell for that stupid trick. You brought the policeman here, Eddie. You stupid man.
Don't forget, you planned it with me.
Pretty cleverly, too. Your idea, Eddie?
No, hers.
But it was you got Della to take a room near Briscoe's apartment, Eddie. When you heard him come home, you called him, told him to hold the phone, then walked down the hall into his room and shot him.
My Eddie, he did that well.
Shot him, then set a fire in the wastebasket to attract attention. Walked back to Della's room and waited till someone picked up the phone.
Well, how could you have known that? How?
I was lucky. It happened to me today. The same pattern. But Della...
She shot Della to keep her quiet. Della would have kept quiet for me.
Isn't he miserable, Mr. Clover? Eddie shot that girl.
I did not. You did. You did, and you know it.
It gets worse and worse.
What about it, Miss Briscoe?
Look at him. Just look. He went to pot after his first killing.
It was you.
It was me, Eddie. Understand, Mr. Clover. I couldn't take a chance with that girl, losing $100,000 because a girl like that is alive.
Come on.
Sylvia, they'll kill us. You made me do it. You know you made me
Put
do
out
it.
your hands, Eddie.
Look, we didn't have to kill poor Frank. You made me. I didn't want to do it.
Mrs. Briscoe.
Mr. Clover, listen to me. It was her. It was her all the time. It was her fault.
Oh, shut up, Eddie. You're really nothing. Zero in an empty box. Nothing.
In the minutes before the dawn, Broadway lies huddled in a dreamless sleep. The silent street is part of it. The long, black night, the time of no stars, the muted wind, and from far away, the whispers. Start running, kid, or you'll never get home again. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's story and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to join us next week at this time when Detective Danny Clover returns again with Broadway's My Beat. Broadway's My Beat, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis with music composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The program is written by Morton Fine and David Friedgren and stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia, and included in tonight's cast were Mary Shipp, Kathy Lewis, Jane Novello, Lou Krugman, Joe Forte, and Jack Crucian. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
A detective has to be observant, cautious, and cool. When you play Clue, you have to figure out who did it. There are suspects, weapons, and scenes for a crime.
Mr. Green did it in the study with a knife. I got a clue card. I know. It was Miss Scarlet in the conservatory with a candlestick. Wow! Elementary, my dear Betsy.
Clue from Parker Brothers.
When you chew juicy fruit, you're gonna love that juicy flavor. Juicy fruit's the flavor lover's gum. You'll love juicy fruit with the flavor bright as sunshine. Juicy fruit's the flavor lover's gum. Love that luscious burst of flavor in every pack you pick. In every sweet, tasted, fascinating stick. When you chew juicy fruit, you're gonna love that juicy flavor. Juicy fruit's the flavor lover's gum.
Wednesday.
You must share your show with the rest of us.
John Denver and the Muppets share their Christmas with you.
On the second day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 2 turtle doves
And a partridge in a pear tree. It's a surprise package.
John Denver and the Muppets, A Christmas Together.
Jingle bell, jingle bell.
Wednesday.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, our happy postman, and our special guest, the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star, Clark Gable. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, expertly blended and radiant roasted for rich, mellow, extra flavor. Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. Well, this is the day, the showdown, the payoff. Today, Clark Gable and George Burns meet face to face to decide once and for all which will play the lead in the picture The Hucksters. Who will win? The man with good looks or the man with talent? Or will George win? This is the question the whole country is discussing today. Let's see what radio's top news commentators are saying.
Others with news tonight. Oh, yes, George Burns may replace Clark Gable. And buggy whip manufacturers are greatly encouraged. They say, if this can happen to the horse can replace the automobile.
Well, today George Burns makes his final effort to gain a cinema career at the expense of Clark Gable. Well, this raises a particularly interesting question. Would it be better to keep Burns in radio where he is terrible, or put him in pictures where he'd be horrible?
Naturally, this is also the subject of discussion as we look in at the Burns home.
See how this sounds, George? I just wrote it. Mr. Clark Gable, formerly of the movies, invites you to attend the opening of his used car lot at Figueroa.
Wait a minute. Clark Gable is opening a used car lot?
Well, he hasn't yet, but I'm just trying to be helpful. When you make this picture, the poor man will be out of a job.
I see.
Well, you didn't let me finish the announcement.
Oh.
His used car lot at Figueroa and Sunset. Come in and see Clark Gable, the smiling Indian.
Indian?
After he sees your performance, will his face be red?
Gracie, I haven't made the picture. You're counting the chickens before they hatch.
But, George, you're a natural for the hucksters. It's all about radio, and you've been in radio for 15 years.
Well, that's true.
Well, it's only fair that you hatch the chickens. For 15 years, you've been laying the groundwork.
Well, I don't think Clark Gable will have to run a used car lot.
Say, I've got a better idea. He can make it a used car lot during the day and a parking lot at night. He could put up a sign that would attract thousands of women.
What's that?
Park in the dark with Clark.
Gracie, I wouldn't worry about Clark if I were you.
George, I've got it. You're taking his place. Let him take yours and be a comedian.
Oh, stop.
Oh, he'd be very funny. Women are just dying for a chance to laugh at his mustache.
They are?
Oh, yes. I've heard lots of them say they'd love to be tickled by it.
Gracie, I'm the one to worry about, not Gable. I haven't got a chance in 10,000 to replace that guy. Here, look at the picture of me in this movie magazine.
Let's see it.
Look at Gable's face. How can I compete with those dimples?
Oh, pooh. 2 little round dimples. Look at your face. You've got dozens of nice long ones.
Look at those broad shoulders. He's got the kind of figure women are crazy about.
Not me. I'd much rather have your figure.
You would?
Sure. If I had his figure, I'd look like a man.
Thanks.
I'll answer it.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Postman. I'm so excited. This is the day George will meet Clark Gable.
Oh, I admire Mr. He and I are so similar. The same rugged, robust type. 2 members of the Brotherhood of Brawn.
Well, don't you think George is a member of the Brotherhood of Brawn?
No, I'd say he belongs to the Fraternity of Flab.
Oh, Mr. Postman.
What's more, Mr. Gable is quite a woodsman. He goes into the North Woods and hunts moose. I wish he'd take my wife with him.
Why?
She'd make a wonderful decoy. She looks just like a moose.
No, it wouldn't work, Mr. Postman. No moose would take her for a moose.
I know, but some hunter might.
Well, I'm going over to see Clark Gable right now, and we'll just see who wins.
My money's on Gable. The public will always have a place in its heart for him.
Oh, and there's a place for George, too, a very warm place.
Yes, and he should go there. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns, and remember, keep smiling.
Oh, why did I ever leave Wyoming? Oh, tell me why, oh, why did I ever have to go? Oh, why did I ever leave Wyoming? 'Cause there's a sheriff back there looking for me high and low and high and low and high.
Wyoming. Well, that's a mighty nice tune about a mighty nice state, sung by Mr. Bill Goodwin.
Oh, please.
You really gave on that one, Curly. You really gave.
Well, Meredith, Western songs always send me. And after all, what's more Western than Wyoming? From Bighorn Basin in the Wind River Valley to Goshen Hole and the Cheyenne Plains, the cowboys are still riding hard and handsome. Yes, Wyoming's a mighty colorful and exciting part of the American scene. And you know that brings to mind how Maxwell House is truly a real part of the American scene, too. We Americans love coffee, have made it our national drink. And it's a fact that more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price. Northeast, south, and west, it's Maxwell House wherever you go. Flavor explains this nationwide preference, the rich, vigorous Maxwell House flavor that results from the skillful blending of these choice Highland-grown Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other fine coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. The sum of which is great coffee at its flavor peak. So why not enjoy the very best in mellow, satisfying coffee drinking pleasure? It's yours for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffees sold. Just say Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop. We now find Gracie arriving at Clark Gable's house to tell him that he must relinquish the lead in the Hucksters to her husband, George Burns. Confident of success, she sings happily as she knocks on the door.
Take back your rumba, your samba, your conga.
Yes?
Ay, ay, ay.
Won't you come in? I say, won't you come in?
In. Oh, of course. Oh, thank you.
Now, what did you want to see me about?
Well, you know, for the life of me, I can't remember. Oh, now I do. I want to talk to you about George Burns.
George Burns?
Yes, he's the man who's going to take your place in that picture, The Hucksters.
Oh, yes. They told me about him at the studio. Mental case, isn't he?
Oh, no, I should say not. He's as smart as I am.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is he a friend of yours?
Well, we used to be friends. Then we got married. I mean, now he's my husband. And a wonderful man, Mr. Gable.
I'm sure he must be wonderful if he's married to you.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Now, tell me more about Mr. Burns. I say, tell me more about Mr. Burns.
Burns? Oh, my husband. Well, he's the logical one to take your place because he's your type of man. Rugged yet handsome. An outdoor man. Loves to go hunting.
Oh, loves hunting, huh? Your husband begins to interest me.
Oh, I thought that would do it.
Where does he do most of his hunting?
Oh, he's hunted everywhere. India, Africa, Egypt.
Egypt?
Yeah, the land of the Sphinx.
What did he shoot there?
Only the largest Sphinx ever shot. Ever shoot a Sphinx, Mr. Gable?
No, the meat's a little too gamey.
Oh, well, George hunts everywhere. He shoots a moose in Alaska, and then he knocks off a deer in Canada.
Oh, what's the matter with the game in this country? Hasn't he ever shot a buck in northern Michigan?
He played a little poker in Detroit. But he He'd much rather hunt.
Well, I suppose he's concentrating on duck hunting right now.
Oh, yes, yes. He's out every day shooting down ducks out there in wherever it is you shoot down ducks.
Blind?
Oh, no, he never touches the stuff. Just loves to hunt.
What kind of retriever does he use?
He uses...
What's his favorite dog?
Oh, hot. Heavy on the mustard.
No, I mean four-footed dog. What kind of dog does he use to retrieve the ducks?
Oh, one of those regular little duck dogs. A dachshund. They're awfully cute.
Yes, but a little impractical. Here, let me show you what I mean by a retriever. Here, girl. Isn't she beautiful? She's a Labrador retriever. Aren't you, Hetty?
Did you call her Hetty?
Oh, yes, that's a little whim of mine. I'm very fond of my hunting dogs, and I've named all of them after leading ladies in my pictures. I have two other prize retrievers named Lana and Claudette.
Oh, are they all girl dogs?
Well, I've found that females obey me better than males. They seem to like me better. Watch now how Hetty reacts when I pat her head. Yeah. Nice.
I know just how you feel, Hetty. Oh, my goodness. What are those things in that room?
Where?
All those heads sticking through that wall.
Oh, those are my trophies. Now, this is a moose head. Here's a deer head, a lion's head. Here's a boar's head. Aren't they beautiful?
Yeah. But I'll bet the other side of the wall doesn't look so good. Well, so much for hunting. Now, I'd like you to meet George. I'm glad I had an opportunity to tell you about him. At least you know my husband isn't a mental case.
That's right. Now I'm curious to know why he isn't.
Well, we'll expect you at our house in half an hour. Goodbye, Mr. Gable.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns.
Gee, Gracie, I can't compare with Gable. He's one of the greatest lovers on the screen.
Oh, I'm sure you can kiss better than he can. Kiss me, George.
Okay.
Oh, Gable's through.
He is?
Sure, you can kiss better than he can. And if he can't kiss better than that, he's through.
Gracie, Gable is dynamite with women. I've seen him in those pictures with Hedy Lamarr and Claudette Colbert and Lana Turner. I'll bet he's just as great off the screen. Oh, here he is now. I'll show him in.
I'll show him in. You show him up. Oh, hello, Mr. Gable. Come right in.
Thanks, Mrs. Burns.
Mr. Gable, I'd like you to meet Mr. Burns.
How do you do, Mr. Burns?
Hello.
I understand that your son wants to replace me in a picture.
My son?
No, Mr. Gable, this is my husband.
This is George?
Yeah. George Burns, the Clark Gable of tomorrow. Look him over and see if you don't think he's the perfect choice. Well, what do you say?
This is George?
Oh, I've already answered that question. Now, think for a minute and then tell me what your decision is. Well?
This is George?
Well, I don't know. You may be a good actor, but you're a very poor conversationalist.
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Burns, but I was taken unawares.
Oh, well, now you two men have a chat while I go in the kitchen and make some coffee. And then we'll sit down and thrash this all out.
You know, Mr. Gable, I'm embarrassed having my wife compare me with you. I think you're a terrific guy.
And I think your wife thinks you are, too.
Yeah.
No, I hope this discussion won't last too long. I've got to get home to Hetty and Lana and Claudette.
My wife and I were just talking about them. Are they all at your house?
Yes, they're waiting to be fed.
Feeding all three of them must run into money.
Oh, no. Horse meat's cheap.
You feed them horse meat?
Oh, sure. They love it.
Only from you, Clark. Are they in your house a lot of the time?
No, only in the daytime. I put them out at night.
Naturally, eh?
Well, poor things, it's quite pitiful when they sit outside my bedroom window and howl.
Yeah, that would break my heart.
But we spend many happy evenings together. Lana in my lap, Claudette stretched out at my feet, and Hetty sitting on the floor with her nose in my hand.
The affectionate type, huh?
Yes, they're all affectionate. At times I have to beat them off.
Gee, imagine that.
You know, wherever I go, at least one of them trails along. The other night I was having dinner at the Brown Derby. I looked down, and there was Claudette under the table.
Gosh, they follow you around like dogs.
Well, what do you expect?
That's what I expect. But, Clark, with three of them around at once, don't they get jealous of each other?
Oh, yes, terribly jealous. If I tickle one of them in the ribs, I have to tickle them all.
Wow.
But only once was there any serious trouble.
What caused it?
Well, they all take turns fetching my slippers. They regard it as quite a privilege.
You're murder. What happened?
Well, Lana fetched the slippers when it was supposed to be Hetty's turn. So Hetty sneaked up behind Lana and bit her.
Bit her?
Yeah. Poor Lana couldn't sit down for a week.
Oh, no!
Clark Gable is in the den.
Yeah?
He met George face to face, and he's green with envy.
Oh, Gracie, envy didn't turn him green. It's that face-to-face that did it.
Bill, that's not true, and you know it. George has a beautiful face. Every feature is perfect.
Perfect?
Certainly. He can see with his eyes, hear with his ears, and smell with his nose. Isn't that perfect?
Well, yeah, I'll admit George has got a point there.
What about that? What about that handsome, beautifully shaped head? He's got a point there, too.
Yes, I've noticed that. Must chop up his hats pretty badly. Well, come on, Gracie. I'm anxious to go in and talk to Clark.
Oh, now, Bill, look. George's whole career may depend upon that talk he's having with Gable. So promise me you won't change the subject to Maxwell House coffee.
I give you my word, Gracie. I won't bring up the subject of coffee unless Gable mentions Maxwell House himself.
Well, I don't think that'll happen. Let's go in.
Okay. Hi, George. Hello, Clark, old man.
Hello, Bill.
Well, Bill, how are you?
Fine, thanks. Oh, say, Clark, there's a beautiful blonde singer at your studio I'm dying to meet. Marilyn somebody?
Maxwell?
Yeah, that's the girl. Clark, would you take me to her house?
Sure, Bill. I'll take you there.
Where?
To her house.
Whose house?
Marilyn's.
Marilyn whose?
Marilyn Maxwell.
Marilyn Maxwell's what?
Marilyn Maxwell's house.
Speaking of Maxwell, that is the most wonderful coffee.
Oh, now, Bill, you promised.
Well, Clark brought it up. I didn't, Gracie. But since he did, let me remind you that Maxwell House is rich, mellow, delicious, the result of careful selection and blending of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to perfection.
Bill, when do you want to meet the blonde?
Blonde? Oh, Clark, how can you talk about a blonde in the same breath with Maxwell House coffee? Why, Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold. Now let's take a breath and talk about the blonde.
I thought so.
What would you like to know about her, Bill?
Are you kidding? What does any guy want to know about a girl? Does she drink Maxwell House coffee? I hope so, because Maxwell House is bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Everybody knows Maxwell House is always good to the last drop. Well, nice to have seen you, Clark. So long.
Well, Bill, don't you want to meet the girl? Wouldn't you like to have a beautiful, blonde, curly head on your shoulder?
I was born with one. So long.
Well, Mr. Gable, let's get down to business. What's your decision? Will George get in the hucksters?
Of course he will. I'll see to it myself.
Wonderful.
Here's 50 cents for his ticket.
Now, I mean, will he make the picture? Will you recommend him for the lead?
Well, I hesitate to recommend George for pictures because of his past.
What's wrong with my past?
There's been so much of it.
Oh, come on, Mr. Gable. Be a sport. Give up your career. Won't you do this little favor for an ex-serviceman?
Oh, is George an ex-serviceman?
He certainly is. When President Roosevelt called for volunteers, George said, "Here I am, Teddy."
Yeah, I gave those Spaniards plenty of trouble.
Well, what do you say?
To tell the truth, the decision isn't mine to make. A thing like that is decided by the head of the studio.
Oh, in other words, if the head of Metro Golden Mare told you to step aside for George, you'd do it?
I'd have to.
I see. You boys excuse me for a moment. I'll be right back. Now, have you got it straight, Meredith?
Oh, I think so, Gracie. I'm to pose as the head of Mr. Gable's studio.
Right. Now, let's go in. Mr. Gable, there's someone here to see you.
Who is it?
Well, have you ever met Louis B. Mayer?
Oh, I know him quite well.
Oh. Well, have you ever met Mr. Goldwyn?
Many times.
Oh. How about Mr. Metro?
No, I've never met anyone by that name.
Uh-huh. Mr. Gable, shake hands with Mr. Metro. Mr. Pasternak, you Metro. Head of Metro Golden Mare.
How do you do?
Always happy to meet an employee, son. Now, as the young lady told you, my name is Pasternak U. Metro, and I'm afraid I have bad news for you.
You have?
Yes. Last evening, my assistant, L.B. Mayer, and I had a talk. L.B., I said, what do you think of George Burns for the Hucksters? P.U., he said. That's a great idea. Terrific.
By the way, Meredith, I enjoyed your last concert at Hollywood Bowl.
Well, thanks, Clark. How'd you like my flute solo?
I thought it was great.
Did you? So did I. Of course, my lip isn't as strong as it used to be. Well, as I was saying, my name is Pasternak U. Metro.
That's enough, Meredith. You might as well go.
Well, very well. Glad to have been of help. Goodbye, all.
Gracie, I'm ashamed of you, pulling a thing like that on Clark Gable.
Yeah, you're right, George. That was an awful trick. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
I'll have to think of a better one.
Mr. Gable, I want you to know that none of this was my idea. For 6 weeks now, Gracie has hounded me into this.
Well, I can see that unless we stop her, neither of us will have any rest.
It's beyond me. I can't handle it.
Perhaps I can. You mind if I try?
No, go ahead.
Oh, Mrs. Byrne, may I see you for a moment?
You won't get anywhere, Clark.
Leave it to me.
Yes?
Mrs. Burns, I've reconsidered. Your husband will have the lead in the Hucksters.
Oh, finally came to your senses, huh?
Yes, I'm through.
Oh, well, you'll find something to do. Open a little butcher shop. I realize a butcher's salary isn't the same as a movie star's salary, but you can use the extra money.
I don't mind for myself, but the new leading lady I discovered will lose her opportunity.
Well, that's the breaks. She'll get over it.
I searched for her for so long, but I didn't find the perfect one until now.
Well, that's life. Till now? You mean?
Yeah, you would have been wonderful. But it's too late. I'm out of the picture.
Well, that's the breaks.
You have every quality the screen demands. Charm, intelligence, talent. But we both lost our chance.
Well, that's life.
What a leading lady you would have made. People would have said, how can one so young be so beautiful? But it will never happen now.
Well, that's a mess, isn't it?
We could have played some beautiful love scenes together. But why cry over spilt milk? I'm out, and George is in.
Oh, no, he's not.
Huh?
George Burns, if you ever open your big mouth about playing the lead in the Hucksters again, I'll leave you.
Me open my mouth?
Where did you ever get such a ridiculous idea?
It was my idea?
Claiming you'd be better than Clark Gable. Forgive him, Clark. He didn't know what he was saying.
Yeah, forgive me, Clark.
Okay, George.
Clark Gable appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor production, The Yearling. Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee.
Well, Gracie, you're just like all the other women. The minute Clark Gable turned on his charm, you forgot your husband.
I did not forget my husband. You're still the only man for me, Harry.
Harry?
Fred? Joe?
My name is Pasternak U Metro. Good night, everyone.
Good night to you.
Now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations. Get Bird's Eye. Get Bird's Eye French-style green beans. Delicious young beans as garden fresh as if you just picked them off the vine. Yes, wonderful eating. And trouble-free, all washed, trimmed, and cleaned for you. Stringless, too, and cut French style. One box serves 4 people. So get Bird's Eye French-style green beans tomorrow. But be sure it's Bird's Eye. Remember.
It can't be the same if it ain't got that name. Get Bird's Eye frozen food.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This Christmas, light up your gift giving with a Kodak Extralight 10 camera with built-in flash. The action's sure to be there, so be ready in a flash with the Extralight 10. And get all those sharp, clear pictures you might have missed, but you'd love to have. So this Christmas, give an Extralight 10 from those built-in flash people at Kodak.
My son Charlie helps out quite a bit around here.
Charlie, almost finished?
He always gives his best for us. So I like to do my best for him, like making his favorite, Toll House cookies. I don't use imitation chocolate. I use Nestle's real chocolate morsels. Charlie loves the taste of real chocolate, and I like the creaminess of Nestle's.
Anything else, Mom?
Mm-hmm. You help me eat some Toll House cookies? Nestle's real chocolate morsels. My family's worth it.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Pink Wonderland. You step right up and take your choice. Yep, that's what you do at breakfast every single morning when you get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. It's the swell new cereal assortment, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks, in 10 separate individual packages, all in one handy carton. Every morning you open a fresh new package. Enjoy an extra edge of sharp, brisk flavor. Cereal at its crispiest, freshest, most flavorful best. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray with your 3 top favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. Most amusement parks and carnivals with their merry-go-rounds, Ferris wheels, and games of chance, where a lucky individual might win a doll or blanket, are conducted on a business-like basis to make a fair profit for the operators. But this was not the case with Sneed's Pink Wonderland.
Hey, bring the kiddies for a ride on the merry-go-round.
Pink Wonderland was a deceptive name for a gaudy midway, where the number of legitimate concessions was heavily outbalanced by the gambling devices.
All you have to do is test your strength and win a prize. Right this way, folks. Ring the bell and win a prize. There's nothing.
Hey, it's a game of skill. Yes, sir, folks. Test your marksmanship. Shoot the rifle and win a prize. Everybody wins. Nobody loses here. Hey,
Try up and try your luck. A nickel wins $1 when the big wheel spins. Hey, you watch you now. Here we go. Yes.
Here. Toss a ring and win a prize. Toss a ring and win a blanket. Toss a ring and, hey, try your luck, lady. Toss a ring for a blanket. 10 cents a chance, 3 for a quarter.
Well, I don't need a blanket.
Ring a peg and take your choice. How about it, lady?
If I ring a peg, I'll take the prize in cash.
Whatever you want. Customers always right. Pay a dime, ring a peg, and win $1.
10 to 1, huh?
Right.
What if I pay $1 for a chance?
10 to 1, that's the rule. Pay a buck and win a sawbuck.
Well, if I can't ring a peg in 3 tries, I'll go back to selling ribbons and the 5 and dime. Here's $3.
Just a minute. No play, Joe.
Huh? What's the matter, Mr. Sneed?
What's the idea? Is my money any good?
2 bits, sister. 3 rings for a quarter, and the prize is a blanket if you win. Now, you want to gamble, you go somewhere else.
I don't need a blanket.
Then maybe you better go
somewhere
somewhere
else. Yes. You're repeating yourself. But I can take a hint.
Hey, Mr. Sneed, what's wrong? That babe had dough to throw away.
So, do you know who she is?
How'd I know?
She's a newspaper woman.
Yeah?
Been here all day. Thrown away at least $100.
Yeah? She ought to know by now that she can't win.
She does. She's just getting proof of it. Wish I'd got a line on her a little sooner. Look at her over there.
Who's she talking to?
His name's Lowry. He's from the Daily Sentinel and plenty sharp. He's been tagging her around. Even took a couple of pictures.
Pictures? Hey, boss, I don't like that.
Neither do I. And I'm going to do something about it.
Hey, it's a game of skill here. Test your marksmanship. Everybody wins, nobody loses. Just pick the rifle up. Everybody wins here. Hey, all right, buddy. Just step up here.
I think Sneed finally got wise. I'm sorry.
Don't
Laurie.
worry about it, Casey.
Oh, but Mr. Reed is so anxious to smash this gambling
Maybe the
racket.
pictures I've snapped will do it. I wanted a few more, but didn't
Laurie,
have enough.
look.
Huh?
Sneed is coming this way.
Well, lady. So you're a friend of Mr. Lowry, eh?
Is that bad?
Maybe not. Then again, maybe. Depends.
From Sneed's point of view, it's bad.
Didn't like that story you wrote a few weeks ago, Lowry. Then maybe you didn't know much about Pink Wonderland.
I know more about it now, Sneed. The next story will be a sizzler. You won't like it at all.
No?
Sneed, I'm curious.
That's bad.
You run wide-open gambling places in this layout. How much do you pay for protection?
Don't talk careless, Lowry.
I didn't think you'd answer. But that doesn't matter. I didn't expect you to.
There have been other people that got sore when they lost a little cash. Newspaper men, too. But they didn't say anything about it in the papers. Libel suits cost money. And there's other things worse than libel suits.
You can't bluff my boss.
It's all right, Lowry. Stick around. You and the girl have fun while you can.
Yeah, we'll stick around for a while. There's a lot we haven't seen.
Well, don't miss anything.
We won't.
No, I don't think you will.
Chance of a lifetime. Here we are. Step right up and win a blanket. Toss out. Yeah.
What'd they say, Mr. Sneed?
That Lowry, he's tough. And so's the guy he works for, Britt Reed. And then, Mr. Marshke, when I heard about a guy taking pictures of the girl, I went to see who he was. Well, I know him. He's Lowry of the Sentinel. What's that, Mr. Marshke? Oh, yeah, he's still in the park. I got Lefty watching his car, so I'll know when he leaves. I thought I'd better call you. Yeah. What'd you say? Well, you mean that? Well, all right, Mr. Marshke, if you say so. I'll tell Lefty right away. Don't argue with me, Lefty. Get the boys and do just what I say. The orders come from on top.
Okay, Sneed, but it seems like going a long way.
At the car over there?
Yeah.
We'll get the boys and follow it when it leaves. There's a stretch of open road between here and town. That's the place to do it.
Here's the open road. Catch up to that car and crowd it. Hang on. Here we go. Hey, that Lowry's driving plenty fast. Yeah, seems he wants to race with it. Well, step on it. We're gaining. Get ready. We're set to pass. I'm ready. Give him the horn again. You get him? Yeah. He's off the road, smashing through a fence. He's on fire!
Let the lights be. Met man, 2 dying, car, gun killing on highway. Here you are, sir. Read all about it. Here you are, sir. Let the lights be. Let
The following morning found Miss Case at her typewriter in the room that led to Britt Reed's office in the Daily Sentinel building. She looked up when the door opened and Michael Axford entered.
Hi, Casey.
Well, hello, Michael.
I just came from cops' headquarters. They've identified the couple that was shot and burned in Lowry's car.
Who were they?
The guy was known as Keys Carter. He got a long record as a car thief.
And the girl?
Ducky Vale. She was Keys' girlfriend.
Oh, the poor thing. Oh, what a frightful way to die.
What I don't get is this. Why would hoodlums want to shoot a guy like Keys? He wasn't in with no gang.
Are you being naive?
Huh?
Well, no one wanted to shoot Keys Carter. He stole Lowry's car, and those bullets were meant for Lowry and for me.
Well, what's that?
We had some good photographs of the Pink Wonderland. In fact, I think we had almost enough to prove that gambling runs wide open in this county. Yes, and to make the charges stick in spite of all the influence that Sneed might buy from the county boss.
Oh, golly. You mean Sneed wanted to bump you off?
Oh, my, that's awful. You should know better than to go out getting evidence with a guy like Lowry. He's got a way of making people want to take pot shots at him. Why,
Relax, will you? Mr. Reed wanted that evidence against Sneed.
And you got it. You must have had it or Sneed wouldn't have gone so far.
Yes, we had it. And the pictures were in the car.
Oh.
Lowry had a big camera with him. He shot a dozen plates and then went to the car to get some fresh ones. He left the exposed plates in the car. They burned.
Then all the evidence you got is lost?
Oh, that's about the size of it. Oh, darn it all. Now Sneed will be on guard, and we'll never make a case against Boss Marshke.
Marshke?
Mr. Reed is virtually certain that Marshke is the power behind Sneed's gambling. Marshke runs the county. What he says goes.
But, Casey, if Sneed did what you say, he should be indicted for murder.
Try and prove it.
Well, does he have an alibi?
He was in the Pink Wonderland restaurant at the time of the murder.
Oh. Well, what about the guys who did the shooting?
You name them.
Me?
Well, you can guess as well as anyone else. And even if your guess is correct, who'll know, and how can it be proved?
The boss is calling.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Is Axford there?
Yes, he just returned from police headquarters.
Please step into my office and bring him with you.
Right.
Oh, he wants to see me.
My, what big ears you have, Michael.
Lowry and I have been talking things over. I thought it'd be a good idea to let you in on our discussion.
Lowry, I didn't know you were in Reed's office.
Well, so what?
Well, I just didn't, that's all.
Sit down, Miss Case.
Thank you.
You too, Axford.
Thanks. By golly, Lowry, I sure was sorry about you losing your car.
That's the smallest part of the loss. The car was covered by insurance. What burns me is my story went up in smoke.
For a long time, the Daily Sentinel has been hammering at the gambling in this county. Lowry has done a lot of legwork trying to prove our statements.
By golly, there's gambling at the Pink Wonderland.
Everyone knows it. But who can prove it so conclusively that a conviction will be assured in spite of all that Marshke can do?
Well, Lowry and I had some pretty solid evidence. Our statements, sworn to and backed by photographs, would have packed a lot of weight.
But Marshke will find a way to discredit us if we can't back our statements with pictures.
Oh, I wish I were a man.
What would you do, Miss Case?
Well, I'd go to Sneed. I'd corner the termite, and I'd work on him. I'd make him confess that he ordered that murder. And I'd make him admit he paid Marshke for protection. And I'd...
It's too bad Lowry hasn't your spunk.
Cut. What was that you said, boss?
Didn't you hear me?
You mean it'd be all right with you if I worked on Sneed?
Lowry, what you do on your own is none of my business.
Well, Axford, would you like to go to lunch with me? Huh?
Oh, sure.
I want to talk to you.
See you later, Reed.
Good work, Miss Case.
Did I give the right cue?
Exactly as I wanted you to.
Well, the foundation is laid. I wish I knew what the Green Hornet plans to build on it.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Ever notice how extra good, freshly picked roasting ears taste? Why, you just want to keep right on eating and eating. Even the next day they taste good. But, of course, they don't have quite the extra keen flavor as at the first. And that's because the oxygen in the air takes the keen edge off flavor. The same is true of most all freshly opened packaged foods. When first opened, you enjoy an extra keenness of flavor, an extra freshness of taste, food at the very peak of its goodness. And that extra keenness of flavor is exactly what you get in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Here's why. The Betty Crocker cereal tray contains 10 separate individual packages of Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. Every morning you open a fresh package. Each holds just enough for a single serving. Your cereal remains sealed in the package until the very moment you sit down to breakfast. And packages are heavily waxed, too. This helps prevent air from seeping into the box before open. If you want to see how extra heavy and protective this wax coat is, just scratch the package with your fingernail. You'll be amazed. Remember, you get only top favorite cereals in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. And don't forget that each cereal comes to you with the same wonderfully extra sharp, brisk flavor so noticeable in garden fresh vegetables, fresh picked fruit, fresh roasted food. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray tomorrow. You buy it fresh, wax-protected packages help keep it fresh. and you never open your cereal until a moment before you eat it. Now to continue our story. Lenore Case, Britt Reed's private secretary, was one of the few who knew that the young publisher was the Green Hornet. She had cooperated with a plan whereby Britt hoped to smash the power of county boss Marshke and smash the widespread gambling at Pink Wonderland. As part of the Green Hornet's plan, the girl lingered in her office after hours, waiting for Michael Axford.
Hi, Casey. You still here?
Well, I told you I'd wait. I'm anxious to hear what you and Lowry plan to do.
We don't want to act officially as reporters, because we might get the Sentinel in a jam. So Reed mustn't know our plans. What we aim to do is none of his business.
But it will be his business if you make news.
Well, when you put it that way, we're going to Carl and Sneed tonight.
You are?
We're going to persuade him to squeal.
Really? Oh, golly, I'd like to have that story as an exclusive.
Now, Casey.
What time are you going to call on Sneed?
He gets home from Pink Wonderland about 2 o'clock in the morning. We'll be waiting in his home.
Oh, gee, what a shame.
Huh?
Well, the story has to be filed by 3 o'clock to make the Bulldog edition. You can't possibly get the confession in less than an hour.
That's so.
And if it doesn't make the Bulldog, the Sentinel won't have a beat. The other papers will probably have it the same time we do. Oh, Mr. Reed will be furious if we don't scoop the others.
I might call Reed and tell him.
Oh, you know very well he's gone out for the evening. Michael, sit down there. I've got an idea.
Huh?
Let's write the story now.
Now?
Just as if Sneed had confessed. As if he told all he knew. We can write a couple of sticks for the first flash. They'll do for a headline. Oh, and that'll give us a beat. The second edition can carry a follow-up.
But, Casey, he hasn't confessed yet.
I'll hold the fort, Michael. I'll have the story all set to go. If something happens, well, that is, if you fail, you can call me in time to kill it.
Well, golly, I bet Reed wouldn't like this way of doing things.
Mr. Reed wants his people to use their heads. You don't know where to get in touch with him, so you're doing the Nespex thing. Think of it, Michael. A scoop on the Sneed confession. Mr. Reed, I'm calling from the corner drugstore. Michael is up in his office going over the story. We just finished writing it.
Axford went for the plan, huh?
Yes, indeed. He's to call me in time to kill the story if he and Lowry fail. They're going to be waiting at Sneed's home when Sneed comes in at 2 a.m.
Thanks, Miss Case. That's all I want to know.
It was after midnight when Britt Reed called Cato, his faithful valet, to his room.
There'll be action tonight, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. Axford and Lowry are going to try to make Sneed talk.
You think they succeed?
I'm sure they won't. Sneed can't be bluffed in that way.
Oh, Mr. Britt, you fix it so they go there.
They'd never admit that. Lowry thinks it was his own idea.
Well, what Green Hornet do?
We'll interrupt the conference. Bring the mask and gas gun. And,
What else, Mr. Britt?
I think we'll take one of the gas grenades. Tonight, we'll need a lot of gas.
It's about time for Sneed to come.
Yeah, but don't try to change the subject. You know, sometimes, Axford, I wonder if you've got all your buttons.
Now, see here, Lowry.
You mean to say you let Casey talk you into writing that story ahead of time?
Sure did.
But what if we can't make Sneed talk? And we probably can't. He's plenty tough. He's not going to confess to having a hand in a murder unless we have luck.
Wait. Look, the car's coming. Maybe it's the one we're waiting for.
I'll deal with you later. Get back in the shadows.
It's turning into the driveway.
Sneed. Good. Oh, brother, wait till I work on him. You've put me in the right mood, Axford.
He's got to get out to open the garage door.
Come on. Just a minute, Sneed.
Huh?
We want to talk to you.
Oh, Lowry.
That's right.
And I'm Axford.
The idea waiting here for me.
We didn't want to miss you. Let's go into the house.
For what?
Don't get tough with us or we'll get tough right back.
Come on, Sneed. We're going to show you how to be very smart.
You must think I'm nuts. Why should I admit all the stuff that you've
Sneed,
been...
we know you're kicking in a Marshke. We know he's using his weight to let you run that gambling place, but you're small fry.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Gambling at Pink Wonderland's just a drop in the bucket. It's the big operators that our paper's after, the boys who run the gambling houses.
Marshke's protecting them, too. That's why we want Marshke.
I got nothing to say.
We'll get Marshke sooner or later, and he'll throw you and a lot of others to the wolves.
Don't bluff, Lowry. I happen to know you got no evidence.
There will be evidence. I'll play ball with us, and the Daily Sentinel will help you. We'll build up the fact that you cooperated to smash gambling and pinning a couple of murders on Marshke. It was Marshke who gave the order to have me shot last night, wasn't it?
I told you I'm
You
not...
probably relayed the order, but he gave it. Isn't that right? You're all as guilty as the man who fired the shots. Why don't you talk?
Why don't you guys go home and let me get some sleep?
Sneed, you might even get a suspended sentence if you play on our side. We can build you
No!
up to 20... You're scared. You're scared of what'll happen if you talk. You're afraid Marshke will have you bumped off. Is that it? Well, we can get tough.
I tell you, I don't know nothing.
Holy crow. What's that?
The window.
A bomb. It's gas.
Choking me.
It's all right, Cato. Come in.
Gas is cleared out?
Yes, they're all unconscious. Now we've got to play the cards close to the table.
Oh, Lowry, not get far with Sneed.
I didn't expect him to. What time is it?
It's 3 o'clock.
Axford can't calm his case. The confession will be on the streets in a few minutes.
Oh, that's right.
We'll wait here until the Bulldog edition is out. And then we'll give these three a shot in the arm.
When Axford did not call, Lenore Case sent the story of the confession to the city room. The night editor raised his eyebrows, but didn't question a story from the publisher's own secretary. Meanwhile, Britt, Reed, and Cato waited in Sneed's house for the Bulldog edition to hit the streets. Britt administered a hypodermic injection that discounted the effect of the gas, then dragged Sneed from the room as Axford and Lowry regained consciousness.
Where am I? Axford. Oh, Lowry. Different snakes were still in Sneed's house. Where's Sneed? What happened to us? By golly, I don't know. I remember gas.
Let me go, you hear? I didn't squeal. I don't care what Marshke says.
Sneed. He's in the other room. What's the matter with him?
I tell you I didn't squeal. Don't take me to Marshke. Don't do it. You'll kill me.
Axford, come on. We got to see about this.
Right you are.
There goes Sneed down the hall.
The Hornet's got him.
There's the car. The Hornet's putting Sneed into it.
Stop! Stop, do you hear?
Wait, Axford. We'll get your car and follow. I think the Green Hornet is taking him to Marshke.
Lowry, the Sentinel.
Axford, that's the story you and Casey wrote. It's in print.
Holy crow. I didn't get the collar. I was unconscious.
You can say that again. Come on, let's get to Marshke.
While Cato drove to Marshke's home, Britt kept a gun on Sneed and ignored the gambler's pleading. When the car stopped, he kept a sharp watch for the approach of Axford's car, pretending that he was waiting for someone else.
The boys will be along to take care of you in just a minute, Sneed.
But I didn't squeal. I swear I didn't. Where'd Marshke get the idea I squealed?
He can read. Hear that?
No, that can't be. It can't, I tell you.
Tell Marshke that.
But it ain't true.
And what were a couple of Sentinel reporters doing in your house?
They were trying to make me squeal. They were trying to, but I wouldn't.
What's more, Sneed, you know what the boss thinks of men who drink too much.
Hey, look, I don't touch a drop.
When I found you were out cold on the floor. So were the reporters.
Oh, listen, how can I tell you so you believe me? Someone threw a gas bomb through the window. That's what knocked us out.
How'd the Sentinel get that story if those reporters didn't phone it in?
Please, please, you've got to believe me. Let me go. Don't take me to Marshke. I know what he'll do.
That's probably the boys.
Well, don't let him have me. Please don't.
This is where I check out, Sneed. Get out of the car. The boys will take care
No,
of you.
no.
Get out.
No, 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 no.
Get going, Cato.
No, please don't.
Come on, Axford. Here, Sneed.
No, wait, listen, please. Oh, it's you two.
By golly, Sneed, that was the Green Hornet you were with. Oh, come here. Let me help you to your feet.
Listen, Lowry, let me talk. The story's in the paper. Marshke thinks I squealed.
Marshke won't like that.
He won't give me a chance. He'll frame me for the murder last night. Lowry, you said you'd help me if I talk.
Huh?
Well, I'll give you the names of the guys that bumped Cheese Carter. I'll talk. I've got to talk to save my life.
Look out the window, Mr. Reed. It's getting light.
I'm sorry you had to work so long, Miss Case. You better go home and take the day off.
I wouldn't have missed this for anything. I want to see Axford when he comes in with a follow-up on the Sneed confession.
You should have put your name on it.
I'll let Axford and Lowry have the byline. They earned it.
They're still wondering which one of the disgruntled losers at Pink Wonderland threw a gas bomb in Sneed's window.
Hey, Casey, here's the story, and oh, golly, look at it. 8-column banner, and it's got pictures of me and Lowry with Sneed.
Well, what about Marshke and the others who were named by Sneed?
Cops have got 'em all, Reed. Here's the story on it. By golly, the Hornet dumped that crook right into our laps.
Oh, you should be grateful to the Green Hornet.
I gave him a plug in me story.
A plug?
I put in what Sneed thinks of him. When a crook like Sneed talks against a man, by golly, it's a plug.
Detailed Sneed confession, highway murder, solved, Marsky jailed. Read all about it. Green Hornet named it, captures at the Lux Street.
Say, here's a way to have double fun. I mean eating fun plus model building fun. Just get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, and you'll see what I mean. First comes the eating fun, because each Betty Crocker cereal tray has 10 separate individual boxes of those 3 swell-tasting top favorite cereals, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kix. Each morning you take your choice. Each morning you open a fresh new package. This makes breakfast a lot more fun. Now, here's where the double fun comes in. With each Betty Crocker cereal tray, you get cutouts to build a model city, complete with barber shops, drugstores, grocery stores, and houses. Also cutouts of autos, fences, garages, and a lot more things, all true to life. Models are printed right on the packages, together with easy-to-follow instructions on how to build. Best of all, different houses and stores come on different Betty Crocker cereal trays, so you can keep on adding new buildings. Go to your grocer's just as soon as you can and get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the handy cereal package with all 3 of your breakfast favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kix. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix.
His 6th basket in a row. He's the best forward on the team.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats, the richest of cereal grains in vitamin B1. Cheerios provides whole grain amounts of all known important vitamins and minerals in oats. So help yourself to Cheerios. You'll love its toasted oat flavor, and it's shaped like tiny little donuts. That's Cheerios, the oat cereal that's ready to eat. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Be sure to listen tomorrow night over most of these same stations for another hard-hitting, two-fisted adventure of the Old West when the Lone Ranger rides again. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Tonight, Mork plays Cupid and Mindy's mad.
Stop it.
Moms and dads, when you think of lakeside games for your family, think of Toys R Us. The whole family will love to play Perfection, $6.76 at Toys R Us. Or here's Superfection, priced at $9.67. Or here's Electronic Computer Perfection for $24.97. And Lakeside's great Intercept electronic game is $22.97 at Toys R Us. Remember, when you think of Lakeside games at big discounts, think of Toys R Us.
Jerry Lewis, tomorrow on the 4:30 movie.
It's the time of year for sharing all the joys that life can bring, making every Pepsi moment count and keep them happening. Come on, come on, come on and have a Pepsi day. Come on, come on, come on and taste the Pepsi way. Have a Pepsi holiday.
Where's Merlin? Where did it go?
Jenny's got it playing tic-tac-toe.
Now where's Merlin?
When last seen it was out with Dad playing blackjack 13.
Where's Merlin now?
It's not there, it's out with Billy playing Magic Square.
Merlin is a computer with personality. Plays 6 different games, talks with 20 sounds. 6 pen-light batteries not included.
Where's Merlin now? Better come clean.
In the kitchen with Mom playing music machine.
Merlin from Parker Brothers.
Tuesday.
That guy I hired is driving me nuts.
Fonzie's losing his cool over a new helper.
Is this place always such a mess?
On Happy Days. Then on Angie.
Gee, I wish I were getting married all over again. I'll second that.
Wacky friends get married, but will the groom show up?
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early days of the western United States. No outlaw leader could match his strength and courage, and no criminal who worked within the law could match his daring or resourcefulness. He was the greatest champion of justice the frontier ever knew, and the memory of his deeds will survive as long as the memory of the early West itself. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading south for the range country. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Mannix, land and cattle owner of the district, was in a hurry to conclude his conference with Philip Taylor, a representative of an eastern syndicate that operated a dozen ranches. They and a third man, occasionally addressed as Buck, were in Mannix's office, a dingy affair of clapboard bordering Wolf Prairie's straggling Main Street.
Say,
Hey, Taylor, you better take a look. They're hitching fresh horses to the stage already. You aim to catch it, you'll have to get a move on. Buck, you run over to Mr. Taylor's room at the hotel and fetch his bag.
Sure.
I'll see if I can...
Never mind, Buck. I can carry my own bags. There's nothing to get excited about, Mannix. Sit down and talk a bit. If I miss this stage, there'll be another tomorrow.
But don't you have to report back to your office?
There's no hurry.
Oh, but I thought that...
Mannix, if my feelings were easily hurt, I'd say that you didn't like my company.
Oh, gosh, no, Taylor. It ain't that. Well, it's just that Well, I'd kind of like to know for sure where we stand.
I thought I made it clear that my decision would be final.
Oh, sure, but...
I guess I'm not very bright today. Anxious to get your hands on that $30,000, huh?
Yeah, that's it. I need the cash.
Badly, the 24 hours will make a difference?
It might.
I see. Well, there's no reason why I shouldn't oblige you. You know the property the syndicate wants, of course.
Uh-huh. All that land south of the county line.
Right. Have the deed prepared and look for me in about 2 weeks. I'll return with a check for the full amount.
Well, that'll be fine. Buck, hand Mr. Taylor his hat.
Sure. Here you are, Mr. Taylor. Well, I should get your bags now?
No, I'll take care of them. I still have time. Well, good day.
Goodbye.
Good day. Boy, you're clean loco.
Well, I sure would have been if he'd stayed on another 10 minutes. I didn't figure I'd ever get him started.
You like the looks of the inside of jail?
Huh?
I heard right, didn't I? It's that range south of the county line you promised to sell the syndicate, ain't it?
Well, sure.
But you sold that range already. You sold it just last Monday to that fella from the east.
Don't I know it? Why in blazes do you think I wanted him out of here?
Huh?
Harris is due here right now. I had to get rid of Taylor to keep him from meeting.
I'll be doggone if I can savvy you. Why didn't you tell Taylor that range won't yours no more?
And lose the chance to make an extra profit?
How come?
You heard Taylor say the syndicate would give me $30,000, didn't you? Well, I sold to Harris for 20.
That was just your bad luck.
Yeah? Well, we'll see about that.
What's to be done about it now?
Plenty.
You ain't gonna fake a deed, are you?
Do I look that foolish?
After the way you acted today, I wouldn't be surprised by nothing you done. Well, it don't matter none to me. I just work for you. But I sure hope you know what you're doing.
Yeah, there's Harris now.
Where?
Just reined up outside.
What's he coming back for?
I told him I might be able to help him line up a crew. You keep your mouth shut about Taylor, Savvy?
I know when to keep still.
And here's something else. Whatever I say, you play up to it and don't act surprised.
Huh?
And that's all I got time to tell you now. Come in.
Hello.
Howdy.
Well, Mannix, were you able to do anything for me?
I sure was, Harris. Let's see. What you wanted most was a foreman you could rely on until you got the hang of things, wasn't that it?
And a capable crew.
Well, if you have the right foreman, he can hire your crew.
Yes, I suppose he could.
And I've got just the man for you. I don't think you've met Buck here, have you? Buck, shake hands with Mr. Harris.
Howdy.
Glad to know you, Buck.
He's the fellow from the east I told you was going to try ranching.
Uh-huh.
Harris, I think Buck will make you as good a foreman as you can find.
Oh, he's the man, eh?
What he don't know about the cattle business ain't worth knowing.
You mean I'm to hire...
You forgot already?
Yeah. When you mentioned it, I was thinking of something else.
You better mind yourself. Well, Harris, that suit you?
I'll be glad to take anyone you recommend. You think you'd like to work for me, Buck?
Oh, sure, Mr. Harris, sure.
Good. We'll consider it settled. You know where I'm staying.
Moved into the old Grant place, didn't you?
Right. Can you start to work today?
I don't know why not.
That'll be fine. Your first job will be to find 4 or 5 good men and let me know when you have them.
There's the Grant place, fellas. That's Harris standing out in front.
Yeah, sure.
And if one of you ever lets on that you're really working for Mannix instead of him, I'll make you sorry you ever learned to talk.
We can keep our mouths shut, boss.
I'll see that you do. Hi there, Mr. Harris.
Hello there.
Oh, boy. Whoa there. Well, here's your crew, boys.
It didn't take as long as I expected.
I was lucky. And every one of these boys is a top hand. You better meet him. This fella answers when you call him Jake. The tall hombre next to him is Idaho. That there's Shorty and the other's Whitey. Fellas, this is your new boss.
Pleased to meet you.
Glad to know you, men. I imagine you're anxious to get settled. You'll find the bunkhouses ready, and if you're hungry, yell at the cook. You can turn your mounts into the corral.
All right.
Will you stay here, Buck? I want to speak to you.
Sure. Go ahead, fellas.
Right.
Get up. Orders, boss?
I'll have work for you and the men first thing in the morning, but I wanted to speak about something else.
Yeah?
After you left us today, Mannix mentioned something you probably know already.
What's that?
Before I bought this land, an Eastern syndicate tried to purchase it, and he refused them.
Oh, sure.
I wished he'd told me before I bought, but I don't suppose I should blame him. After all, that's just business.
What's the matter?
He said the syndicate wanted this range badly. He wouldn't sell because he didn't like the men at the head of it. But they still want this land, and they may not be too particular how they get it.
I know them fellas. And I can tell you, Mannix didn't lie to you none. They don't stop at nothing.
That's what I fear.
Well, don't let it worry you, boss. They won't put anything over on us.
I hope they don't. You see, Buck, I've gone pretty deeply into this venture, and as you know, I'll have to learn the business from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Every dollar I have to my name has gone into land and cattle.
Yes, I know.
If anything goes wrong, if I'm not successful from the start, I'll have to sell and clear out. I won't have the capital to continue.
Well, didn't you hear me say not to worry, boss?
I'll try not to, Buck. In the morning, you'll take the men and pick up that herd Mannix sold me. It's ready and waiting. Drive it onto our range.
Uh-huh.
And take every precaution to see that things go as they should.
Mr. Harris, you can trust me and the boys to the limit.
I'm sure I can, Buck. And thanks.
Is there anything else?
No, nothing. You can join the men.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Ooh. Tonto, I saw Harris.
What him say?
He wouldn't believe me. Mannix is too clever. Prepared Harris beforehand.
Not bad.
And I tried to tell Harris that I'd spoken to Taylor and knew that Mannix had promised to sell his land to the syndicate. After it had already been sold to him, he told me I was lying.
Oh.
He claimed I must be working for the syndicate. But the syndicate wanted to make him suspicious of Mannix in order to force a quarrel. Or leave him without friends to back him up.
Him think Mannix friend?
He does.
Him heap big fool.
No, I wouldn't say that. After all, he's a newcomer here. He hasn't been in the district long enough to know Mannix's reputation. And as long as Mannix has been honest with him up to this point, he has no reason to distrust him. I'm sorry we didn't know he'd bought this land when we met Taylor.
Where Taylor now?
I'm too far away to get in touch with Kemosabe, and he won't return for 2 weeks.
Oh.
In the meantime, almost anything may happen.
What we do?
The only thing we can do. Harris sent his crew to pick up the cattle he'd bought. They're making the drive now. But we'll keep an eye on them. Saddle up, Tonto. We ride.
Harris joined his crew when the herd they drove reached his range.
Hi, boss.
Any trouble on the way?
Not a bit. Everything went smooth as silk, didn't it, Jake? Sure did, Buck. Get up, boy.
Well, that's a relief.
You wasn't expecting any, was you?
As a matter of fact, I was.
Yeah? Why for?
After you left this morning, a masked man called on me.
Masked? You was held up?
He didn't seem to be after cash. From what he said, I gathered he'd been employed by the syndicate.
Huh?
He tried to tell me that Mannix planned to sell my land.
Well, doggone. What in thunder did he tell you that for?
To make me suspect Mannix, I guess.
What did he gain by it?
I suppose the syndicate thinks if I could be persuaded to suspect Mannix, then I'd suspect you. After all, I hired you on his recommendation.
Yeah, but you
and
don't...
if I felt I couldn't trust you, I'd naturally let you go. Then I'd have to hire others to take your place. I'm not acquainted here. If I did that, why couldn't the syndicate plant men of their own at my place?
By golly, Mr. Harris. That must have been just what they were scheming. But you didn't believe that masked hombre, did you, boss?
Of course not.
Lucky thing for you didn't.
I'm not exactly a fool.
Oh, sure not. Sure, I didn't mean that.
Where do you expect to release the cattle?
Well, you see that pass up ahead?
Yes.
Well, there's a sizable valley beyond it. Plenty of grazing, and once these critters are in it, they can't get out again except by the pass. we can keep that guarded.
What's the advantage in that?
And the syndicate won't be able to have your cars run off. They'd steal them if they could, boss. But with only the pass force to watch, they'll never get the chance.
I see. That's a clever way to handle this, Buck.
Well, I'm only trying to do what's best for you, Mr. Harris.
You'll find I appreciate it.
Shucks. It's all part of the job. Hi, Shorty. Yeah? Tell Idaho and Whitey to hold back the wings. The trail's narrowing. We'll be at the pass in a minute.
Right. Hold back the wings?
Yeah. String them out so they won't get to milling as they go through. They're spooky now. It wouldn't take much to make them hard to handle.
Oh.
Look, I can... What the... Rain up! Hey, who the...
That's the masked man I told you about. Oh, boy.
Oh, there. Don't slap, brother.
What do you want?
Harris, this time you'll have to listen to me.
Take that redskin friend of yours and clear out.
You don't bring that herd into this valley.
Try to stop me.
Harris, I'll try reason for the last time. Tell your men to turn your cattle back. Save yourself trouble. You think I'm lying to you. You believe I've sold my guns to your enemies, but you're mistaken. The worst enemy you have at this moment is yourself.
Buck, drive the cattle ahead. That's an order.
Boss, now you're talking. I'll tell the boys. Get up. Get up there. Come on, get up there.
So that's your answer, huh?
Right.
Very well. It's your decision.
Let's go, Tonto. Come on. Get him up and down. Get on.
Hey, you're stampeding my herd. Stop it, do you hear me? Get away from there. Stop stampeding the cattle. Get away from the cattle. You hear me?
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now, to continue our story. Frightened by the gunfire and shouts of the Lone Ranger and Tonto, the herd turned about and stampeded wildly in every direction but that in which Harris wanted it to go. When the masked man had finished, it was clear that rounding up the herd once more would take days. Buck, on the pretext of appealing to Mannix for men to aid them, secured permission to ride to the office of his real employer.
Whoa there. Whoa, fella, whoa. Mannix.
What in blazes is the matter with you?
Somebody's wise to your scheme.
Eh?
A masked fella.
Get your breath and try to make sense. What's this all about?
He stampeded the herd before we could get it through the pass.
You didn't get it into the valley?
He stampeded it, I tell you.
Just one fellow alone?
He wasn't alone. He had a redskin with him.
But how in blazes...
We couldn't help it. Things happened too doggone fast. Them critters was just aching to bust loose anyhow. Right now they're scattered all over creation.
You've got to get those cows into that valley. You hear me? You've got to get them in there.
We will. Just give us time.
Time? Taylor coming back in less than 2 weeks now?
We'll have him there inside of 3 or 4 days, just as soon as we can round them up.
Then get back there and see that it's done. Hey, wait.
Huh?
Who is this masked hombre?
Well, how should I know? I never seen him before.
What's he up to?
Bent on spoiling your plans, I reckon.
How'd he find him out? Who told him? How much does he know?
From what Harris said, he must have known the whole thing. But how he knows, I'll be blasted if I can...
He's talked to Harris?
Sure. Didn't I tell you?
You didn't.
Well, then it's because you never give me a chance yet. Sure, he talked to Harris. Harris told us. Only you needn't get excited. He didn't believe anything the masked fella said.
Oh, he didn't, eh?
Sure not. You'd fix that. He figured it was just part of the syndicate scheme to get him off that range.
You're sure Harris wasn't suspicious?
Not of you.
How do you know?
He said so.
Who is he suspicious of?
Just the masked fella and the syndicate, like I said. Well?
Look here, Buck. Taylor's gone. Nobody will take the word of any fellow that hides his face so he can't be recognized.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can get them cows into the valley like I told you, we're still all right.
If you think so, it don't matter to me.
We are. Once those critters get inside the valley, they won't never walk out again alive. Harris spent his last cash for that herd. With them gone, he's finished. He'll have to sell again.
Yeah, I know. He told me just about the same thing.
Well, when he does, I'll buy. For less than he paid me. That range will be mine again when Taylor gets back. Mine to sell for $30,000.
Sure.
But it won't be mine if you don't get busy. So on your way.
Is it all right to stop by your place on the way back and borrow some help? That's what I told Harris I was coming for.
Take every man I've got.
Right. If you want action, boss, you'll get it.
Call Scout, Tonto.
Yes, Scout?
You're going after Taylor. And you're bringing him here. He's at Miles City. It's a long journey, and I'd hoped he wouldn't be needed, but he will be.
Me get him.
I have a plan in mind, Kemosabe, and I believe I can carry it out alone, at least most of it. But I want you back with Taylor when the payoff comes. You won't need to follow the stage trails. You can save time by cutting across country. Trip shouldn't take less than a week if you hurry.
Tonto, do it.
You see, Tonto, it won't be difficult to prevent the syndicate being cheated by Mannix. We could do that by merely telling Taylor the facts. But until Mannix finds out that Taylor knows the truth, he'll continue his attempts against Harris in order to get back the land he sold.
That's right.
So our problem is to save Harris, and at the same time show him proof of Mannix's scheme, which is something a lot harder. It can be done, however, and we'll do it. Now you'd better be on your way.
Me go. Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Buck and the crew set to work to round up the scattered herd. It was not an easy task, however. The country was broken and wild and overgrown with brush. There were 1,000 places to hide, and it seemed to the overworked cowboys that Harris's steers had found them all. Even at the end of the 5th day following the stampede, a few remained to be recaptured. Buck, Jake, and Shorty, searching out the least accessible part of the range, had made camp for the night beside an isolated water hole.
Oh, gone, it feels good to get out of the saddle. I'm telling you, Buck, if I had to put in another week like this, I'd quit you flat.
And me with you. Yeah? Well, how'd you like to be me? I've been working just as hard as anybody. And on top of it, I got Harris and Mannix both snapping my head off.
You seen Mannix lately?
I seen him yesterday. He's worried plenty.
No more than Harris is. He's sure convinced that syndicate's out for his hide.
Wouldn't you hate to be such a tenderfoot, Jake?
What Harris don't know about the cattle business is aplenty.
Lucky for us it is.
He still don't savvy the real reason we want to throw his cows into that valley, huh?
If he did, do you think we'd still be working for him?
I reckon we wouldn't.
Buck, how much longer will it be before we're finished?
We're most finished now.
Yeah? You think so?
And I took a rough count when I rode back to where they're holding the main bunch. If we can comb a dozen more steers out of these draws in the morning, we'll have 'em all.
Boy, that'll suit me fine.
Sounds good, huh? Well, what do you say we turn in now so as we get an early start in the morning?
Sure, why not? All right with you, Buck?
I guess so. I've had enough work for this day at any rate.
But you're not finished yet.
Who's that?
Stand up.
Why, you?
Don't go for that gun. No, you don't.
Oh, my.
Who's next?
Don't shoot me, mister. I ain't looking for trouble.
Me neither.
I'm glad to hear it. Maybe you'll follow orders.
Oh, you smashed my hand.
You're not hurt.
Now, look, mister.
You're saddling up.
What's this
Keep
all?
still. When you're to speak, I'll tell you.
Oh.
Now saddle up and come with me. We're riding to Mannix's place.
Although the Lone Ranger and his 3 unwilling captives rode to Mannix Ranch, they did not call upon Mannix himself. The first word Mannix received of their visit was in the middle of the next morning, when the cowboy known as Shorty burst into his office.
Hey, you want to save your cows, you better come running.
Now, what's the matter?
The masked man stole them.
What's that?
Well, anyhow, he stole a couple of hundred, and right now he's heading for the valley,
Well, you told us to take the herd you sold to Harris.
He's taking cows belonging to me?
That's what I said.
You seen him and never done nothing about it?
I helped him.
Why, you
Now,
know...
wait, Mannix. Wait till I finish explaining. He made us. He got the drop on us last night and took us along at the point of his guns. We never had a choice.
Us? Who else was with you?
Buck and Jake.
Where are they now?
Still with the masked fella. And if you don't get a hustle on, they'll be to the valley before you can stop them.
What are you doing here?
I made a break for it and got away. Take a look at my Stetson. If you have bullet holes, that's just how close that masked hombre come to drilling me.
We still got time to catch him?
If you hurry.
You bet I'll hurry. Come along.
I'm with you.
You'll get a bonus for this, Shorty. Masked fella, eh?
Same one we've seen before.
Well, he's due to learn he meddled in my business just once too often to stay healthy. Get up. Get up, man.
Get along,
Get
boy.
up. Get up.
Look ahead. There's their dust.
You sure that's them?
It has to be.
Then cut down that arroyo over there. It'll get us through the pass and give us cover.
Right. Get along, boy. Get up. Get up.
That masked gent's going to get surprised. Get up there.
Get up. Get up.
Buck.
Well?
Keep those steers moving. That's for you too, Jake.
You can't
Don't get the idea that either one of you will get the chance to escape as your friend did.
If I was you, stranger, I'd be making tracks. Don't you figure Shorty went after Mannix?
What if he did?
You think Mannix is going to take this laying down?
By the time he gets here, these cows will be where you were going to take those belonging to Harris. I don't care what happens after that.
You don't care if you're caught?
I don't expect to be caught.
If you don't, you're loco. Mannix will get you for this if it's the last thing he does.
If he tries it, it will be the last thing. Buck, watch those leaders. Don't let them turn away from the pass.
Oh, they're going along all right.
See, they continue to.
They're into the pass already.
So I see.
But if you think...
All right, Mr. Reach.
What? Mannix, you got here.
Take his guns while I keep him covered.
Waiting for me, eh?
Sure. Surprise you? Me and Shorty have been here for the past 5 minutes. Buck, take his guns like I said.
Yeah, Mr. Knight.
One moment.
You...
Mannix has me covered. My guns won't do me any good in my holsters, but I'm not handing them over.
Oh, you're not, huh? Why,
Touch one of them and I'll let you have it. Mannix, tell your man to keep back. You can get in the first shot, but if that shot isn't dead center, I'll take you along with me.
Yeah. Leave him alone, Buck. He's safe enough. Mister, you're going to answer some questions.
Yes?
Just what's your hand in this game? Who hired you to bring these cows of mine here?
No one.
Don't lie to me.
I'm not.
I suppose now you'll claim you don't know what's in that valley.
Of course I do. Larkspur.
You admit knowing it, eh?
Why not?
You savvy what larkspur does to cattle that eats it?
It poisons them.
Uh-huh. In other words, you was going to poison my cows.
As you had planned to poison those you sold Harris.
What's that to you?
I know why you wanted his cattle poisoned. To make him sell out. To force him to sell this range back to you. So that you could sell to the syndicate.
Pretty slick, ain't you?
You don't deny it?
Why should I? Harris don't know it. He won't never find out.
No?
Because you ain't going to live to talk. Buck, stand away from this coyote. I'm going to let him... Oh!
Who did that?
Good shot, Tonto.
Me get gun. It's Harris and Taylor with the engine.
Harris,
You rotten skunk.
No, you don't savvy.
I understand enough. We kept out of sight as Tonto told us and heard everything.
This Tonto told you?
This was arranged beforehand, Mannix.
Well, couldn't have been. You couldn't have known I'd be here. Just because Shorty got away.
Shorty got away because I let him escape. I let him escape to bring you here.
Well, it was a trick.
And I think you can forget about selling to the syndicate. You'll be lucky if you don't go to jail.
Well, Harris, it looks as though you're the man I'll have to do business with.
We can get together. I won't hold you up.
Good. What's your price?
We'll talk about that in a moment. I've got other business here that comes first. Mannix.
Well?
If I chose to, I could turn you over to the law. You and these skunks with you.
But you ain't?
No. You've already lost what you value most. Money. So you're free, on the condition that you never show your face around here again.
No, but listen.
On your way before I change my mind.
But I can't...
Get going.
Hey, don't shoot!
No. You can do what you want, Mannix, but I'm hightailing. Get up there, and so am I.
Hey, wait for me! Get along, boy!
Hey, wait for me!
Harris, for a tenderfoot, you've done right well.
I guess I am still a tenderfoot, Taylor. I came out on top for just one reason. The masked man.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Mrs. Cooper, I must be blind. I don't see my dog changing the way you say.
Now look, people change, dogs change. Their nutritional needs change. So I say to help keep him healthy, his dog food ought to meet those changing needs.
Can one dog food do all that?
The 4-cycle dog foods can. Cycle 1 feeds puppies the way you feed babies, with the extras to grow on. And for adult dogs in their active years.
Like mine.
There's Cycle 2 to help keep him healthy and alert. Come on, Sam. And as one gets older, one's system becomes more delicate, so Cycle 4 is made for the special digestion of dogs over 7. Why, there's even Cycle 3 for less active dogs who should have fewer calories. Like some people I know.
Mrs. Cooper, you've sure opened my eyes to how dogs change.
So I say, change him to Cycle and take real good care of him, huh? Cycle, nutrition for the life of your dog.
Wowee! God! Sorry, CG. I didn't know the gum was loaded. You didn't know Freshen Up's loaded with extra flavor?
He didn't know. The gum was loaded.
The flavor's dynamite.
He didn't know. The gum was loaded.
Super taste that's out of sight. Didn't you know Freshen Up takes flavor-packed gum and loads it with extra liquid flavor? Now I do.
Freshen Up.
In fruit flavor, too.
This is Rom, the Space Knight. You can imagine he comes from another galaxy with his flashing neutralizer. Activate Rom. You can imagine he has rockets to blast into space and a translator that communicates with lights and sounds. You can even imagine his respirator lets him breathe in any atmosphere. Rom comes with the 3 plug-in accessories shown. 9-volt battery not included. Rom, the Space Knight, an electronic toy new from Parker Brothers.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. Your advertisement in the paper has intrigued me. Naturally, I wonder whether you are serious or insane. Either way, I think I should like to meet you and perhaps offer a proposition which may intrigue you. Incidentally, there is $100,000 concerned. Does that get your interest? If it does, I shall expect you at dinner tomorrow night.
I shall expect you at dinner tomorrow night at 8. It will be informal, so don't bother to dress. Yours for adventure, Charles Winthrop. Does $100,000 interest me, yes? Brother, that much money would put new life in a mummy. And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, The Better Man.
Charles Winthrop. Charles Winthrop. You know, Mr. Holliday, that name sounds awfully familiar.
Well, it should, Susie. Mr. Winthrop is one of the richest men in the country.
Oh, sure, I remember now. He's a regular Crisis.
A what?
Don't you know, Mr. Holliday? Crisis was a rich king.
Oh, don't you know, Susie? Croesus, not Crisis, was a rich king.
Oh, someday I'll pronounce something right.
You do, and you'll lose your job. Okay, Susie, it's dinner tonight with Charles Winthrop to see what's on that mind of his.
Cigar, Mr. Holliday?
No, thanks.
More coffee, perhaps.
I don't think so, thanks.
Curious, Holliday?
Very.
All right, my boy. We'll take care of that shortly. Oh, excuse me. I want to tell my butler he needn't stay around. William, come here a moment, will you?
Whatever Mr. Charles Winthrop had on his mind, it was hugely funny to him. All through dinner, he'd stop eating, slap his thigh, and laugh. And I wasn't saying anything funny either.
Oh, William.
I watched him as he told the butler what he wanted.
I believe you have the night
I got a kick out of him. Short, thin little man with wisps of gray hair that kept floating over his spectacles. And when he talked, he craned his neck forward like an inquisitive bird, his little eyes twinkling. Oh, he was enjoying a great joke, and I wondered what it was.
All right, Holiday. We'll be alone and we can chin a little. Think I'm crazy, huh?
Mr. Winthrop, any man who can collect about 20 millions is crazy like a fox.
Oh, money isn't everything.
No, some people die young.
Touché. Now, let's get right to the point. As I understand it, you advertise for adventure to get plots for your fiction, right?
Right.
So I'd say you'd like my little proposition.
Well, that all depends.
Surely. Well, someplace in this city, I have hidden a packet containing 100 $1,000 bills. Do you hear me?
I'm afraid I did.
No one knows where it is but me. But you can find out.
I know a lot of people who would like to find 100,000.
Oh, I know. That's why I've thought of this wonderful thing. Wonderful, wonderful.
What wonderful thing?
Ever been to Tibet, Holiday?
Not recently.
China, India, Japan, Africa, Malaya?
What are you getting at?
At me. I've been to all those places, Holiday. I went before they stank up the streets with gasoline, commercialized the pyramids, lighted up the tombs with floodlights, and made the world just one long, big bore.
And?
Well, I'm tired of being bored. I want excitement.
So you hid $100,000 where you can find it. What's exciting about that?
You're going to hunt for it.
I am, huh?
So are 3 other persons whom you don't know, whom you've never seen. And these 3 other persons have never seen you.
Ooh, we'll be a cozy little crowd.
Oh, think so. But never mind that for a minute. Now, I take it you've got a good income, huh?
Not like yours. But then I never eat caviar.
But you're comfortably fixed, eh?
All right, yes.
Oh, magnificent. That makes it perfect. I'll have a grand time.
Well, drop me a postcard. I'll keep in touch.
Now, wait. If you find the money, I will match it with another 100,000 and give it to any charity or cause you name. Cancer Research, Infantile Paralysis Fund, or any of a dozen. Or split the entire amount any way you want. Now, how's that?
Sounds good. Now, what's the rest of this?
At midnight tonight, after you leave, I will drop 4 letters in the mailbox. These 4 letters will be identical. Each will contain the first clue to the whereabouts of the money. The first clue will lead to the next, and to the next.
And so on until the money is found. Is that it?
Exactly. Each of the 4 persons concerned will receive one of those letters at the same time. And the hunt will be on.
I take it you had one of these cozy little dinners for each of the other 3.
Yes, that's right. Each one agreed.
Each one agreed to turn the money over to charity? Maybe I'm bringing back vaudeville. I'm killing it.
No. No, this is what makes the plan so perfect. One of the persons is a man who would kill to get that much money. Oh, I chose him well. Oh, no, he'll not turn the money over to charity.
I see. And the others in this little game?
Well, I'm not so sure. But $100,000 is a lot of money. I've watched people grab and cut each other's throats for much less, Holiday.
In other words, you'd send 4 people against each other to amuse yourself. No thanks, Winthrop. I'll take my hat and some clean, fresh air.
Well, after all, Mr. Halliday, you advertised adventure wanted.
That's right. And that's not an entry blank into a cutthroat game to amuse a cynical old man who's down to his last 20 million. So long.
Wait.
What for?
Now, listen. Those other 3 who are going after the money. Now, one is a man to whom the money would mean cheap nightclubs, gambling, and everything else his stupid mind thinks is life and living. The other 2 would keep the money, I'm sure.
Unless you keep them from getting it.
Oh, but I won't. I'll watch them play my game and let the one who wins take the stakes. But you, Holiday.
What makes you think 100,000 wouldn't tempt me?
Oh, I got my money by knowing people.
So?
You've got the chance to get $200,000 for a worthy cause if you play.
And if I don't?
The money will still go to one of the other 3. And I'm inclined to think the killer will win, unless he's playing against a smarter man. Well?
What if someone gets killed? How will you feel?
No better, no worse than now.
Did you ever stop to think it would be the same as murder?
What law could touch me, Holiday? I hid the money, I give out the clues. If someone gets killed, the money is the murderer, not me.
I see.
Of course, if you refuse, You can always think of how much good the money could have done.
Why, you...
I'll send out the letters at midnight, Holiday, 4 of them. You'll get yours in the morning. So you have all night to make up your mind whether the money is squandered by a cheap, stupid fool or helps some of humanity.
I went home. I went to bed. I didn't sleep much. I had dreams. Dreams that featured the grinning, weazened face of old man Winthrop, $1,000 bills, sick kids in hospitals. They changed places with each other all night. Then in the morning... All right, who is it?
Special delivery, Mr. Holliday.
Okay, thanks. Shove it under the door.
Yes, sir.
It was from Winthrop. At first, I wanted to burn it, forget the whole thing. Because the thought of people running around a city fighting over that money made me a little sick. Then, I guess I was mad at Winthrop at his cynical attitude that the killers would always win. I opened the letter and later in my office listened to Susie read it.
High swings the hunter, his dog's eye bright. Where science is king, the clue will be right. What's it mean, Mr. Holliday?
I don't know. High swings the hunter, his dog's eye bright. Hunter? Hunter? Me?
And his dog's eye bright. I never saw a dog with only one eye, or a hunter with a dog's eye.
His dog. And why, where science is king?
Gee, I never saw a puzzle like this one before.
Well, old man Winthrop is certainly having his fun.
I worked out a puzzle once about movie stars. The names were all jumbled, see? And
Susie.
And...
Susie, say that again.
Say what?
What kind of a puzzle did you work out?
One about movie stars. Why?
Stars, stars, stars. Susie, you're wonderful.
Am I?
Absolutely magnificent. Here.
Mr. Holliday, you kissed me.
All that and a raise, too.
But what did I say?
The dog stars, Susie, the dog star.
What dog star?
Hand me that encyclopedia quickly.
Gee. Here.
Now. Dog star, dog star. Here, listen. The dog star, or Sirius, brightest star in the sky, in constellation Canis Major, the great dog.
Oh, but what about the hunter?
Listen, Sirius may be seen below and to the left of the constellation Orion, the hunter. That's it, Susie. High swings the hunter, his dog's eye bright.
But what about the next line? Where science is king, the clue will be right.
I don't know, but it's got to have something to do with Orion the hunter. Listen, Susie, I'm going to find out a few things. I'll be at the Star Times for the next half hour. Okay, I'll say one thing for Winthrop. He made the game fun to play. That is, if keeping one step ahead of a killer was any fun. Anyway, at the Star Times, I talked with the science editor.
Say, what the devil are you up to, Dan?
Hey, look, Lou, give me some help, will you?
If I can, sure. What's your problem?
Read this.
What is all this?
Never mind now. I'll explain later. But Orion is the hunter.
Oh, I see. Well, what do you want to know?
What about Orion? Does it swing high?
Sure. It rises roughly in the east, swings upward in an arc, and then sets.
When is it at its highest?
Oh, I should say around midnight.
Midnight. Okay, now what about that where science is king line? Make anything out of that?
Well, I should say science is king at an astronomical observatory. At least that would tie in with the rest of this doggerel.
Lou, you're wonderful. Oh, by the way, Lou, there's an observatory in town, isn't there?
Sure, the Winthrop Observatory.
The Winthrop?
Mm-hmm. Somebody managed to squeeze a few shekels out of the old boy to build the thing. He insisted it carry his name.
So it all fits. Okay, Lou, tonight I'm going to be a stargazer. It was hard to wait through the rest of the day, but I made it. Then that night I drove up the long, winding road that led to the Winthrop Observatory. Again, the old man picked his spot nicely. It was dark, and a creeping, damp fog settled down in curling waves. There wasn't a light within 10 miles. Then I broke out of the fog, and the mountain leveled off. In the sky, the stars were big and bright. And I came to the end of the road. From here on, it was shoe leather instead of horsepower. I looked up in the sky. Swinging up in front of me was Orion. Below and to the left of him, a white star shimmered in the night sky. Sirius, the dog star. I looked at my watch. The luminous hands were almost straight up. Okay, midnight, Orion, Sirius. Then what? Who's that?
Well, Mr. Holliday.
Winthrop.
Yes, indeed. Didn't think I missed the fun, did you? Well, come on, Holliday, straight ahead. Stay on the path. Good evening, Holliday.
What now, little rich man?
So you figured it out, eh?
Why else would I be here?
Very clever. All right, here's an envelope.
What do I do with it?
Oh, there's another clue in it. The second.
Oh. How long does this go on?
I'm having such a wonderful time, I'd like it to go on forever. But I'll play the game fairly. One more after this, and that's all.
I see. You're really making this great for yourself, aren't you? You'll be at each stop, I suppose.
Oh, yes. And I wonder how many clues I'll have to give out.
What do you mean?
Well, only you and one other person showed up here tonight.
What? One other?
Yes. And guess who it was?
Do I have to guess?
Oh, I'll tell you. The only person beside yourself was the gentleman who would play rough, very rough. I'm afraid, Holliday, that from now on, you'd better watch yourself.
And now back to The Better Man, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
It was like playing tag with a ghost or fighting a mist. I don't know why I kept at it, except by this time I would have crawled across the Sahara Desert in an overcoat to get that money from Winthrop. When I left him at the observatory, I went to my apartment. There I opened the envelope. Oh, this one was better than the first. It said, "He's king, yet a slave, and free, yet a captive. And we, who are weaker, are yet stronger. Those whom he ruled are close to his might, yet fear him not by day or by night." Now, this made a lot of sense, and it was after 3 a.m. when I finally gave up on it and went to sleep.
I don't know, Mr. Holliday. It just doesn't make sense.
Come on, Susie, think. Say anything.
Anything what?
He's king, yet a captive.
How can he be king and yet be a captive?
That's the point. If we figure that out, we've got the rest.
I never was good at riddles.
Come in.
You, Dan Holliday?
Yeah, that's right.
I want to talk to you.
Who are you?
Makes no difference. Can you get rid of the dame?
I'm not a dame. I'm a secretary.
Blow, will you?
Hey, wait a minute, Bud. Didn't you get in the wrong act?
Sit down, Holliday.
I'm not tired.
Okay, stand then. Get rid of the dame.
Susie, run down to the Star-Times and pick up the mail, will you, please?
All right, Mr. Holliday. But tell him I'm not a dame.
Okay. Maybe you know why I come here, huh?
I can make a good guess.
Well, that's swell. Now we don't have to beat each other's brains out.
I didn't know we were booked for it.
You could use 50 grand, couldn't you?
Keep talking.
All right, look. What's the sense in both of us running around in this rat race?
You the rat?
Don't talk like that, Holliday.
Why don't you get to the point?
Okay. You and me got the only clues. We team up. We're each 50 grand to the good.
Which means you can't figure out this second clue from Winthrop.
Maybe.
If you had it figured, you wouldn't be here now.
So that makes sense.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
What do you say?
What if I won't make it a duet?
What makes you think you'll get to that money?
Nothing, right now.
I asked a question. What do you say?
The answer is no.
That final?
You can close the books, lover boy.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah?
How did you know who I was and where to find me? I didn't know you or where to find you.
You figure it, Holliday. You got the brains. But get this. I'll be right on your trail from now on out. If you change your mind about that split, put an ad in the agony column of the papers. I'll see it. So long.
flat-eyed character knew me. But Winthrop said none of us would know each other. So I looked up Winthrop's number in the phone book, dialed it, and...
Hello?
Winthrop?
Yes? Oh, is this Holiday?
Look, I just had company.
No.
Yes, thanks for sending him, Winthrop.
How did you know I did?
Don't give me that, how else would he know who I was?
That's right. I had to put a little zip into the game, Holiday. He's such a charming fellow, isn't he?
Okay, you've had your belly laugh, but that's it.
Oh, you're not quitting.
I don't like to be thrown to the lions.
What did you say?
I said I...
Well, go on.
He's king, yet a captive. King of the beasts, the lion.
Wonderful. Now all you have to do is follow it up.
Nothing doing.
You're so close, Holiday, and all you have to do is be careful.
I'm beginning to like you less and less.
I'm not a likable person. However, whether you go on or not is your affair, but I should be very disappointed in you if you didn't.
Hello. 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 Well, I had the choice, and I was itching to get even with Winthrop. Somehow I was beginning to suspect he had no intention of letting go of $100,000, and that made up my mind for me. I figured out the rest of his little note, and the only place I could see a lion free, yet captive, was at a zoo. So it was to the zoo I went. The park was crowded. Kids, grown-ups, all milling around. Then I came to the lion pits, those semi-natural habitats without bars. I drifted close with the rest of the crowd, leaned over the iron railing that ran along the edge of the moat, and then...
Hang on, give me your hand, quick.
Oh, pull me up, will you?
Yeah, hang on. Hey, mister, what was you trying to do?
I didn't try it. Thanks for helping.
Brother, they almost had real fresh meat. What'd you do, lean over too far?
Yeah, much too far, and I had help.
Lucky you thought to grab that rail.
It was a good thought. Thanks again.
That's okay, mister. Boy, oh boy, that was better than Frank Buck.
Well. Did you have a little trouble, Holiday?
Winthrop.
Ah, pretty close, wasn't it? Did someone shove you?
You guess, Winthrop.
Yeah, what some people will do for money.
Winthrop, you're not very big. A nice, easy shove, and you'd be where I almost went.
Oh, but you won't, Holiday. You won't because you're not the type that kills. Now, your anxious friend is different from you.
I don't know what keeps me from seeing how tightly your head's on your neck.
Oh, you don't like me. All right, Holiday. You've reached the end of the trail. Be at my home at 8 tonight.
It was 8 o'clock when I walked up the steps in front of the Winthrop home. There were little chills chasing each other on bicycles up and down my spine. But I rang the bell.
Oh, good evening, Holiday. Come in.
What have you got lined up for tonight?
Come this way. In here. There. Sit down, Holiday.
Thanks.
I suppose you'd call all this quite fantastic, wouldn't you?
You're insane.
Oh, well, aren't we all? I'm just able to indulge my whims. Most people aren't. Well, I suppose you want the money, huh?
You're not kidding anybody, Winthrop. There isn't a penny hidden anywhere.
Oh, yes, there is. But the game is not quite over.
What do you mean?
You may come in now. I believe you two know each other?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks for almost making me Daniel in the lion's den.
Think nothing of it.
What is this, Winthrop?
Now, patience, Holiday. I have a proposition. The best part of the game. Here is $100,000 in cash. Now, you two can decide what to do about it. You can divide it equally, or may the better man take it all.
I looked at Winthrop. He was grinning. I looked at the other man. He wasn't grinning. He was eyeing that package of money. Then he looked at me, and it was easy to see what was on his mind. And Winthrop saw it, too, because he leaned forward.
100,000 is much better than 50, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
As you see, I am armed. You two are not.
Suppose we decide to split.
That decision will have to be unanimous with both of you.
I ain't splitting it.
Good! I thought I'd chosen well in you. Well, Holiday?
What if I just decide to leave?
You won't, because I won't let you. I want my fun, Holiday. Don't spoil it.
He looked at me with his little black eyes, and he kept that gun pointed out at me, too.
I can shoot you now, and your friend here will be a witness that you attacked me. A $100,000 witness. Well?
Let's get it over with.
Exactly. There are no windows in this room, no servants in the house, and only one door. The money's on the desk. It will be merely a fight over money if the police come into it. When you've had your little argument, the one who's left can knock on this door, and I'll come and unlock it. Good hunting, gentlemen.
This was it. The man left with me got up off his chair, walked slowly toward me. I thought maybe I could reason with him. But what argument can you use on a killer?
Holiday.
Surprised, Winthrop?
Right. Congratulations, Holiday. Brains and brawn. Rare combination. All right, there's the money. Take it, and I'll match it with another 100,000.
You'll match it with $500,000.
What?
You heard me. Your pal there is out right now, but in a minute he'll come too. And I'll leave him alone with you with that money still on the desk.
But you can't. My
away
God.
from it, Winthrop.
Listen, Holiday. Now, you're not a killer. You wouldn't leave me alone with him.
No, watch. And I'll take your gun with me and lock the door behind me after he wakes up.
Wait.
And I could be a witness. $100,000 witness that he killed you in self-defense.
You wouldn't. You're not that kind.
You wanted to play dog-eat-dog, now play it.
All right. What do you want?
Sit down at your desk, make out a check for $500,000. We'll decide where it goes later. And we'll both go to the bank tomorrow and cash it. Something funny?
It's just that I could refuse to have it honored at the bank.
Yes. Yes, you could. But you won't.
All right, Holiday. You've almost restored my faith in people. Give me that pen.
$500,000 to charity and medical research. Look, he gets his picture in the paper.
Uh-huh.
But you did all the work.
I'll tell you something, Susie.
What, Mr. Holliday?
I got even with the man who called you a dame. Satisfied now?
Well, I don't know. He was kind of cute at that.
Oh, no. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville with an original story by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
I've been good and I've been sweet. I've had a long, hard day and boy, I'm beat. But I'm gonna have an Aviance night.
Prince Machiavelli brings you Aviance, an exciting perfume that lasts far into the night. And what a way to start it.
I'm gonna have an Aviance night.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have an Aviance night.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have an Aviance night.
Why do Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats taste so great? People take sides.
Nicely sweet.
Crunchy wheat.
Nicely sweet.
Crunchy wheat.
Nicely sweet. Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats.
Oh, wheat goodness on one side.
Like frosting on the other.
That's what makes the crunchy wheat nicely sweet.
Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheat cereal is part of a good breakfast.
Delicious.
But people still take sides.
Crunchy wheat.
Nicely sweet.
Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheat.
Thursday, Horseshack joins a cult.
Love a lot of people, sell a lot of flowers.
Then everyone gets the treatment on what's happening.
This is a hospital, not a parade.
Parade?
Aren't you one of the floats?
What's happening right after Cotter.
Watch Thursday starting at 8, 7 Central and Mountain on ABC.
One of the worst kinds of congestion is sinus congestion, so the makers of doctor-recommended neosynephrine made something special, something so effective it starts to open blocked sinuses fast and keeps them open up to 2.5 times longer than ordinary sprays. New neosynephrine 2, used as directed. It's so effective, a couple of sprays in each nostril helps relieve your sinus congestion just about all night. Or all day. New neosynephrine 2, long-lasting relief from sinus congestion.
This is my good friend Freddie. Only Freddie isn't much good if his batteries don't work, so we use Duracell.
Tests show that after just a few hours of continuous use, regular carbon batteries wear out. But depending on the toy, you can get 4, 5, up to 6 times more use from Duracell. Duracell lasts longer. Duracell. The copper top battery. No regular battery looks like it.
Oh, it lasts like it.
Oops, my baby kicked. This time next month, you'll be buying diapers. I'm wondering which one to use.
That's easy. Pampers. They sure help keep my twins dry.
What about other brands?
Oh, I always use Pampers. They're the only diaper for me.
Look, wet a Pampers with half the lining removed, wait a minute, then slip in a blotter. You'll see the lining keeps your baby's skin a lot drier and comfortable.
And when they're comfortable,
everybody's happy.
Ask any mother about Pampers dryness.
Oh, I really love that new Singer machine.
But I guess I'll have to wait. It's got a flip-in soap panel, 2-step button holder.
And a bobbin that winds, all right in the machine. And a panel for cuffs. She'll love it.
You're just in time. It's an introductory $70 off.
I love it.
This touch and sew machine is just one of the great Christmas savings now at the Singer She's Always Wanted sale.
Know what kind of soup we're having? Campbell's. Of course, Campbell's. What kind of Campbell's? You know, like chicken noodle? Chicken noodle. No, vegetable soup with alphabet letters. See, you can spell your name. No, I can't. I don't know how to spell. I know how to sing Give Me the Campbell Life, though. Want to hear? Nope. Give me the Campbell Life.
Good evening. Among the stories highlighting tonight's news, burglar returns to murder in the White Rock section of Dallas, and police nab a suspect in the case. Some burned-out apartment dwellers get a helping hand, and Santa Claus has traded in his sleigh and reindeer for AirTrans. We'll have the full stories tonight on the 10 o'clock update, and we hope that you'll join us.
This is Mrs. Osmond. We hope your family will stay tuned for more of our family.
And from all of us, a Merry Christmas. 30 minutes from now, Olivia Newton-John and Valerie Harper join John Denver for Christmas.
Getting your holiday gatherings off to the right start begins with the right ingredients from Safeway, like Cragmont Party Mixers, assorted flavors in 32-ounce bottles, now 25 cents plus deposit. Rich and creamy Lucerne eggnog, just 79 cents a quart. For any occasion, the best way to start is with great buys from Safeway.
Just down the street at Safeway, we do it best, we do it right.
Happy holidays, folks, from all of us at Channel 8 WFAA-TV Dallas.
Listen, my friends, here's Taste. A great tasting cereal with a crispy crunch called CW Post. Sure, everybody likes it, even the kids. Pardon me, son, that's mine. It's got taste that'll grab you right off of the spoon. It's vitamin fortified, natural, too. Oats, rice, honey, and more with a crunch that's crispy light. CW Post! Here's Taste. Great tasting cereal with a crispy crunch called CW Post. Family-style cereal. Pardon me, son, that's mine.
Our wedding anniversary, 6.5 weeks. Dad, I've got this terrible cold. He brought me all these medicines. All I really need is Vicks NyQuil, nighttime colds medicine. NyQuil helps release sneezing, stuffy head cold capsules do, cough, scratchy throat, cough syrups do, aches, pain relievers do. NyQuil alone does all that, so I can get the rest I need.
Got everything you need, dear?
Everything. What a guy.
NyQuil alone does it all.
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
Here they come.
Star Wars.
Coming in too fast.
An adventure unlike anything on your planet. It's an epic of heroes and villains and aliens from 1,000 worlds. Star Wars, rated PG.
Now playing. Check newspapers for a theater near you.
You can try hard, or you can try soft. Soft will get 'em every time. Love's Baby Soft. You can play hard, or you can play soft. Soft will make 'em toe the line. Love's Baby Soft. You can love hard, or you can love soft. Soft will make his love light shine. Love's Baby Soft.
The soft, fresh, slightly sexy scent from Love with Love.
Bye. The kids are coming over.
Oh, they'll be wanting some hot, fresh cookies.
But they'll be here in a minute.
I've got time. Thanks to Mrs. Good Cookie. It's a new, easy way to have home-baked cookies. Frozen cookie dough already made into these little buttons. See? It's nothing to do but bake them, and they taste like I made them from scratch.
Oh, boy, cookie!
There's always time to bake good cookies with Mrs. Good Cookie.
Monday, a special double feature. Lucan the Wolf Boy returns to the wilds to find the she-wolf that raised him.
You remember, it's me.
And discovers a forest of doom.
I don't want to have to kill you, son.
Then The McKayhans, starring James Arness and Eva Marie Saint. A civil war led them on a journey that won the West.
Horses! Hundreds of them!
The McKayhans, right after Lucan.
Watch Monday starting at 8, 7 Central Mountain on ABC.
Saturday, Family's Christy McNichol guest stars on Starsky and Hutch as a little girl in Big Trouble at Christmas.
Stick it in your ear!
Then, The Love Boat sails with Will Geer, Artie Johnson, and Happy Days Anson Williams after Starsky and Hutch.